Okay, welcome everybody. We are super excited to be here at Enter the Battlefield in Ontario, Canada. And we have a great event here. My name is Will Sorley.
I'm Steven.
And we are going to be your commentators to take you through this journey of Legacy throughout the day. Our Legacy of the North Invitational Tournament. We're going to be getting started shortly. We're going to be doing some chatting right here. And we're going to kind of tell a little bit of a story of how the players got here. Because it's a 32-player invitational. Is that right, Steve?
Yeah, exactly. So basically, there's been a lot of stores running weekly Legacy tournaments. And basically, it takes a score of how the top 10 scores of how well you did in weeklies. Mm-hmm. And then totals them up. And then the top 32 gets invited.
Wow. So there's going to be some grinders that I've been, playing, that are playing here today. I remember last time when we were doing the 3K tournament, we actually even had those points, right? I think Boston was at the top. I don't know if that name rings a bell to you, right? And then some other players that have been grinding out in these weeklies. And all throughout here in Ontario, I think even in some of the states as well, those points would account too, right?
Yeah, and there are some guys from North Bay, those points count too.
Wow.
And then I believe there are some other stores. I think maybe a couple stores in Ottawa.
That's awesome.
Showed up a couple times, but I don't know if they're here. But it's nice to see those people try to give this a shot.
Yeah, and especially I think too, right? For myself, right? I play a lot of Modern, I play a lot of Legacy, a lot of Commander too. The big thing is a lot of these tournaments were proxy friendly as well, right? Which lets some of that financial barrier we talk about, be minimized. It's just the printer ink maybe that you need to pay for.
Yeah, exactly. And I think especially at Enter the Battle, like this particular store in general, even the weeklies, they allow you to have some proxies. So it's pretty nice. But it's probably not going to be like that at downtown face to face or downtown 401. So
not everywhere.
Not everywhere. But then you need to ask ahead. But some this store for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that's.
But this is not a proxy tournament.
Yeah. I was about to say. I was about to ask you, is this a proxy tournament? And no, I think it's not. Right. So kind of making everyone make sure they have those cards, right? Bring out their best type of play too within it, and we'll kind of see what we're going to be getting into. We'll probably be talking about this a lot of what decks we may see. What decks are you probably going to see here, Steve, today?
I feel like still going to be a lot of Scaminator. Grief still super good. We're waiting for it to be banned, but it's end of the month. Probably a lot of Scaminator. Probably a lot of the mono green Eldrazi.
Yes.
The ramping Eldrazi, or even the Cloud Post version. Mm-hmm. Those look like they've done fairly well. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then. Yeah, I think those are the main two decks, and then I know I've seen this on the registration list. We have some specialist guys. They run a couple guys that run Helm.
Oh, okay, some Helm.
Mono black Helm, maybe some Painter. So we'll see.
I feel like Painter. I remember last time at the 3K that we had here, it was like one Scaminator deck, and it did really well, and it was piloted by Edgar, and he said it, we had a little interview, and he was like, yeah, the deck just plays itself, and it was his first time picking it up, and he came top 8 with it as well. And he piloted that thing really well throughout the tournament. I think we saw a Nadu list as well, the Cephalid combo, so we'll see if we see that card. The atrociousness that is Modern right now, I have to say, right? I've stayed away from that format because of that nonsense. But we'll see kind of some of the decks here that were coming up today, but definitely going to be some Scaminator, I feel like, and we'll see to the extent of it. I know we had some Eldrazi too, but...
Yeah, I mean, I think there's always going to be a lot of Scaminator room, but then what I feel is that it's just because the mirror matches are kind of hard to pilot. Mm-hmm. And also people, since it's a top deck, everyone's going to be ready for it, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's gunning for you. So that might be a reason why it might drop off. Mm-hmm. We might not... good reason why we're not seeing it everywhere, but it's still top deck for sure.
So what I'm betting is top 8 is going to be goblins, elves, merfolk, humans. What else can we get in there? Maybe some orcs. I don't think there's enough of them, but probably not, honestly. But we'll see kind of what players are bringing, and we have the deck list. We're using Spice Rack as well, right? A new kind of program. It's really player friendly as well, TO friendly. It pulls it up. We'll be using it a lot here too, so check that out.
Yeah.
Make sure to check out all the other socials that we have too, right? Enter the Battlefield, the YouTube, the Twitch that we have, right? Check out the stores. We have one location in Oakville. We have one location in Newmarket here, Ontario, Canada. I know last time we had some people in Italy, I think it was, or Spain, last time watching our video. So make sure you check out our local stores and are able to come for that. Now, Steve, we've talked a lot about decks. What would you bring today? If you were in this, I think you actually even qualified, right? For it, which is pretty amazing. I'd say, round of applause, to you, man, for that. What would you bring today?
I would actually bring Cradle Control.
Cradle Control.
Yeah. So it's the it's been a deck for probably about past couple years.
Yeah.
But Modern Horizons 3 really made a deck pop up to another level. White Over Reliquary. That guy. It might seem innocuous, but man, that guy's a powerhouse.
Just gets whatever you want.
Yeah, and it's 2 mana vigilance, and then tap to sacrifice to get a land. It's just extremely high power. The phasing land, the Talon Gates of Madara, that is also like a combat trick that you get with the white, with the Eldritch Reclaimers. Extremely powerful. And the thing that I think really pushed over the top was the Springheart Nantuko.
What's that card?
We saw that in Modern with the Nadu deck.
Oh god, that card! Now I know it.
Yeah,
I was like, I don't know the name. I probably know the picture, but
yeah, where it's 2 mana green dude, and it's like you can bestow it onto a creature, and then when the land and when there's landfall, so when the land comes into play, you can pay 2 mana. If it's bestowed, you can make a copy of whatever it's enchanting, right? So in this deck, so in this deck it's kind of innocuous, but you enchant a white, and then you get an army of whites that just has vigilance attacking you.
Oh my god!
I think
that's amazing.
Yeah, or you can copy your Dryad Arbor, and all of a sudden your Dryad Arbor copy triggers
itself. Oh my god!
And still get an army of Dryad Arbors. It's just there's a lot of weird things. I even done I had a Crater Hoof in play, and then I couldn't kill, and then so next time I bestowed it on a Crater Hoof, just made copies of the Crater Hoof. Yeah, so
oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's just a really fun deck to play right now, and then the MHC just pushed it to another level.
Wow. So what you're saying is Modern Horizons has had an impact on Eternal formats.
Yes. Hard to imagine, right? Hard to imagine.
Wow, that's crazy. And I think of sets back in the day. They come out maybe 1 or 2 pieces, but I think all the people that maybe play Legacy, Modern, right? We know the extent that these Modern Horizon sets have had an impact, and we'll definitely be seeing some of these cards today too, right? And,
sure.
Within the Bloom Burrow, is that one of the new sets? I know there's a new set probably every other week right now within Magic, so I get lost a bit in the sauce with it all. Yeah. But will we see maybe any of the cards from that set maybe here today, or?
I think maybe Mockingjay, that clone, right? That XU clone 1/1, and then when it clones, it becomes the clone, and then it also gains flying.
It's pretty good.
So that guy might show up, but other than that, I feel like Bloomburrow is kind of lower power level, which is kind of nice.
Yes, I have to say, it's not pushing the envelope.
Yeah, because MH3 are already kind of flip the table.
Oh my god,
on Legacy, and then we're still all trying to figure out what's playable, right? Or what the meta is kind of. Mm-hmm. And so it's kind of nice to see it die down a little bit, not die down as in we kind of figure out what the decks are.
Absolutely.
Before introducing more new cards.
Yeah, especially within that. And, it sounds like just from listening to the sounds around us, the beautiful sounds of Magics and a TO, and it sounds like I want to say that one of the judges too, that we are going to be getting started shortly. I can see on one of our cams here, we do have 2 players sitting down in our show match area, so that will be good. We'll keep you updated about what decks they're playing. We'll maybe talk about some of the key cards they're playing. But we are going to be getting started shortly, and I'm ready for some great Magic. And for those that are maybe just tuning in, welcome to our Legacy of the North Invitational. These players, we have about 32 players. They've been competing for the last how many months?
Since May.
Since May.
Yeah.
Battling for points, as Steve was saying, at locals, larger tournaments, and now they're kind of playing for the ultimate prize, the ultimate Legacy player. And what do they get for winning, Steve?
They do get a trophy.
Oh yeah, here. This thing's pretty sweet. hang on. Can we see this here? Wow. To think I could have placed if I played. I'm actually in dead last for Legacy of the North points, I have to say. So maybe next year, maybe next season.
Yeah.
But this thing looks pretty sweet. A little monolith.
Yes. Yeah, pretty sweet.
Yeah, this is good. I think there'll be some prizing as well for these players too. So
Yeah, for
it'll
sure.
be good time.
And then the winner of this event plays the first place of the points leader for the season.
Ooh.
And then we can determine like who's the king or queen of the North
I like
for
it.
for this particular season.
I like it. And for those who are maybe watching the VOD or even watching right now, make sure you participate in next season and maybe you can be one of the winners of either this trophy, one of the other trophies, and try to become one of the kings or queens of the North for Legacy of the North. So we will be getting started shortly. It looks like they're just doing some pile shuffling right now and fixing some sleeves maybe too.
Yeah.
And then we'll get started. But I'm excited. And for this coming up, Steve, insightful things. You know, we've talked about Eldrazi. What are some of the big pieces that they've been getting? I know within the last set, these cards that they've been getting, because you know Eldrazi's always been there, but it was kind of linear. But now they seem to be doing everything, right? Like,
Yeah.
what are these key pieces in this Eldrazi deck that's made it kind of blow up?
Yeah, the 4 mana Eldrazi, the Myco Spawn, that's
yeah.
just a powerhouse because it's a cast trigger. So basically it's a 4 mana, 3 colorless, 1 green, 3/3, and then when you cast it, there's a cast trigger and you get to look through your deck for a land and put it into play. So it's not even in your hand, so it ramps you. Right?
And a cast trigger too.
Yeah.
Doesn't even have to enter.
Yeah, and then there's a kicker on it with 1 colorless and 1 generic, and then it's also look for your deck, and then you get to exile it. Sorry, you don't get to look for anything, but you exile the opponent's land.
Wow. So you're telling me I can exile a land and then get a wasteland as well.
Yes.
And get rid of that underground sea that you have that you spent so much credit on from winning all these tournaments.
Yeah.
Or Cradle, if you're playing Cradle
Yeah.
Control, right?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
goodbye Cradle.
Exactly. Yeah, and even if you counter the spell, because those are all cast triggers. So the cast triggers, so you're still getting a lot of value. Even if you never get you don't get the body, right?
Yeah, that's pretty good. That sounds great.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Yeah. So that's just one of the Eldrazi. The other one is the Battle Mage, where it's like a 2 mana 2-drop, but then it has 2 different kicker modes. So it has
Okay.
the green kicker that exiles artifacts and enchantment, and then the other one is unsummon a creature.
Oh, wow.
For 1 colorless, 1 blue, and they're also both cast triggers.
Oh, even better.
Yeah.
Why not? Just make it even, Blood Moon or these, pieces that may have messed up their mana base. Why not just get rid of it?
Yeah.
And maybe if it's Scaminator, you could just bounce
Bounce.
it back to their hand.
Yep. Exactly.
Okay, I see why Eldrazi has become so much better
Yeah.
too within this last set.
Yeah,
and that
that's-
was all in Modern Horizons 3.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that's the reason why you've been seeing more consigned to memories popping up in sideboards.
That's 1 blue, is it?
Yeah,
right?
it's blue, and then it has replicate of 1 colorless. And then it gets to, and then you can counter a colorless spell, or you can counter a triggered ability.
Oh, okay.
So it's geared to counter Eldrazi
Okay.
and to cast triggers.
So at least they printed something to
Yes.
stop it within their own set.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, that's pretty good. It looks like we have the names of our players and also the deck list that they're going to be playing. So we have John, player 1. I want to say that's going to be the player once we change on our left side here. And they are playing Black Helm. So I think that's what, mono black, is it? Or are there any
Black
other
Helm.
colors
yeah,
in
so,
it?
Yeah, so it's probably good. So it's going to be like Leyline of the Void, Helm of Obedience, Doughty Voidwalkers. Ooh. Yeah, so that's the main combo, right? Your opponent's graveyard is exiled, and when you activate the Helm of Obedience, then they just exile their entire deck, and then they can't draw. They lose during the draw step.
Yeah, why? That's a great way to win. Just don't have any cards in your library, right?
Yeah.
That seems pretty good. And then on the right side, piloting, it looks like Mono Red Prison. I feel like both of these decks would do pretty well against Scaminator, right? At least Black Helm if you have Leyline of the Void's main deck, right? And I presume they're running 4 ofs too,
Yes.
right, in the main?
Yes.
So that does sound. And Mono Red Prison, have there been any new additions within the new Modern Horizon sets or anything? Or is it still kind of the same idea? I'm going to play, Chalice of the Void, maybe Trinispheres if I can get them out too, right?
I actually think one of the major additions for this deck is the I don't remember what the name of the card is, unfortunately, but it's a flip card. So one side's a Stone Rain and the other side is the land. It's a Bolt land, so you can choose to pay 3 life.
Good.
Yes. So why that I think this card is really good is once you resolve a Blood Moon, some people can they may anticipate that I get a basic, right? And then so sure once you resolve Blood Moon, they get a basic, they think they're safe. You cast this. You cast a Stone Rain, and then now they don't have their basic, right?
That's gonna be tough.
And then so sure, I think that card's downside is you can destroy target land, and they can fetch like a basic of their choice and put it into play. But then most legacy decks only run like 1 or 2 basics.
Yeah.
And then so it's like, I think that is a very good ad for the mono red Stompy deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know if it's open deck lists. I don't know if you can chime in on that, Steve. But
I believe like whenever I play these events, these are not open deck lists.
yeah, so these guys might not know what they're playing against, but what are you trying to keep? Maybe let's look from maybe our mono red prison. Like, are you trying to really prison out a Helm deck, or like what are you trying to look for in a hand to keep here?
Yeah. I'm going to assume that there's going to be Trinispheres main deck, and so if he's on the play, obviously you want to try to power out like turn one Trinisphere. It doesn't matter what deck you're going against.
It's always, good card.
Yeah, it's always good. Against a random opponent, turn 1 Blood Moon might be good, might be bad, depending on It's not good in this particular matchup because it's mono black Helm, right? So
yeah, they're going to have a lot of basics, right?
Basic swamps.
Yeah.
So that might not be the best, but he won't know that. So
yeah,
right,
going into it.
But yeah,
there's Blood Moon there.
Yeah. So
is
basically,
that a 1 ring?
No, I believe that is the Master War Trinisphere.
Oh.
And a 1 ring.
Okay, yeah. And
and a Bombardier.
Well, I play Goblins a lot, and Goblin Bombardier is kind of a crazy card, I have to say. A huge addition. Impossible to find.
Yes.
I have to say, anywhere in Southern Ontario. I've been looking for the last 5 months, and you can't find it. Honest to goodness, you just can't find the card.
Yeah.
But don't worry, Magic is going to reprint probably Lightning Bolt in the next set, so you'll be able to get Lightning Bolt. So it looks like keeping that, going to 6 here, and it looks like we're going to start.
Okay, so John's starting with the ley line. All right. Part 1 of the combo done, and I believe he does have Helm to hand.
Okay, and how much is Helm to cast?
It's 4 mana.
4 mana to cast.
Colorless.
Okay.
Yeah.
4 colorless, and is there an activation cost with it too?
For one with X.
X. Okay,
Yeah.
but you just say
1 because everything is getting exiled, so nothing's ever hitting the graveyard.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's nice and easy. I wonder if he's going in deep thought. He's like, oh, I'm playing against this.
Yeah.
So it looks like he has. What land is that? That's the man land, right?
Yeah,
the Goblin one.
Den of the Bugbear.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe he might not have the soul. Oh, well, he played a land, so obviously no soul land.
Yeah.
Right? So the best play is going to be either Chalice on 1 or just land go, which is unfortunate. But it does happen.
Yeah.
Right?
Does Mono Black Helm run a lot of are they running 4 Thoughtseize as a package as well, right? To try to have some disruption?
I believe last time I played John, he was running the Grief package.
Oh, okay.
So if you're running a Grief package, usually you take out the Thoughtseizes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If you're not running Thoughtseizes, you would have the sorry, if you're not running the Griefs, you would have Thoughtseizes.
Oh, that looks like a dead card there. He drew, it looks like, what's our...
Oh, the Unlicensed Hearse.
Unlicensed Hearse. I feel like that doesn't do too much in this matchup here.
No, but again, he's probably
ready for the meta piece.
Ready for the Scaminator,
yeah.
right?
Chrome
Oh, that's Chrome Mox, I see.
Going to imprint...
Blood Moon, yeah.
Yep, that card's pretty dead here. That card's pretty dead. Two swamps isn't going to do much, right? And then, who do you play here? Goblin Bombardier. I love this card. It says it's Menace, Haste, and what's the big text? I'm forgetting it right now.
It's Boast.
Boast.
So whenever it gets to attack, then the Boast ability triggers, and then the ability is you can sacrifice another creature or artifact, and then it deals damage equal to the casting cost plus 2.
Wow.
And it's to any target.
Any target. That's even better. Yeah, I do remember my Goblin Matrons when I first played with it becoming a 5 damage piece. He passed through his combat.
I believe because the Bowmasters came down, and so probably didn't want to trade.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Within it, so. Looks like. Oh, is that Culling Ritual?
Call of the Week.
Call of the Week.
Yeah, I believe it's Culling of the. of the week, or Culling the Week. Yeah,
He's dead.
But it basically sacrifices a creature, make 4 mana, and then so he casts Helm. He has 1 mana spare, and then Helm has too much text. It's
Yeah.
It's hard to explain, but then it's basically activated ability is you exile cards into hit a creature card, but then since Leyline of the Void makes it so that the cards you mill never hit the graveyard, so you just pay 1 mana to activate, exiles entire deck. They die during draw step.
Yeah. No, that's pretty good. I wonder, are we able to pull up maybe the deck? Let's see what kind of sideboards each of them have. I wonder if our mono red prison really has some pieces to kind of deal with this, post board here.
Okay, yeah. So he has a couple Trainer Spheres.
Okay.
And then so that's very good on the play.
Yep.
He's got Null Rod, bring that in for sure.
Yeah, that would be good.
Yeah, he didn't see a lot of creatures. I know John's version probably runs the opposition agents and then that kind of stuff. So even if he doesn't get the combos, he's still applying pressure through the beats. So I'm not sure if you want to bring in stuff like Fiery Confluence, where it's just board wipe or Dead Gones. But for sure you want the Trinispheres and the Null Rods.
Yeah, the Null Rod's going to turn off that Helm too, right?
Yes.
So it's not going to be able to activate, right?
Yeah.
Artifacts can't be activated, and then he won't be able to die as quickly as he did there within game. So it'll be interesting to see how he pilots this game 2. Yeah, Pyroblast, that ain't going to do much.
Yeah,
you can skip by that card.
Yeah,
there you go.
And I'm expecting the Blood Moons to come out.
Yeah, Blood Moons. Yeah,
it just whiffs too often, right?
Yeah, how many basics? We can maybe try to pull up the other list here, and I wonder how many basics he's even playing. Mostly, I'd say basics to begin with. Be interesting to see what our mono black Helm has here.
Yeah.
Snow covered 17 snow covered swamps. So yeah, basically all of them.
Yeah, because I know he was running Ancient Tombs. And and some cities for just to try to power out the Helm faster.
Yeah, faster.
Right? But no, I kind of like having solid mana base. You don't get wastelanded out.
Yep.
Right, and he's also not running.
Lake of the Dead, is that which one? Which land is that?
It's an alliance card. It's a land, so when it comes to play, you must sacrifice the swamp or else it dies.
Oh, okay.
And then you can tap for a black, and it has another ability where you tap, sacrifice the swamp, make 4 black.
Oh, and that can get out of Helm pretty quick.
Yeah.
Nice, that's sweet.
Yes.
That's really good. Okay, so he does have 1 non-basic. So Blood Moon would hit that. He doesn't have a lot to bring in, though, our prison player here, which makes it a bit tricky, right? You're going to try to play with your main 60 and, -3, really, right? So we'll kind of see how he goes from there.
Well, I mean, again, you could bring in Fiery Confluences because that deals with creatures and
That's
also
true.
deals with some of the artifacts. So if you do have a Null Rod and then he does have the Helm in play, in case he's trying to get rid of the Null Rod somehow, you can just blow up the Helm and also several couple of creatures, right?
Yeah.
So it's not the not the greatest thing, but also not the worst thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, it looks like we have the list pulled up on stream, so able to see that. So kind of talking about that, the sideboard and what's coming in and out right now. Yeah. We saw last game, right? The One Ring.
Yeah.
Oh, these cards that aren't Magic the Gathering and naming cards different names when they're this. Anyhow, I digress about 12 million printings.
Yeah.
I love it. I love the game. In regards to the mono black player, what are you looking to bring in here? It looks like a Karn package, a lot of it too, right?
Yes, I would I would just leave my deck alone, honestly.
Yeah. Are you?
No.
Would you bring in a Shieldred's Edict?
No.
No way.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, if he thinks there's anything dead, maybe to eat it, maybe the actual Shieldred itself.
Yeah, that's a good card.
Just to pressure, because it's very hard for red to deal 5 damage.
Yeah, and they're taking 2 every draw, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's a good card.
Yes. But no, I think his deck is fairly good.
He is running the 4 Thoughtseize package in the main there.
Yeah, because there's no griefs and
Yeah. Thoughtseize, Calling of the Week, 4 Dark Rituals, nice. And the griefs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he is running the griefs. 4 griefs,
okay.
4 Thoughtseize.
Wow, okay.
And the Dothies. Yeah, so I guess
interesting.
That's great. And it looks like we're getting back to the game here, changing our screens, and going to try to resolve some mulligans.
Yeah. So David just really wants to see the Trinisphere. Unfortunately, I think there's only 2 in the sideboard.
Two in the side?
Yeah.
Any in the main?
I'm not sure if there's any in the main. Let me just double check again.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. It's really on our mono red Stompy to apply a lot of pressure quickly.
Yeah.
And try to, prison, right?
Yeah, no
No
other
main.
turn spheres. Yeah, in the main. So just the 2. That's
That's going to be tough. I feel like this matchup, I won't get into percentage-wise, but to me, it feels like our mono red is a bit, at a disadvantage against black
Yes.
Helm. Did you feel the same way, kind of, Steve, about it?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's also no chalice in his list as well.
There's no chalices?
Yeah, I guess it got replaced by Vexing Bauble. He must have been tuning this deck for a really specific meta, right? Or he
Okay.
thinks that chalices just aren't that great right now, which I kind of agree with him.
Yeah, that is
they're
true.
They're not at the greatest place right now, but yeah. I mean, when you're not running chalices, you could be running more 1-drops,
Yeah.
right? So,
Looks like an Ancient Tomb
yep.
into
Fable.
Simmons Spirit Guide
Oh,
into
okay.
Goblin Rabblemaster.
Master, yep.
I feel like that's a pretty good start for what you
Yes.
can do, right?
Yes. Yeah, you have to start the pressure somewhere.
Yep.
Right, so and this is why I don't like bringing in the Sheoldred's Edict, right? Because they just I guess with Sheoldred's Edict they can sacrifice the creature, but
Yeah.
wow, 2 for 1, huh? Okay.
Okay. What is this card?
Force of Despair.
I
It destroys all creatures that came to play this turn.
Wow. Okay, I have not seen this played in Legacy. I have to say, at least I've never played against it in Legacy. It might be played, but
Yeah, it was very popular when Sticker Goblin was around. Yeah, Sticker Goblin just cast a lot of. This
I just
stuff
got
in one
lucky
turn.
when I was playing Sticker Goblin, I guess.
Yeah.
What a great time for goblins! And then they were like, "Wait, goblins is too good right now. Let's get rid of it."
Ouch. That's
This is going to be it. Oh,
okay. Okay, this is
3 lands in hand now.
yeah.
Wow, kind of gets blown out at the beginning. Like a really good start from our red Stompy player,
Yeah.
and now getting Thoughtseize and stuck with, in my eyes, like 3 lands.
Yes.
So
Yeah, this is very rough. Like he needs to top deck very well.
it's okay. He drew a land, I think.
I mean that's what happens when you come to a tournament playing this type of deck, right?
Yeah.
It's feast or famine.
Yes, yeah, literally. Honestly, sometimes I feel like you're running so hot at your weeklies, right? You're doing great. You're getting all the great top decks, and then it's like, oh, that's another land. That's another land. And we were even talking about this before the commentary and the tournament started. It's just sometimes, oh my goodness, another one. It just happens, right? The variance
Yes.
of the game, which makes it great and terrible at the same time, right? It's those little dopamine rushes, right? But it definitely feels tough sometimes.
Now he's probably cycling the channeling the Sokizon to get 2-on-1s and attack. I mean, you have to do what you have to do, right?
Yep.
Yeah. The good part about the board right now for him is that John, he doesn't have any of his combo pieces.
Yeah.
So there's no ley lines in play. There's no there's no Void Walker. So if he wants to combo, like if he needs to combo with the ley line and Helm, that's 9 mana.
Yeah.
And if he wants to combo with the Dauthi Void Walker and Helm, that's 7 mana, right? So it's gonna require a lot of, I believe like in David's David still has a lot of time to go through.
Yeah, and it looks like looking at his hand, he has like Lake of the Dead. It looks like
More
a lot
mana,
of
Calling
more
the
mana
Weak.
accelerants, but nothing to kind of do with it, right?
Also,
Like maybe he does.
Oh, well, I mean, it's 6 mana right here, right?
Yeah.
If he taps 2, play the lake, sack 1, comes in play, and then sack the other one.
Oh yeah.
That's 6 black if he does that. So I'm not sure what the payoff is, but
And for those wondering what these kind of 2 random, I'll call
They're
them check
spirit
cards.
tokens.
Yeah, spirit tokens. 1/1 spirit tokens, and they gained haste. Is
Yeah.
that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're just 1/1, 6 black mana.
okay, we'll see what the 6 mana is. Oh, the Karn, a great creator. All right,
I was about to say, what kind of card is this? But
Yeah.
this is another
alternate art.
alternate
Love it.
art, full text planeswalker. The modes are: is it +1?
Oh.
Make an artifact, a creature with CMC.
No.
is it?
So the plus ability is make something into an artifact.
Yep.
And then the minus is to wish for something. So it's -2. That usually that's the ability that most people use. So -2, you go through your sideboard, and then take an artifact, show it to your opponent, and put it in your hand.
Yeah, it looks like he's explaining the block of text that is there, right? This is...
Yeah, this is not the kind version of Karn, because it's extremely hard to read.
Yes, yes, yeah, I was about to say, you know, there's a lot of text. I love the idea of some art. It does make it somewhat challenging sometimes when you're like, what kind of card is this? But it's just Karn. I think they even have a new one coming out, and he's a tree.
Tree, yes.
Yeah, I actually kind of like that art. It looks kind of hilarious
Yeah.
in my eyes, but we'll see what he grabs here. I wonder, you know, thinking about his sideboard, what are you grabbing?
I think if you're missing combo, I mean, it depends how many cards in his hand. You would probably, I think Bridge might be okay if you're trying to protect Karn.
Yeah.
But then the thing is that it's going to go down to, I believe, 3, and then get attacked to 1, and then you're not going to be able to cast a Bridge because you only have 2 mana right now.
Yeah.
And the next turn, you're only going to have, if there's no swamp in hand, you're going to only have 1. Mm-hmm. So it's very, this play feels kind of suspect. I mean,
Feels forced, right? Like
Yes.
it feels maybe just hang out for another turn. But
yeah, I mean,
okay, Bridge,
there
yeah.
we go. Yeah, I mean, the other call would be to, like, if you don't want to waste the mana, would be to get the liquid metal coating, and you can cast the coating this turn, and then you can just turn off one of his lands during
his upkeep. Yeah, no, that's a good call.
Yeah.
And shows, and I think all of his sideboard cards have this little sticker on it.
Oh, it's probably so when he shuffles, so it's easier to remember what's exactly main deck, what's part of the wish board.
Whose face is that?
I have no idea.
Is it his
idea.
own? Is it one of his buddies? I am curious and wondering what that is. Oh, it looks like has unlicensed Hearst again
I
in
have
hand.
I have seen other people sleeve in their cards backwards.
Yeah.
So the cards you wish are always are upside down.
That's actually a good idea.
So when you do go through your deck, you're like, oh, that's part of my wish board, so you don't forget. So
Yeah.
there are multiple ways to try to
remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good idea. Unlicensed Hearst, 2 mana. It can be crewed for 2, I believe.
Yes.
Tap and then exile
2 cards. From
two
the
cards
graveyard.
from someone's graveyard. Not going to do a lot in Karn because he turns off
Yes.
artifacts, right?
Yes.
So kind of another dead card here. It looks like he's going to just make a ton of mana, take 2 life, and yeah, going to blow up Karn here. It looks like it.
Yeah.
So
I'm wondering if Shatter Skull Smashing actually targets Planeswalkers. I know it's creatures for sure.
I'm pretty
but-
sure it's Planeswalkers as well. Okay, they got the right tokens. They have like 1 million tokens, but on the top side of the screen. So it looks like they have the right tokens this time.
Okay, yeah. So Shatter Skull Smashing does hit Planeswalkers as well.
Yeah.
So that would have also been a nice answer to Karn.
Yeah. And relative to what's kind of not going on the other side, I think that's a good idea here.
Yeah.
And he still has Bridge in hand, but not really a way to empty his hand, too. Like, I guess he has Grief here, right? He can...
Well, I mean, he can make 5 mana and then either cast a Bridge or cast the Grief. But the next turn, like, he would be down to 1 mana again. And
Yeah.
so this is it's a very rough. I mean, Damon's not in the greatest situation either, right? He has a top deck well, but
Yeah.
you know, they both have top deck well.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
okay, well, I mean, the Hearst is live now, right?
Yep.
So
Attack for 2.
In 2 turns, it can be bigger than 2 2s.
Yeah, exactly. That's great.
It
Yeah,
can be-
yeah.
Yeah, it can attack that for more than 2 damage sooner or later.
Yeah, they'll
right?
be able to crew, and then they'll kind of go from there, right?
Yeah.
So, and he doesn't even play a land, too, right? We know that the 2 cards or other card in his hand is a land, right?
Yeah.
I think it's another City of Traders, right? Doesn't want to sack it. So playing Ensnaring Bridge, this does help with the Hearst, right? And the potential of the Hearst getting bigger.
Yes.
So that will be good.
So yeah, so hopefully he brought in the Fiery Confluence just to deal with like random artifacts.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll have to see.
Exile 2 cards. Honestly, he's probably like, I don't know, really care. You're not going to reanimate
Actually,
it. So.
if anything, you don't want to exile artifacts because Karn just gets it back,
Oh, yeah, that's right.
right? So that's something that could be important.
Yeah, exile them last, or maybe not at all.
Or just
right?
just leave it in a graveyard.
And just hit your own, right? Because you can
Yes.
hit anyone
Yes.
with it. So
Yeah.
I didn't see what he drew there.
Well, sorry, on cast
3
now.
mana.
Okay.
That's a good draw.
Okay. Yeah, making more 1/1s.
He has 2 cards in hand, right?
Yep.
So cruise.
Cruise. Yeah. And attack for 5. Not too bad.
Wow.
I believe it's.
Yeah, he's going to
must
attack.
Must
Yeah.
tap. Yep.
Yeah. That's really good.
Yes.
And then that's a nice thing I always find about these artifacts, right? Like, these vehicles. Your creature just came in, it can't really do anything. It can sit in here and actually help, right?
Yeah.
So the pressure's on right now.
But the
did not
man
expect
at a
this.
Hardcast Grief without killing his land is live. So
Yes.
Now it's a persistent blocker, right? Mm-hmm. So
It's going to be tough with this Rabble Master.
yes,
It's going to make 1/1s each time,
yes,
right?
That's true. That's
Gets
true.
eaten. He takes what, 3 next turn?
Yes. So
Yeah.
it's just going to be 3/3/3 constantly. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And definitely blocking, but
Yeah. But I don't think David minds that.
No.
Just keep on the pressure.
oh
Another
my
land.
goodness, I feel so bad.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think he's drawn almost every land except Goblin Rabble Master. And maybe, I guess, Unlicensed Hearse too,
Yeah.
right? It happens. It's the variance of it all.
Yes. That's the stompy life.
Yeah, it is.
Stompy life.
It is. Yes, I think he's kind of declaring attackers.
Yeah.
Or going to combat, right?
Yeah. And I mean, unless that card he can empty out his hand, then we shouldn't be waiting this long for that.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know what was going on here. I think he was just kind of like showing him as well.
Yeah.
He was like, hey, these 3 are going to get in. You're going to block one of my guys here,
Yeah.
right? Probably goblins, not a spirit. Like, we can go to the next, second main and then go from there. So, looks like
Oh, and he can't go down because the last spell is actually he can, yeah, because he can sacrifice it.
Would
he
you
can
do
sacrifice
that?
the grief to not get damaged? Maybe.
Yeah, you're taking 3 going to 1,
Yeah.
right? So, maybe that is the play here.
Or he could
Oh
do
my
it. Or
God.
he could do it post. He could do this pre-combat, right?
Oh, if he plays the other Rabble Master, he is dead on board because
Yes.
it will make 2 goblins, right? So
Well,
this is
going to force the issue. This
Yeah.
will force it now. Like he must do it, or else he's gonna die.
yeah. So yeah, he'll probably let him go to combat.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
Yeah. Stop. Hold up there.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So beginning of combat, right?
Yeah. And then nobody gets to attack.
Yeah, no one gets to attack, and they can't attack.
Yes,
Is Goblin Rabble Master at the beginning of combat make a 1/1?
I believe so.
Yeah, so he still gets the goblin.
Yeah, he still gets to get.
So
actually,
and then let's
Let's
pull it up
double
because
check that.
and draws a land, says Pascal. That's actually an okay piece. Now it's just really who's going to get the crazy good top deck.
Yeah.
A Simian Spirit Guide. Okay, he's got a monkey. Oh, yeah. So we'll kind of see what the next pieces are. Both players, yes. Yeah, so he's going to continue to make 1/1 goblins. This Ensnaring Bridge is under, well, really the pressure of the top deck here. And
Yeah.
we'll see how our Mono Black Helm player is.
But I mean, the
will get at
Mono
us.
Black Helm guy, he can cast everything in his deck. So
Yeah.
essentially, it's always like, his hand's always going to be 0. Mm-hmm. Unless he draws another Culling the Weak.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, here we
That's
go.
a good.
Business.
Here we go. Wish Claw.
Yeah. So Wish Call Talisman, 2 mana artifact. Comes into play with 3 counters on it. Tap 1 colors, 1 black, remove a counter, and then so search your library for a card, put it in your hand, and then you give it to your opponent tapped.
Yeah. So, is he going to activate it this turn? You think, or just maybe next, and then how much could he have?
It really depends on what exactly he wants to get, right?
Karn, Mycosynth Lattice, and then just end the game?
Well, he can't cast Karn right now unless he wants to sacrifice an artifact, sacrifice a land.
Yeah.
And then the more lands he sacrifices, it's harder for him to actually empty out his hand.
Yeah, that's
right?
true.
So it is, it's fairly difficult. I mean, you don't want to have the card in your hand. You might even just want to go get the Karn, sack a land, generate 5 mana, cast it, and then plus.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Right? And then next turn minus, might lattice, and then the game's almost essentially over.
Mm-hmm.
But then the problem with that is once you get the card and you give it to him, the opponent also gets to activate on his turn.
Oh, okay.
Right? And then so he might get an answered Karn or
Yeah.
the bridge. Like
You can't activate it because Karn, right? His artifact?
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right.
So it's kind of like that one-way
Okay.
piece. So I guess maybe he is thinking about that. I don't know. We'll see
Yeah.
though. So we'll see. But yeah, no.
That is right. You're right. Right.
Things to think about, and I didn't see what he drew. Honestly, it's probably another land, knowing his luck, or another Goblin Rabble Master. Let's be honest here.
Yeah.
So just making a ton of goblins that are just hanging out, enjoying the nice sunset. Honestly, their fate is in the hands of.
Well, I just hope he brought in the Fiery Confluence, right?
Yeah. Well, I think it was a Dark Ritual he drew.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah, the game's over now.
yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah, this
And then it's gonna act. So it's
activate, make 3.
yeah.
Yeah, I think you get Karn here, right? Karn, Lattice, then just
Yes.
they can't do anything.
Yeah.
And then he has tons of mana, right? So yeah,
Yes.
this looks pretty locked up here, and it looks like our mono red Stompy or Prison has been prisoned out.
Yeah.
So this has been a good game. I think back and forth throughout it. Our mono red coming in, but a really good answers at the beginning from our Helm player. Just had the answers at the beginning.
Yes.
Kind of drew dead for a bit.
And
But
I mean, I believe this is not a good matchup to begin with for the mono red.
yeah.
For the mono red deck to begin with. Mm-hmm. So it's, I mean, that's magic for you.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. And tap 3, or to pay for it, you can sack one of those. Does he have enough for Lattice
So
here?
tap sack. Oh no, he doesn't. Because
Is he
that's
one
5.
short?
Yeah, that's one short.
You can just hang out. Hope he doesn't die.
You just don't grab you just don't grab anything. Right?
Yeah.
You just plus.
Yeah, plus and would you make it? I guess mono red's outs are killing.
Well, actually, you know what? The Shatter Spell Smashing. It's in the graveyard. Okay.
Yeah, because you wouldn't make Ensnaring Bridge a creature because
No, that's too dangerous.
the removal is too much to potentially kill it, right?
Yeah.
So okay, it looks like he's just gonna grab Lattice for next turn and
But then now all the 1 mana, but if he can't cast it, all the 1 drop,
yeah, then he's dead.
all the 1/1s can attack. That is.
Okay,
Does Lake of Death make 5 mana?
I thought it was 4.
I thought it was 4.
Did he just realize he lost?
Yeah, it's makes 4 mana.
Did he just lose?
Yeah, I think.
Okay,
So. I think he just lost. Yeah. So I believe they're counting mana right now, right? So 1 for Dark Ritual,
yep,
and then
He had-
Dark Ritual for pay 1 to do that, so he has 2 floating.
yep,
2 floating, and then 2 more to cast Karn.
Yep.
So now there's no. So that's that. And
Yeah,
then,
no floating.
Nope, the mana's tapped correctly. So yeah, I believe he play mistake.
Well, now we've gone from play the game at the beginning to play of the misplay, unfortunately, and you're dead.
Yeah, just attack.
Drew a Chrome Mox.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter because onto game 3.
Well, you know what?
Well, I mean, he still has to attack, so let's see if
no.
he attacks.
Yeah. NTGO just skips through it. F6, F6.
Yeah.
Go to combat. Die.
Yeah.
Attack.
Just
What is he doing?
What?
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 He has 1 card.
What? I don't
But
understand.
he can attack with the spirits.
No, and the goblins. Am I missing something?
Are we missing something? If someone's in chat, please let us know. Are we missing something here of him not dying? And Searing Bridge is for however many cards.
Yeah.
The goblins aren't getting plus. The goblin Rabble Master would get bigger, but the
Yes.
goblins are still 1/1s. There's nothing buffing them. Okay, we went from play to play.
Yeah.
You know,
Do we miss something?
You know what? We probably did. We'll go for an interview afterwards, maybe in or something. I don't know. Okay, just the game's locked now, though.
Well, I mean, if John still can't get rid of his card in hand,
He could.
The 1/1s can still attack Karn.
Yeah.
And then he can still tap his mana afterwards.
Yeah. This.
Right? So if he couldn't attack last turn, I don't know why he can't attack this turn.
Yeah, I'm quite confused. We'll see what happens. He's probably going to draw land. I think that was a mountain. Wow.
This
Okay.
has been confusing.
Yeah, and that's the thing, when we have these bigger tournaments, right, invitationals, whatever it may be, there's a lot of pressure. Okay, stop, he says.
I need to do that last turn.
Yeah. Okay, Bowmaster.
Okay, so now they have no cards in hand. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, he's making sure he makes the right ones. He's going to shoot one of them.
I don't think it matters.
Yeah.
If he can keep his hand empty, it won't matter.
Yeah,
Now
yeah.
he has creatures, so even if he draws the card
Yeah,
in the week,
yeah, that's right.
he can. It's not going to be it's not going to be stuck in hand. Yeah.
So he might have just missed the attack last turn.
Yes.
I think that's it. He literally went
Well, I mean-
F6 through his piece.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't say.
You did
I
say
did
it.
say he
You
has to
made the
attack.
call. Oh my goodness. Oh no. It's devastating.
Yeah.
Yeah, show the Crow Mox. It's another mana source. Oh.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter too much, honestly, at this
it's
point.
just- yeah.
They're both going to kind of sit here.
Well, I think
Karn will get another piece here and just start. We can grab with Karn here.
no, you just plus. Yeah, just keep
Make
plusing.
Mycosynth Lattice. No, I guess you can block.
Is there? Oh, I guess he's thinking he has Fury.
Ah, maybe?
If he has Fury, you can take care of this. But then now it's above Fury range,
Yeah, you can't get rid of it.
right?
So, an interesting game, back and forth here so far. Black Helm is still up a game, too. You know, all the pressure's on our mono red to win it here. And I think that chance is passed.
Yes.
Yeah, this is pretty much locked and loaded for the rest of it. He's just kind of looking at. I think he's explaining. I'm going to be getting
Wish Claw and then get Douthly Voidwalker, activate.
and then win the game. So you're basically saying you have to win this turn to his opponent. I kind of like that piece, right? He's kind of telling him, right, I'm going to do these things, right? Let's play it out.
Yeah. Well, make sure he has the amount.
Yeah, exactly.
The amount of mana, right?
Yeah. We saw that happen a couple turns ago.
Yeah.
Activate it, give it to you.
And he does. He has 5 mana right
Yeah,
here.
get Voidwalker.
Yeah.
Yeah, and looks locked up. Honestly, some back and forth game 2. Mono red, I think, with a bit of a mistake, as you were mentioning, right, Steve, with not attacking. And please put your library in exile
Yeah.
and go to your draw step.
Yeah.
Yeah, and good game.
Yep. That's it. That should be it.
Just throwing his swaps around. Yeah. Maybe realizing some of the pieces here. Unfortunate for our mono red player, I think.
Oh, he boarded in ill-gotten gains. All right.
And the Edict as well. Okay, so
I guess there must have been some like rando cards that he must have thought was bad in the matchup, and just like those are better than.
whatever else he had, right? That's kind of
exactly.
thing. Yeah. So I think good work from both players. I think game 1 was pretty quick there.
Yeah.
Helm doing its Helm thing, exiling his whole library. Game 2, first 2 plays were pretty cool, I have to say, right?
Yeah.
So, and then
Yeah, I mean it's just unfortunate that our mono red player just couldn't draw enough like creatures to attack with, right? 2 damage is not enough.
No, at a time.
Yeah.
And didn't seem to see much of his sideboard cards. Just really saw lands.
Yes.
And that's going to happen sometimes, right? The variant of the game, it's going to happen. He did have a chance though, game 2.
Yes.
Like he did.
Well, he could have won.
Yeah, he could have won.
game 2. So.
But
it happens.
Yeah, it does. So we'll, good work from both of them. I think it was, what was it, David and
David and John.
And John. So good work for them. Round 1. I think we have 5 rounds today.
Yes.
Is it 5 rounds?
5.
And then we go to top 8. Is it? Top 8, and then we play to the end.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't board in his 3 spheres on play.
He didn't? Okay. I wonder. Because it turns off Thoughtseize, Dark
Thoughtseize,
Ritual.
Grief, all the early plays and turns off, and then
It looks like he's like kind of discussing it with him, like, hey, like I took these and out, these at. But yeah, so a great way to start our tournament here, everybody, at our Legacy of the North Invitational. We're going to be taking a quick 3-minute break, and then we'll be back for a player interview with John, with me. So stick around, everybody, and we will be right back. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sitting tight at our little break here. Sounds good, perfect. I have John here with me, playing our Mono Black Helm, just won, and I have to say, game 1 was pretty decisive. Game 2, honestly, us commentating, we had no idea what was going on.
I didn't either.
Yeah, even John was saying, we were having a little bit of a discussion.
What happened? Yeah.
Yeah, and for those who may have missed it, John, do you want to explain it a little bit?
Yeah, I think the error came when there was a moment that I had -2'd with Karn.
Yes.
And gotten the Microsynth Lattice, and just assumed my opponent was going to not attack me because that hadn't happened in a couple of turns because the bridge was in play. And it was only after the game that we realized those goblins were supposed to attack.
Yeah.
As the text of Rabble Master indicates, they must.
Yeah.
So that was kind of I feel like a bad move on both our parts.
Yeah, it was an interesting piece because you had the Mycosynth, and when you went for it, search with Karn, it was like, okay, well he's one short.
I think I was
you were one mana
supposed
short.
to wait on the lattice.
Yeah.
Like I should have got it the next turn when I could actually play it instead of just putting it in my hand.
Yeah, it was an interesting play, and I think you piloted it really well. Like nonetheless, right? So I think it was great to see. Someone in the chat even said, it's an old school kind of deck. I don't know. Do you think Mono Black Helm is an old school kind of deck? There's some new additions that have been great for it,
Absolutely,
right?
absolutely. I don't think I would be playing it today if it weren't for Grief. You kind of saw what I was doing.
Yes.
Grief, and there's a little bit of old juke in there too with Culling the Weak.
Yeah.
That definitely turns on a lot of buttons for the deck because if you can't clear the way through their hand, you probably aren't going to be able to helm them in one turn. You always want to be able to play helm and helm them that turn. So the magic number is 5.
The magic number is 5. You heard it here, folks. 5 is the new magic number. So it's it seemed to work really well. We were even talking about it, right? Like positioned in the meta, right? You even mentioned as well, right? And everyone within Legacy, far, around the globe, Scaminator is the thing, right?
Yes,
Mono Black Helm feels pretty good against it, does it?
Honestly, I feel like if I got paired against it a couple of times today, I'd be okay, just because we have those natural defenses with Leyline and with Douthie. But there's always a good pivot. I mean, Rescaminator is the deck to beat, and I feel like that's the litmus test of the format. If you can't beat Rescaminator, you're probably not playing Legacy very well.
Yeah.
They pivot really good with reanimating my creatures.
Yeah, Douthie Voidwalker.
Right, they'll go after my stuff. Like, I could grief them, but now my grief is in my graveyard. Leyline doesn't take care of my graveyard, so they just go after my Douthie, my grief, et cetera, et cetera. So.
At our big 3K here, Legacy of the North and ETB in July, it was actually interesting. We had a Rescaminator player playing against Mono Black Helm. I don't know if you saw it, and he actually reanimated the other player's Douthie Voidwalker, had a helm as well, and then helmed the helm player to death.
That.
And it was
That's something.
it was Edgar as well. And then we were all like, oh my goodness, he's going to helm the helm player, and it happened. And it was pretty epic, I have to say.
Wow.
And that was the highlight. I think in your highlight as well of today was kind of these goblins not attacking, unfortunately, like within like the piece of that, but also you dealt with the board so well at the beginning. Rabble Master at the beginning.
I know. I was like, I've got the force for this.
Yeah, you do. The force as well. I was like, wow, this is perfect, right? Dealt with it as well. So it'll be interesting to see. And
mark my words, I think Force of Despair is definitely going to be on a lot of people's radar because of Eldrazi, mostly. I think any deck that can dump their hand that early with Flesh Raker and just build up a board state out of nowhere, you're going to need something like, Force of Despair or Toxic Deluge, some kind of board wipe just to deal with that. Otherwise, they're going to run away with the green.
Oh, yeah.
So I feel like dealing with a Rabble Master right off the bat was kind of a fringe benefit for that card.
Huge.
Yeah, no, it was great.
Yeah.
Great.
And, looking at towards the end of August, there are talks about Grief getting banned. There's even talks about Psychic Frog as well. How do you think your deck will pose against the new meta? Let's say Grief gets banned. Let's not talk about Psychic Frog, right?
Yeah.
Like that's a whole other thing, but the initial thoughts is Grief. How do you think your deck would then solve?
Yeah, it's a touchy subject.
I bet it's kind of probably your best matchup almost.
Honestly, yeah. I think it's unfortunate because if Grief does get banned, which I feel like it has every reason to, it's not going to be because of my deck. It's going to be because of Rescaminator. My deck, unfortunately, is going to lose a lot of the legs and defensive mechanisms that it had because of Grief and Culling the Weak, as I did just now. So we're going to have to pivot. Probably back to Beseech the Mirror.
Yeah, they were running those packages, right?
Maybe the new Necro Dominance card is going to have a home in this list. I don't know. It just doesn't feel good when you're necroing for 5 when you want to be necroing for like 19 and just winning on the spot. So we'll see. But there's going to be a lot of changes. So,
the whole format, right? It's been in Legacy's players' minds as well, right?
Sure.
So it'll be interesting to see what comes up and all that. So, thanks very much, Ron. Good luck in the rest of your games, and appreciate you coming out. And sit tight, everybody. We're going to actually have a deck tech coming up with Steve here. So stick around. We'll see you later. first started, welcome back everybody to the Legacy of the North Invitational here at Enter the Battlefield in Newmarket. My name is Will.
I'm Steven.
And we are your commentators for today. We have just started round 2. We have Sia versus Daniel. And we have Delver, I think?
Yes.
Versus, what is our other deck?
Looks like it's a 4-color control or beans.
Beans, 4-color beans. So make sure you grab your popcorn, grab your beans, whatever kind of cooking you're wanting to do for this game, because this one's going to be a long one. We're going to see one player grab a lot of their beans and then just sit there as they control it, as our Delver player, without Delver, tries to kind of kill him. And do you think there's any favored deck in this position here?
I think if Sia can like get Daniel stumbled on mana a little bit, then he has a good chance. If not, then obviously the mid-rangey game the longer the game goes, obviously is more in the control deck's favor. So yeah, it's up to Sia to see if he can craft a hand that's early on disruption, like a lot of wastelands or dazes, stuff like that. So
it'll be interesting to see. I guess we'll see if Sia gets there for this piece. And looks like we're rolling dice off the table. A nice strong 6 versus a 5. Okay, and it looks like probably our control player. Oh no, they both rolled 11. Wow. It'll be interesting to see now, within these listed, much change within our new Modern Horizons. I think Sia's running our favorite, Psychic Frog.
Favorite?
Yeah, our favorite.
Yeah. He also has some Tamios, the flip Tamio as well. And that's been proven, initially I thought it might be kind of a little bit mediocre. Because, it attacks, but it's an 0-3. Right?
Yeah, it doesn't do damage.
And then it also makes a clue, but then you have to, pay 2 to draw a card.
That seems bad.
Yeah.
I like at the initial thought.
Yeah, exactly. Initial thought, it seems kind of mid.
Yeah.
But it's turned out to be kind of a lot stronger than usual.
Yeah.
Right? And especially against these like control decks where, if they don't deal with it, you just accumulate cards over time.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's how you catch up.
Yeah, and looks like we've started here. On the left-hand side, we have Sia, right? On the right-hand side, we have our Beans player, or our control.
Yes.
So.
Oh, there we go. We have Wasteland.
Wasteland. Do you think fires us off right away? Get stifled.
There we go.
Lorien reveal.
Okay,
a great addition. A couple cards came out of this set, right? The Lord of the Rings set.
Oh yeah, like the Ring, Bowmasters, and then all the Land Cyclers, especially the blue and black ones. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Troll and
the Troll.
Yes.
Triple Menace.
Yes.
Triple Menace. Oh my goodness. So, yeah, it's another very powerful set. Looks like getting a basic here. Do you think that's the right play to here?
It depends on what his hand is. If his hand has like more like non-basics, then I'm okay with getting the basic. Because you still I'm pretty sure he has Leyline Binding. So if you get the basic and you don't have a lot of other lands in hand, then it's just you can't cast it, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be hard.
Yeah, but I mean it's also kind of nice to get the basic so you can kind of protect yourself from more for future wastelands.
Yeah. Ponder, Island Ponder, go.
Yeah.
The classic legacy. First turn didn't even matter for either player.
Yeah, but I find that these type of ponders to be the hardest because you don't know what exactly you need right now. Right?
That's true.
So like Sia's only shown you Wasteland, could be any deck.
Yeah.
Right? Could be like green lands, could be green white depths, could be like just there's a whole slew of like decks that just play Wasteland, right?
Yeah.
So right now, obviously you want turn 1 ponder, but this is the hard part about ponder. Like do you know what you want?
Playing against,
I don't know, right? So that's a challenge as a blue player.
And especially when I think we were talking about too, right? It's not an open deck list, right? So they may know what each other is playing because if one of them finished the match earlier, right? But they may not, right? They're kind of playing in the blind, and I think just Sia from seeing the Tundra, right, would kind of know, right? And the Lorien reveal, right, is okay, I'm probably going to be playing against something here. Okay, Tamio, and that's the kind of card we were talking about, right? It's a 1-drop 0-3 flying, makes a clue when it attacks, right?
Yes.
So. And what does it flip? How do you flip this card here? You can just turn the card over and it works?
No. Once you draw your 3rd card in a turn, then the flip trigger happens.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's fairly easy to do that in Legacy because of this one card called Brainstorm.
I've heard that card.
1 mana blue instant, draw 3 cards, put 2 back on top of your library, so that 1 card can flip Tamio.
Yeah.
Right? And when Tamios flip, she's a monster.
yeah, she is. And looks like our Beans player here is really just getting their basics here, trying to play around maybe more Wastelands later. No green mana yet, so we're not going to see a Bean.
Yeah.
But I wonder what the play will be. He does have a Plow and a Solitude in hand. Probably just get rid of this cameo. As you were saying, like incremental value. That just sounds really good in this matchup.
Yes, yeah, for sure. It seems weird to get rid of an 0/3 creature, but if he doesn't have like a Leyline Binding and it flips, like,
Yeah.
oh my goodness, it gets like real bad real fast.
Yeah. It looking at our Beans player's hand too, it looks they have an Uro in hand too. That could be nice to play, and a Wasteland. Oh,
Wow, that is greedy.
This looks. They're playing Wastelands in this 4-color.
Yeah, that is greedy. And there's one life from below the list. That's
Oh,
why.
okay, that's why. Yeah,
Okay.
that makes sense.
But that is very greedy because you're a 4-color deck, and then this is a colorless land.
yeah, that's not gonna do it. Float a blue. Cast. Oh, Stifle. Yes, we see it. Okay. Is he fighting over this?
I'm not sure if it's worth the fight. I'm not sure if Daniel
don't think
knows what exactly like his opponent's on, but I would assume it'd be a Delver deck based on Tameo.
Yeah.
I have
He is gonna fight.
I have seen control decks also run the Tameo, so he might think that it's a bug control deck. But
This seems. I don't know. Like I don't play this deck as much as these guys, right? But to get rid of the Uro right within it, this seems like a lot to fight over.
Well, I mean-
okay, they are fighting. They
Yeah.
are fighting.
yeah, there we go. I'm not sure if it's worth it or not, but I guess Sia doesn't have another land in his hand, so
Uro, I feel like is very strong in this matchup.
yes, yeah.
Wow.
Wow, that is
Okay, that was this is the Legacy of the North Invitational here. We are fighting for our underground seas.
Yeah.
This
What
is
else is in his hand? The Leyline Binding?
Leyline
Okay.
Binding, Solitude, and it looks like a Volk.
Yeah, I can see why he pitched
An Uro for it
an
then?
Earl because there's no green source, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. He doesn't have the green for it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking here that
Yeah, so imagine if like the Wasteland was like fetch land, you can get a green source. Obviously,
That'd be good.
That'd probably be the better play.
Yeah.
I'm assuming the reason why he fought over the Stifle is because his mana is bad, so he needs to slow the game down as much as possible.
yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm just gonna drop a
there
Murktide.
we go. Only a 5/5, so
Yeah.
it's not too bad.
Does have the response? I don't think he can cast this Leyline Binding anytime soon, right?
No,
Like,
but he does have Solitude and a
Yeah.
white card, so it's not the greatest.
no green
No.
is really. That Wasteland is almost looking pretty hurtful.
Well, I mean, a Wasteland. Well, I mean, his Tundra got wasted.
Yeah.
So it looks like he never had the green to begin with. Maybe the Ponder was meant to find a green source,
Yeah.
but this is all after the fact, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So
We're
it's
looking
very
at it from-
hard to tell.
Yeah. And 3 mana Binding. Days. Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
There we go.
This is
This is what these tempo style decks want to do, right?
wow. This feels really good for Sia right now.
Oh yeah, for sure. And again, this is how he needs to keep applying pressure. Like if he finds another Wasteland, get rid of Volcanic, right?
Yeah.
And then what are you gonna do as a control deck with just like 2 basics?
Yeah, exactly.
right?
2 basics, no green, right, to show for it.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Like he fetched he used the fetch land to get a basic island and the Lorien Reveal to get a basic basic. Fetch land got a basic plains. Lorien got a basic island, and now he can't cast spells and has a hard time casting spells in his deck, right?
Yeah.
All to play around Wasteland. So I think at some time you just need to be
Accept it.
cognizant, and it's like I'm gonna die to Wasteland, but I need to play Magic.
Yeah, exactly.
so-
He didn't shuffle off the Ponder there afterwards, too.
Must mean it's a good card.
Yeah, must mean it's a good card and draws it, too. He brainstormed on and then pondered, no shuffle. Okay.
Yeah.
Has the mana, still doesn't have enough for a Solitude, so he's going to take another whack in the face here by this flying dragon boy.
Yeah, at least only 5.
Yes,
right?
only 5. Thank goodness it's not 8, right, or 7 here.
Yeah.
So, I think this will be an interesting change. I don't know if he has another land in hand so he can hard cast the Solitude, but even then,
I
does
think
he
his
have
hand is Solitude Beans.
yeah, that's right, Solitude Beans. Okay, he drew the
there we
green
go.
source.
Okay.
So is he?
Now if he taps out,
He's dead to days.
yeah, exactly.
Oh man, he's gonna do it on his turn.
Oh,
Let's
Sia.
see. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay. He's gonna
okay.
look for it. I think Sia knows this is pretty desperate.
Oh,
Desperate time.
Main deck Pyroblast. Okay.
That's interesting.
Okay. Well, I mean, this is everyone's kind of afraid of Scaminator and Frog type decks, right?
Yeah.
So I was saying to friends earlier on, you can't use damage-based removal anymore, and then so you have to use destroy effects.
Yeah.
And if you're expecting a lot of blue, you know, it's
This
good.
is it?
Yeah, you might want to main deck some Pyroblasts.
Yeah. Okay. Lightning bolted afterwards, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Looks like.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. DRC.
Yeah.
Another great.
Oh,
what?
okay.
He had another Murktide? Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Wow, this time's an 8/8. So one. Yeah. One turn lethal. Let's go.
Yeah. Can you kill my big flying dragon?
Yeah.
Was it a lightning bolt or was it a pyroblast or DRC?
I think his hand. Oh.
Maybe we're wrong about it
maybe
because
we were,
I think
yeah.
here, it's pyroblast is the sideboard.
Okay.
I think I just read the card wrong. So apologies on that.
Yeah, maybe I thought the DRC was a Pyroblast.
Yeah,
but,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. Okay, looks like a ponder, shuffle, draw. You know, the pressure's on our
Rule
Beans
spell.
player. Yeah, I
Rule
think he
spell
does
bust.
have Beans.
Yeah, so you can cast it and get another card, right?
Yeah,
Cycle?
have another look.
Oh.
Yeah, he's gonna need it.
Yeah, so that's just to thin out the deck to make sure when he casts the Beans, one less land for him to find.
Yep. Mystical
Oh,
tutor.
okay.
Oh, okay, this
Get the plow.
works.
Get the plow.
Yeah. Mystical.
Excellent.
Mystical Sanctuary. So I think what this card says, it comes in the battlefield tapped unless you have 3 islands.
Other islands.
Other islands. So it
Yeah.
doesn't count itself, another island. I remember when this card was printed, it was like, oh my goodness, it's kind of wild. And then puts an instant or sorcery on top of your deck, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So he's
On
going
top
to
of your
put
deck, yeah.
Plow on
Yeah.
top and then cast Beans.
Beans.
Wow, good.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, he
Survived.
lives another day.
Yeah. Good
Good.
job.
Yeah, you know, I thought he was going to need to.
Well, he needed to find an answer and he got
Yeah,
it. Right?
that's perfect.
Yes.
And has Beans in play. The staple of this. Oh my goodness,
now
Frog.
it's Frog and well, I mean, right now Frog isn't the greatest because he only has 1 card in hand, but
Yeah,
yeah.
But still, I
any,
think-
any pressure is good, and then yeah,
any piece. So pressure zone, but maybe our control player. I think he only has 1 card, right? Passes.
yes. Yeah.
We'll see
And
how
don't-
much-
Don't know what he drew, but
Yeah.
yeah. This Psychic Frog, if it's unchecked, you know, it just wins games.
Yeah,
Yeah.
attack. Yeah, I wonder how much pressure C is like thinking, right? You know, he draws a card of Psychic Frog, wild card. Psychic Frog says what, Steve?
Oh yes, it's 2. So blue, black, 1/2. Discard, and when it has ability, discard a card, get +1/+1 counter on it, and then you can exile 3 cards from your graveyard and gains flying till end of turn.
That's pretty good.
Yes.
And this card has been a namesake in most decks nowadays, right? So it looks like he has Days in hand. Frog's going to eat a Plow here.
Yeah, and I think though it's just does he want to pitch a card to gain more life? But I don't think that's a
He's at 31, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty good. I feel like it.
yeah. Or yeah, no, I don't think there's.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
he has to.
But I think you just let it go. Unless I can't tell what's in his hand.
I
but
think Sia had a Daze, but that's not going to do much against
No.
5 other mana here. Like maybe he's worried about something else, but. And that was, I guess, on the upkeep there, and he drew another Daze, looks like it, just in for 1. And the Exile's really good, too, because it doesn't put it in the graveyard to make another type. What are you getting
Yes.
rid of here? Green Source?
No, I think the red source is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the green only supports usually only supports like the beans and,
Oh,
and
okay.
the Uro,
Uro,
right? But
yeah.
the red is if you're playing red, it's usually for Fourth Lingus. And if
Guess what he drew?
I mean,
It happens.
yeah, it's 50-50, right?
Yeah,
So,
exactly. No, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You see,
he
like
drew-
when it gets to this type of mid game, it's more
Yeah.
Daniel favored because it's just next turn or Earl's going to come back.
Yeah.
And then like it's going to be rough times for Sia, right?
Yeah.
Especially when he's stuck with like with reactive cards where he can't even like shoot like cast spells to trigger to surveil for Dragon Rage Channel.
Yeah, this is looking pretty tough. He has Triumph from St. Catherine, I think, in hand too. Force Negation.
Oh, did that not get Miracle?
No, he drew it off of the Uro last
I
turn.
see, I see.
So it looks like he's gonna just cast this binding on Dragon Rage, stem the bleeding that's happening here, and
It's still it's still 3 mana to cast. Yeah. Wow.
cast.
No, I think it's just draw a card and then get rid of the threat. you
Yeah.
know, it's-
That's good. This
Yeah.
is, and
Very
he
good.
drew the 3rd Plow. Oof.
wow.
So even if it's, yeah, this is looking pretty locked up now. I was gonna say Sia looks pretty in control here, but not. This.
Well, I mean, Daniel drew very well, right?
Yeah.
He drew very. Oh, and
Okay, the green's gone now.
green's gone. Oh, and he didn't have 2 greens, so
Yeah.
he wasn't able to escape Earl anyways. But now you're. Yeah.
You're at the mercy of Brainstorm now, right? I feel like Brainstorm would just be a good card. You can put the Triumph, right? Try to miracle
Yes.
it in, right? Eventually, and
I mean, it's only 5 mana, so he just needs to draw 1 land and you can
that's
hard cast
true.
it.
Yeah. yeah.
Right? Obviously,
Fair and
like,
balanced.
obviously, like you probably don't want to do that because opponent's a Daze deck. Mm-hmm. So,
You rather cast it for 2.
yeah.
It's pretty good. So we'll kind of see what.
Yeah, it's pretty much. Oh, and there's another plow in hand, so it's firmly so this game's firmly in Daniel's control. It's just he needs to figure out a way to finish the game, so there's enough time to go to like at least 3 games if it comes down to that.
Yeah, exactly.
Right,
And that's the thing. These guys are still playing against the clock right now, right?
Yes.
So we're not in top 8 yet, where they can play forever.
Yeah, and I mean, like, if I was Sia, like, if I see a threat come down, I'd probably just want to scoop and go to next games because you just want time to finish games.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, he is running one of these Triomes.
Well, yeah, I think you have to if you're running ley.
4, yeah.
If you're running Leyline Binding, right? It is kind of free with all these fetch lands. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, and the 4th Arrow Lingus. There we go. Is that the Grixis Triome?
Yes, I want to say yes.
Okay.
Is he going to cast it here?
Yeah, into a Daze.
Yeah, fully into a daze. Does it still? So 4th Aerolingus, how does it read? It's. Does he still get Monarch?
Yeah.
Even
no.
off the cast.
No, because it didn't resolve.
Okay.
But he does draw a card because of
the
of
beans.
yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for a 4th Arrow Lingus is X white red, and then if it resolves, you make X 2/2 night tokens with haste.
Oh,
and
okay.
Then if it connects, you gain the Monarch. So it has to
Oh,
attack
okay.
and deal combat damage.
Okay, just doesn't give it to you right away.
Right,
Okay,
right.
that's fair. That's fair. Ponder, another Ponder here. Really, this is looking like it's starting to be more solidified here, but we'll kind of see.
Yeah.
Looks like keeping it on top. That's always a scary feeling. Mm-hmm. Just a land here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the mana base has been attacked a lot this game, right? I think
Yep.
he's done 2 wastelands.
Oh, there we
Mark
go.
Tide. Oh,
Okay.
this thing's gonna be massive.
Yes. And I don't think he plays anything that like cares about graveyard other than Life from the Loam, right? So it's pretty much anything. Yeah.
He's gonna make it an 8/8.
Yeah.
Yeah, get rid of all these plows. I think he's probably only running 1 Mystic Sanctuary as a land,
Yes.
right? So,
Yeah.
he's not going to be getting any of those
And
back.
it goes back. Exactly. Yeah. This
So-
is probably to death now.
Yeah, this is looking.
And it's a
pretty tough.
4-turn clock,
Yeah, exactly.
right?
So-
And then there's still a plow in hand for like a potential blocker.
plow and solitude. Yeah,
Yeah.
and
This deck just has a lot of removal, and there's still like Supreme Verdicts and Wrath of the Skies. Ugh.
yeah, plays a Psychic Frog. He's going to say, "Yeah, sure,
Yeah.
I'll kill this." Yeah, this is.
I mean, I don't think you even need to deal with it. You just attack.
Yeah, yeah. If he's going to exile his graveyard, right?
Yeah.
By all means, you can go for that.
Yeah.
And then you just kill it on the swing back, right? So, this is looking like it's pretty wrapped up here. So,
Yeah, even if Sia draws his own Murktide, it's not even going to be as big as Daniel's.
yeah.
So this is if it was me, I would just concede this game and move on to the next just for time concerns, right?
Yeah. Take it. Yeah, kind of exactly what we were talking about. So
Unless there's something in Sia's deck that he thinks like can get him out of this, but
he's running 1 Brazen Borer.
yeah, 1 Brazen Borer and just comes down the next turn,
Yeah.
and then Unholy Heat doesn't hit for 8 health. Yeah,
Yeah, this is pretty.
unless like a Double Bolt doesn't do it. It's
Yeah, this looks rough. And I think there's still an Uro in the graveyard too, right? And he has the double green now, right, with the Savannah.
Yes.
So, that's just another engine of pure value going to be coming out here, and another huge threat too. So, yeah, this is looking pretty wrapped up now. I'm a big Sia fan. Sia actually did really well at the 3K here at ATB in July. He was playing the same deck as well. I don't think he lost a match the entire day, and split at the top as well, right?
Okay,
at the
okay.
end.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's just a very solid player. In
Yes.
general. I mean, whenever he comes to the weeklies, I see his results. He's always 3-0ing.
Yep.
For the past couple months. And I mean, I met him when we were playing in Canadian Highlander.
Oh, what a great format!
Yeah, and he is very, very good at that format too, right?
Yes.
So it obviously the power level translates.
Yes.
Right? Because so. yeah, if you're good in Canadian Highlander, you're going to be pretty decent in Legacy as well.
Yeah, I've played a lot against him in Modern, Canadian Highlander as well. Somehow I got an invitational to the Canadian Highlander that ETB runs.
Sweet.
It's from 1-3-0 I did, and I was like, oh, I thought I'd be commentating. It looks like I'm playing now, so I'm looking forward to that too. But Sia's still grinding it out here. There's an Uro, there's an 8/8 Murktide on the board here.
Yeah.
But this is looking pretty wrapped up, you know,
Yes.
for
Agreed. I
looking
agree.
at game 2 here, right? Like,
Yeah.
you know, he's going to play it out. I think Sia's the kind of guy that will play it out almost to the very end.
That's fair. I mean, he probably wants like as much information as possible, right?
Mm-hmm.
See like what else is Daniel might show him.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is valid, you know. But as to the sideboard games, you know, just you're probably bringing in like all the Price of Progress, all the the Red Blast, Pyro Blast, whichever versions.
Yeah.
You know, maybe even surgical extractions because you want to get rid of the Uros,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah, try to get rid of those. It looks like, yeah, okay, he's scooping
we
here.
go.
I think he was trying to unholy heat the Uro here.
Yeah.
And then, you know,
maybe block with the frog and then unholy heated afterwards.
Yeah,
But
or try to draw with the frog. Who knows, right? But in the end, I think he's realizing, okay, I'm probably just dead here,
yeah,
right?
because
As you were mentioning.
there's still an Uro attacking, gaining life, drawing
Yeah.
cards. It's very rough.
So game 1 to our Beans player there. Looks like he cooked something up pretty good. He got over that early game and around those wastelands. So well played, and we'll kind of see what the players do here.
I see the counterbalances came in.
Ooh.
So that's seems kind of weird because it mainly only stops like brainstorms and ponders. There's not a lot of
Swords maybe as well.
yeah. Maybe, but then the deck doesn't have a lot of that many ones. Like all of his threats are like 2s and 3s and expels, right?
Yeah, I was about to say, and then our Murktide as well here. So counterbalances.
I guess
Pyroblast for sure, as you're mentioning, right?
Yeah.
So would you bring in a surgical extraction here too?
I would,
Yeah.
because you just once Earl, you can't beat recurring Earl.
Yeah.
Right.
And Triumph, right? You can hit Triumph on the trigger. Is that right?
No, because
you
it
can't.
goes to hand, and then the miracle trigger happens. So, it's
okay.
cast from hand.
Yeah.
It's not cast from library because it's the first card you draw, and then the miracle trigger you reveal it.
Oh, okay.
It's just.
But when it dies, instead of it going in the deck, right? You can surgical in response to the trigger. Is
Yes.
It? Okay,
yes.
that's it. Okay, yeah. So there we go. But maybe bringing that into. So looks like a couple cards he may be bringing in.
Yeah.
In regards to our Grixis player, what would you take out though?
Probably the lightning. The unholy heats.
Unholy
'Cause
heats,
they
maybe?
seem kind of mid. I
Yeah.
mean, they do take care of the solitudes, but then it doesn't hit anything else.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say that, you know, keep the unholy heats because at least it hits for 6. If you so if the Murktide's kind of like, you know, 5/5/6 it, you can still kill it, but Bolt doesn't do that.
Yeah.
So you could cut the bolts. I could see that.
Stifle.
I like the stifles, but the one of is kind of like.
It's kind of there. It feels like it,
Yeah,
right? Like
exactly.
it's not a package.
Yeah, if anything, I might want to get rid of Force of Negation because it doesn't feel like this is a Force of Negation matchup. Even though there is a lot of there's a lot of non-creature spells in the control deck, but it's like it doesn't feel like this is what you want to keep 2 for winning,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
right? Like this is
It felt like a big play when they're fighting over that wasteland
wasteland,
piece,
yeah.
right? Like, you know, they both force of willed, exiling a card, right?
yeah.
But in the end, like it still didn't matter, right, for that piece. So it's an interesting way of it.
Yeah, this is a difficult sideboarding.
Yeah, I wonder.
But you see, like I think I saw a stifle as you were shuffling. So
Okay, so he did keep it in there. That makes sense. So
Yeah.
I wonder about our 4-color beans here. What are they bringing in?
They were bringing the blast. So
Yeah.
the Hydro Blast, the Pyro Blast for sure.
Did you bring in endurance?
I think just as another beater, you would
Yeah.
do it. Yeah. You probably wanted
Carpet of flowers. That seems pretty.
yes.
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah.
that's how you get around days, which is fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Surgicals might not be bad, but I feel like it's too niche as
No,
well,
it's,
right?
it's,
Like,
it's mainly like for I think it's mainly for
grief.
opposing opposing like control decks.
Okay.
Like if your opponent has an Uro, you also need to get rid of it.
Yeah,
That
sure.
kind
You
of
don't want to
stuff.
be just kind of Uroing
Yeah,
each
yeah.
other the entire time, right? So
Yeah, I mean, like I don't think surgical is very good against if it's for Rescaminator. I don't think it's that good because
Yeah.
you just go grief take it.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's like
Right,
like,
like
and I'm gonna
unless you have
reanimate.
two in your hand.
Yeah, then you're like, take one.
Yeah, but then it's
Yeah, it's still pretty tough here. So game 2, round 2, here at Enter the Battlefield, our Legacy of the North Invitational here in Newmarket, Ontario, Canada. You know, we've been here. We saw some great round 1, and round 2 is just as great so far. And we'll see if we get just a hype match, and you know, we'll see what these guys are wanting to keep here. So, I think Sia is on a mulligan, unless he's been shuffling for the last 4 minutes. And it could be that, I
these
have to
guys
say.
sideboard actually fairly fast because I think we weren't even kind of done discussing it and they already finished sideboarding.
Yeah.
So these guys know their decks in and out.
That's good, and that's what's great about kind of this invitational as well. A lot of these guys have been grinding points, right, to get here.
Yeah.
I think you were even able to potentially participate, Steve, right? Like
Yeah.
you had enough points, right? You were grinding this season a bit, and you know I know Sia was, and some of the other players too. So it's great to see some really high level competitive magic that's happening here today.
Oh,
so
he
it's
left
good.
in the bolts. Okay.
Okay, he did leave bolts. Looks like keeping Wasteland, Force of Will.
Yeah. Ooh, no pressure.
Doesn't yeah,
okay.
it doesn't look like any creatures in hand though.
Yeah. I mean, that's what happens sometimes, right?
Yeah.
I think they only do run like 14 creatures, maybe. So
Yeah, there aren't too many threats here.
yeah. Oh.
Oh wow, just land pass, land pass.
Okay. It's gonna
Okay,
be
first non-basic here.
yeah.
I wonder what he's getting. Is he gonna just jam a? If he has a beans here, he might be jamming it right away.
I mean, if I don't see I don't see the need for it
Yeah.
because your opponent's not doing anything.
Why do
so
it?
why play in today's?
Yeah, yeah, especially when you're on the play too, or sorry, on the draw, right?
Yeah.
So they're gonna still keep in their dazes in this instant, right? So, yeah, no, that's a good point here. We'll
Yeah.
see.
I mean, like he obviously probably wants to do something because he's fetching right now, right? Oh, cast carpet flowers.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Carpenter Flowers.
Oh, there we go.
Great card.
There we go. Dazes are no longer live.
And Carpenter Flowers reads, what is it? It's something to do with islands, is it?
Yeah. So basically, it's one green. It's a green enchantment, and then at the beginning of each, so you can choose to activate this on the beginning of either your main phase or your post combat second
Okay.
main phase. So only once, but you can do it on that one or the other one.
Okay.
Right? And then you can if you do trigger it, you get mana equal to the number of islands your opponent controls, and you can choose the color.
So any color.
So right now, if Sia has 2 islands, you can get like 2 black, 2 red, 2 white, 2 green, etc.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's really
But you
good.
can't mix a match.
Okay, yeah, just one of it.
Yeah.
But that's really good because I'm probably, certain, and I could be wrong, that every land that Sia has that isn't a fetch is probably an island as
Yes,
well. Yeah.
exactly.
So that's gonna,
Yeah,
I guess
this is essentially ramp, right? Mm-hmm. Essentially ramp for Daniel.
yeah, that's really good too.
Yeah.
And-
So yeah. Well, right now
still-
because it's not generating anything because Sia hasn't cracked it in his fetch lands. But as soon as Sia plays a spell, it's going to start ramping him up, right?
Yeah.
And then again, he doesn't need to do anything. He can just cast Ponder, or we can just do nothing.
Yeah, I'm
Right?
surprised even the brainstorm right now.
Yeah.
But maybe trying to look for, sculpting that hand a bit better here too. Maybe looking for a fetch land to shuffle away some of cards right now. I don't think he got a fetch though. But he does have the Lorien Revealed, I think, in his hand, so he can shuffle
Yeah.
this brainstorm.
I think his hand is fine as well.
Yeah.
Like there were 2 plows in there. Oh, just no planes, but
Yeah. Oh, this feels tough. I think Sia's looking for some type of threat, but he doesn't want to even play anything right now too because
Yeah.
of the carpet, right? So
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, it's one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't moments, right?
Yeah.
You don't do anything, then I'm just going to cast my spells, and you're going to sooner or later you're going to have to crack your
Do
lands. And then Daniel's just going to get ramped.
He does have the Life from the Loam too in his hand.
Oh yeah, I mean that's only that's fine, but he's not short on lands, right?
Yeah, that's fair. And the Wasteland too, right, isn't going to prove to be much of an issue, right, later on in the game. And
Yeah, this is fine. I mean, whatever.
you can get those.
as you don't. I don't know the Force of Negations came, but that's the only good target for it.
Yeah, really, right? So it can, get exiled and then, go from there. Wow, just passes, draw pass.
Yeah, this is when like Daniel's like, where's my threat? Where's my threat? Right? Mm-hmm. This is.
Wait, did he not play land?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought he just passed the turn after drawing. I was like, that seems wrong.
Yeah.
But
and then Uro. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
yeah, you can't do anything. You just have to let it happen.
Yeah, and then next turn is gonna be like you're just gonna dredge just to fuel the graveyard.
Yeah.
And then next turn you get the Uro back. And
Yeah.
that's yeah.
Wow, this is this looks tough for our Grixis player here.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure he even has islands in hand, right? He has the Underground Sea we saw, but he's not going to play it.
Yeah. Well, he's not gonna play until you have to, but then I think you just, it's again, you have to play spell sooner or later, or else you're gonna die.
Yeah.
And he has to because he knows the Uro's
there.
coming out next turn.
Yeah, and he can Life from the Loam, right? He can put 3 cards in the graveyard here.
Yeah, exactly.
Exile or
It's
even
coming,
then
yeah.
escape. So.
Yep. It's coming in.
Oh goodness.
So he needs to do something.
We'll see kind of what his plan is here. Does he play DRC here?
I think I saw a Murktide. Not Murktide. I saw a Psychic Frog, right?
Psychic Frog?
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta play something.
Yeah.
You gotta play something here. And
Daniel's like, whatever, 2 plows
Oh.
and also other stuff.
yeah.
You don't even need to. You just make him commit to like if he want to discard some cards, then you plow it, and then the game's even more over, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So as Daniel, you don't even do anything. Oh, you should have Life from Alone so you can cast Uro.
yeah, exactly.
But other than that, I'm pretty sure he feels like it's already over, so he doesn't want to do anything.
Just
like
play it a
that.
bit slow, right? See how he reacts, right? Maybe to it. So
And he's making mana, so it's party time.
yeah, party time here. Yeah, we're gonna make a lot.
It's party time. And there's also a red card. I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
Maybe it's
I
a
was just
blast.
thinking a blast, maybe. I'm not too
Probably a
sure.
red blast.
So making 2, unbeknownst to us, colored mana.
Yeah.
Maybe green.
Maybe green.
Let's hope it's green.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah. It dies.
I think this might just be like I'm throwing it, so it's like a spell it fuels the graveyard for Uro. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, it really does. I think it is
so
a blast.
Yeah.
I think it's a blast.
It's a spellbook pyroblast, right?
One of the many printings of a card.
Yeah.
One of the 13 different printings of it.
Yeah.
Kind of get a good look here of what else is in the deck. It looks like he's thinking about escape is what 5 cards I want to say for Uro,
Yes.
is it?
Yes.
So I think
he has enough.
Is enough, but you get rid of your Life from the Loam, which seems. Oh well, he could fetch again.
Yeah.
Which you don't want to get rid of the Life from the Loam. Yeah, you're getting rid of some of these lands here, but
Yeah, which is
it
why
doesn't matter.
Which is why you should have just loamed.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
Dredge,
okay.
Dredge
Yeah.
3, but I think kind of exactly what you're saying, Steve. He feels like this game's handedly in his hands.
Yeah.
Brainstorm,
Brainstorm, okay. Yeah.
and has the fetch as well.
Oh my goodness, just more. Oh my goodness.
What a triumph for yeah, this,
Next turn to Triumph. If he doesn't fetch, Triumph's coming up.
yeah, this is this is
brutal.
what Beans wants to do.
Yes.
This is what Beans wants to do here. And yeah, this looks unwinnable.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it didn't help that Sia didn't have a turn 1 threat.
Yeah.
But it also it got exacerbated by the carpet, the early carpet, right? It just made Sia not want to play Magic,
Yeah.
and that just plays into Daniel's hands. I mean, for Pitchforce, he's like, who cares? I have a Life from the Loam.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna dredge 3 and then cast it, dredge 3 again, and it's gonna
Yeah.
come back. Like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, and even
Right?
has like the Pyroblast I think in hand too, right? Like
Yeah.
and he's just gonna be like probably okay. I'm gonna fight over this probably, right?
Yeah.
And even if it doesn't, right, as you're saying, doesn't matter, right?
Yep.
Gonna dredge, put more things in the graveyard, right? Like this is looking.
Yeah. This is the control player dream.
Yeah, this literally is. We'll see. We'll see how much Sia wants to play this out afterwards.
I mean,
have to say.
it is game 2.
Yeah.
And then he did lose game 1, right? So
Yeah,
I
he wants to
figure
play.
I just want to try to get us, try to do as much as possible to try to win, right?
Yeah, exactly. And draws a land, puts another land in play.
Yeah.
7 mana next turn, 8 with the land in hand. 9-10 with Carpet.
Yeah.
He might cast an Ulamog.
or a fourth Erlingus,
Yeah,
just to end the
fourth
game.
Erlingus,
Just to end the game right away.
Brainstorm. Desperate Brainstorm.
Yeah.
Psychic Frog, Island, basically.
Oh,
it's an
that's
underground
so
sea,
many
but,
lands, so many lands.
just
That's-
more mana.
Yeah, that is not helpful.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah.
He does have the shuffle, but he just gives him
No,
another.
when you have so many lands in play, it's just I don't like even if you red blast it, it's just gonna come back. That's the problem. That's the best part about Uro, right? It's just it keeps coming back.
A consistent threat, and with this,
And CS in the colors that can't exile, or it can't exile creatures easily.
no.
Right, that's the problem.
Yeah, you can destroy it, absolutely,
Yeah.
but not exile, as you're mentioning, Steve. As we go through this game, there's 5 rounds. This is round 2, everybody, of our Legacy of the North Invitational. We have 32, I think 31 players. Someone did get a bye, I have to say, so maybe it's only 31 players. Either someone dropped or someone, their car broke down or your mom needed the car this morning, whatever it may have been. Maybe they were picking up the beans for the beans player here, knowing that the games would be long, but, we have a lot of Magic ahead of us, which is going to be a great event.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So even though CM may be out this game, there's still lots of Magic to be played.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, there's still 3 more rounds. He can still win the next 2 and probably draw in.
Yeah.
He's still playing a really good deck.
Yes.
It's just
He's not playing Goblins, so it's a good deck.
Yeah. I mean, game 1, Daniel pretty much drew the nuts. Needed an answer whenever he
Yep.
he got the answer whenever he needed it. So that and then this game just it happens.
Yeah.
And I mean this is also kind of disheartening to see because you get a Murktide and still smaller than the Uro.
Yeah, exactly. It's a 5/5, right?
No, yeah, it's a 5/5.
And he gave him how much mana next turn? 5 extra mana on the
4.
carpet?
Oh,
yeah,
5. My bad.
Five.
Yeah, there's 5 mana. Yeah.
11 mana next turn. 12 plus the 1 in hand.
Yeah.
Wow, this is. Yeah, you just got to play your outs, and I think that's what C is doing here, right?
Yes.
I don't think
Of course.
I don't think he's been playing wrong in the situation that
No,
he's
no,
been
no.
given, but double plow in hand is pretty good, and a ley line binding.
Yeah. No, it just Daniel had the really good draw.
Yeah.
And then Sia just had a mediocre start, right?
Yeah, and I think that's sometimes what happens with these decks sometimes too, right? You're not going to draw the threats that you need if you don't have a threat, right? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, you have some counter magic, but against a control deck like this, it's like, sure, I don't care.
Yeah.
We can both draw go. My deck's going to be better longer run, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, seeing this is, he's going to get the trial, make this Leyline Binding, cast 1 mana, and who do you it doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
See, like, who do you want to target? And then plow. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you concede here?
Probably. I mean, he only has 1 card. I'd probably concede, but then it's, some people say I concede too early.
Yeah, true. I never concede when I play Goblins, which is a terrible idea. In this instant, I'd be like, Ringleader will get me out. It's like, no, he doesn't. That's not a prismatic ending, is it?
No, it's just another Uro.
Another Uro.
Just to draw cards and play another land, gain life.
Legend rule. I'm going to keep the one that will stay.
Yes.
And then I will draw this land and play it.
Yeah.
Have a good feeling, man.
He can prismatic any for 5, because Carpet makes black.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He literally has it all.
Yeah.
It's okay, Sia drew probably a land here. No, a Force of Will. He can hard cast that.
Yes.
I think, he forgot to take his damage, passes.
Oh, that was a Price of Progress. Oh, okay. That's his out. But then it just means that Daniel,
Is Price of Progress 2 damage for every
for both
non-basic?
players? Yes. For each non-basic, take 2 damage, and for both players.
I think Sia dies. Doesn't he?
Yes, but
He
he
dies for-
could make a draw game. So if there's 15 lands out.
Oh, yeah. A draw game go to the next?
Yeah.
Yeah, Price. Oh, good game.
No, it was so it didn't matter. It didn't matter
because
that
Euro's
Euro gaining life.
Yeah,
it didn't
that's
matter.
right. Well played from both players. Good work to our Beans player. I want to say Sia battling it out.
Yeah, we saw the power of Uro.
Yes, saw the power
It's
of Uro.
not MH3, but still very good card.
Yes, Oko. It's part of the Oko realm
Yes.
of things, right?
Yeah.
We saw that card take over when it was around.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, amazing job from both players, I have to say there. Beans getting there. He did put in the. Wait, did he put in the
No,
surge
it looks like he didn't board in the blue blasts.
Oh, interesting. Kept the stifle though.
Or the
Price
red
of
blast, I mean.
progress.
Yeah. Oh, I guess he boarded in some, but not all.
Okay, not all. Interesting. But nonetheless, I think well played by both players. Game one was a bit more interactive, I say, than game two in that, right? Fighting over that wasteland, right?
Yep.
We had force of will, right? Trying to battle over this mana base, but not able to squeak it out. In game two, Carpet of Flowers, pretty good. So in a moment, we are going to be taking a break, everybody. And then we are going to have an interview with Daniel. I believe that's our Beans players. I think he's just got to clean up. He's got to make sure he washes the dishes after this, get his beans all together, and then he'll be right over here. So we'll be right back, everybody, for a little interview. So stick around. Legacy of the North tournament. Oh, we're not on? Now there's audio. Perfect. Welcome back to our Legacy of the North tournament, our Invitational. 32 players. 31, actually. Someone was not here. And we are excited. Round two just ended. I have Daniel here with me, the winner of our last match of round two. Daniel, what are you playing today?
So many people are calling it with so many different names. Actually, Ben was calling it Rainbow Beans.
Yeah?
I don't know that much. It's banned. It's hot banned. It's banned with red for Fortalingas.
Yeah.
Beans.
Beans. And, you know, I have to say, you kind of spilled the beans all over that last player. You, game one was pretty intense, I have to say. Game two seemed pretty solidified. How did you feel that matchup went?
Game two? I think game two was the one that I was feeling really comfortable, because as soon as I resolved Carpet and I was seeing my opponent playing just lands and not fetching because he didn't want me to get mana, and I also had Life from the Loan, so that was like, okay, I'm not gonna be dying because of Wasteland this time, so I just needed to keep drawing and removal. The deck has like a lot of removal, so I was feeling good.
You had like 3 plows or 2 plows in hand at one point. You saw a lot of removal, which is great versus that Grixis deck.
Yeah,
too.
exactly.
It felt like
that was the idea. The deck was doing exactly what it needed to do. And in game one, I was at 4 life, and I was like, I need to start doing something, and removal, and shit.
It got there, which was great. You know, there was that kind of that big play, it seemed like, around the Wasteland, the Stifle. Like, you fought over that. We were surprised, actually, that you fought over that Wasteland. Yeah, that Stifle so much. So
I mean, he wasted me first, and I wanted to try to get even.
Yeah.
Try to get him no flag, because I know if it's Grixis, he's playing the frog. And I didn't have a removal at that time. Like actually, when I started the game, because I didn't know what I was playing against.
Yeah, in the blind.
I think the hand was good, but it was not really good against Grixis.
Yeah.
And that's why you were seeing that I was receiving hit after hit after hit, and then when Murder resolved, I was like, shit, I'm gonna die.
Yeah, it looked pretty bad at one point, and then, you know, your deck kind of just started getting its talents in the Grixis deck, right? And then it just started kind of clawing back, and you had like removal spell after removal spell, right? And then it looked like solid, right? That was the thing, and it looked good.
That's what the deck's supposed to do. Like,
Yeah.
against Grixis, I mean, I'm not going to say that I'm going to win every time, but I feel
Why
good.
not?
I feel
Be
good.
that confident. Be that
No, I
confident.
really feel that confident.
So
I feel happy that I just break the curse, because usually whenever I play on camera, I lose.
oh.
I was hesitant to go to play though, because it's every time.
Every time, caster's curse. Well, we didn't curse you this time, right?
Yeah,
you know,
sure.
game two, solid in your hands, right? I have to say within that. And now, kind of looking at the rest of the field, round one, how did that go for you? What deck did you play against round one?
Round one, I played against Breakfast.
Breakfast
with Naru.
Ooh.
You know,
How was that?
it was tough, because yesterday we played the same game against the same player, and he crushed me.
Oh, wow.
And I didn't change much of my deck. It was the same plan, the same idea. And I believe game 1 he beat me. Game 2 I was able to control everything well.
Nice.
And game 3 we were not on time, but we were getting close to it.
I was going to say, your deck can go to time.
I was pressuring him like play fast because he was playing a little bit slow, and I was like trying to put him on my pace. And I was trying to play fast. And I was trying to control everything. There were a couple of times where I was like, I tapped. If he has the Teferi and the Cephalic, I'm dead.
Yeah, exactly.
But it didn't work.
yeah, that's good. And, I'm glad it paid off. And, a lot of people in Legacy, you played a lot of Legacy. I was actually mentioned we played it with each other way back in the day, right? But, thinking about a world of post-grief, how do you think your deck would do, or will do, maybe in a meta? You said you've been playing your deck since almost like last season of Legacy of the North. How do you think your deck will position itself without a world of grief in it?
It's like two scenarios. It's going to be like paper, scissors, like whatever that junkie pun.
Yeah.
Because I feel that it's going to be a fair game, probably a good game against Grixis, which is probably going to be like the second one to go on top. But I don't know how it's going to be against Eldrazi. I'm a little bit afraid of that deck.
Yeah, and we haven't seen any last time. I know at the 3K. Were you here at the 3K?
I was here.
Yeah, you were here at the 3K. Yeah. We saw a lot of Eldrazi that day, and I feel like, and as you're mentioning, it's right, Daniel. It could be a tough matchup, right? Like they just get all these new cards, that Modern Horizons that is printed, right? So it'll be interesting to see, and hopefully maybe you dodge those, right, matchups.
I don't think so, but I'm going to try.
Yeah, you're going to try the best that you can. So I think in a moment we might be going to our deck techs here. So, thanks, Daniel. Good luck in the rest of the matches, right? Thanks. I think you have 3 more rounds, and then hopefully you get in top 8. We'll see you there. And
hopefully this time.
And stay tuned in, everybody. We have a deck tech with Steve in just a moment here at Legacy of the North Invitational, Newmarket, Ontario.
All right, I'm Steven, this is Sia, and we're doing a deck tech.
Yep.
And so Sia, what deck are you running today?
I'm playing Grixis Delver. So
Delver with no Delver.
Delver with no Delver, yeah. But the same pattern of tempo. Played a broken Force of Will, Daze cards.
Okay.
So
Okay, so why did you choose this deck in particular? Because I know you've played other decks before, and you did fairly well. But what made you choose this particular deck?
This was my introduction to Legacy. I picked up Delver, so I just stuck with Delver. I was playing the Rug version of it with the Questing Druid before the Crazy Flag was printed.
Yes.
So, and I just switched over, and the deck is better than ever I played with it. So I'm relatively new to Legacy, so Delver seems fun. It's a good place to be.
Okay.
Yeah, the blue cards are good.
Okay. Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah.
Now I noticed that there is no Delver with this.
There is no Delver,
right?
Yeah.
So was this just replaced by Tamiyo, or was it like another reason why you were like, I didn't want? What's the reason why you didn't want to go Delver in the first place?
Yeah, I still am having a tough time deciding if it's a mistake or not, because it's not really a proactive threat as much, because it's not like aggressive.
It is a 0/3.
Yeah, exactly. But I have ultimated it numerous times, so I have replaced the Delver plan with the Tamiyo, and I'm playing 3 Murktides, which I think is normal, and with the 4 DRCs, 4 Frogs, and 1 of Brazen Barber. So it does lower the number of proactive threats you can have, but it is excellent in the Delver mirrors. It's good against blue-black scam. Just as soon as you flip it, it's a huge clog for your opponent to go through. It doesn't fight on the same axis of like killing them with damage, but it is still very good. So yeah, I'm not playing any Delvers. I'm playing any odd choices. I'm playing Unholy Heats.
Okay.
Ideally, I would say currently, because every deck is playing Psychic Frog, I would tend to want to play more Fatal Pushes instead in main board, but I only have 2 Underground Seas, so I did not want to splash for Fatal Push, so I'm playing a 1 of Basic. But yeah, just normal Delver stuff. Unholy Heat is my replacement for Fatal Push, as I said.
Yeah.
And a 1 of Stifle, just to scare your opponents. It's I don't know.
The first one is the best one, right?
Yeah,
because they'll respect it. They'll try to respect the future ones, and you're like, haha, play around.
And then it's the first card I sideboard out.
Yeah.
So yeah, pretty normal main board. I guess I'm playing 1 of Basic. I think most decks are playing 3 Undergrounds, 3 Volcanics. It is pretty decent in the mirrors and against other blue decks, Wasteland decks to open on the basics. But
Okay, no, awesome. So in this meta, what made you choose this particular deck?
Right.
Like if you were because obviously you can choose other decks, right?
Absolutely. So I would say, obviously, we all know the blue-black deck is the most broken deck.
Yeah.
And this deck has a decent matchup against it most of the time. Obviously, there's like nuts hands where they just, they do their reanimate thing, turn 2, and they have a force backup. But in general, it's fighting on the same axis. Both decks are also a Psychic Frog deck. So this deck can do a good job kind of playing around the reanimate stuff after game 2. So the raw power level is a little bit higher because the reanimate deck, if they take out their reanimate package with the Atraxas and stuff, they're going to have a tough time like keeping up with value because if you're playing more Murktide's main board, DRC is not a bad threat. So in general, I just felt more comfortable playing this deck, and I thought everyone will be ready for blue-black, possibly even in their main board with graveyard hit and stuff. So just a decent blue deck, which is honestly, I mean, we were talking about this before, but this will be the next iteration of whatever the...
Yes.
So that's the deck. Yeah, Delver is fun. Delver is good. Everyone should try Del.
I mean, it is a top tier, like top deck archetype, right?
For sure.
For a reason, right?
Yeah.
Because you're playing with cheap threats and you back it up with Daze, Wasteland, just, like the disruption is all there, right?
Exactly. There's no awful matchups. You're not like 20-80 in any matchup.
Yeah.
Or I think most of the time you're not. So, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Thankfully, there were not too many Eldrazi's I saw today. So that's the only deck I was super scared of. But in general,
okay. I was just gonna ask you, like, what matchups do you want to face, and you don't want to face? So you don't want to face Eldrazi then?
Eldrazi is the only. Maybe it is fine, but in general, I've had a very tough time against it. Even with Price of Progress or like Blood Moon effects I used to play before. I am playing Consigned to Memory specifically for Eldrazi. I mean, it's fine against Painter, but it helps a lot. A big part of the Eldrazi deck is cast triggers.
Yes.
Which just is devastating. So I can't do anything. And they're like playing chalices and whatever. So all the cards that are generally good against Delver. So that's the deck I would say I'm scared the most.
Okay.
I know blue-black is good, but in general, I found it to be pretty even.
Okay.
That's the matchup, so I'm scared.
Fair enough. But what do you want to play against?
Like, what do I want to play against?
Yeah, what do you want, like this deck, like bam, you just want to beat what?
I think this deck is pretty good in the mirror because of the Tamiyo versions of the card that I'm playing. So I feel confident in the mirror. Lands is okay. It's not the best, but again, I feel like the Tamiyo clock helps you find on an axis that they're not super comfortable in.
You're trying to flip Tamiyo ASAP and then Ultimate, huh?
Ultimate, and then pitch all the cards to Frog and try to find. It's still obviously Lands is not a historically good matchup for this deck, but it's fine. Let's see other popular decks. Painter is also scary. Painter has
main deck blasts.
It's incredibly good. So that's another deck. So I guess the meta is ready for all these blue frog decks. So there's no matchup where I'm like, oh, I'm super excited to play this. But in general, the card quality is so high that even in the unfavorable matchups, your card quality will just most of the time get you through the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, I see this as like a 55-60 matchup, like overall, right? Which is why you probably want this because it's so. Not want to say it's so about like average, but then like your lows aren't very low, but your highs aren't very high either, right?
Exactly.
So it's but then it's not like 50-50. You're still favored in most matchups, so
there's two other decks, the Nadu deck and the 4-color deck, which I think are both not great matchups for this deck either. I mean, you saw me get decimated against the 4-color Beans deck, So that deck you have to be extremely quick, and if you don't have it, you're just dead. And the Nadu deck I haven't played against that much. I think on paper it doesn't seem terrible. Like I'm playing Submerge obviously with Nadu in mind technically, but that is also a deck if it picks up more traction, people clean up a bit. It can definitely be a big contender in the format. Frog format.
Okay. Well, I think thank you for your comments.
Thanks for having me. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. See you.
Good luck in next rounds.
Thank you. Bye bye.
And welcome back, everybody! Legacy lovers, legacy players, grandpas, everybody who loves it. My name is Will.
I'm Steven.
And welcome to our Legacy of the North Invitational at Enter the Battlefield in Newmarket, Ontario, Canada. We are about to start the third round. Not the second, we're done with that. We are into the third round. Now, Steven, how's some of the magic been and the legacy been today?
I think it's been pretty good. I mean, we saw some excellent plays in the first couple rounds. Yeah, like Yeah, like obviously last round was kind of a stomp, but
It was.
but I mean these things happen in Magic, right? They
Yeah.
can't all be hyper competitive matches. But the game before that was very tight and very close, right? Both players play tight, and
Yeah, it's been
that's all
some,
you can expect.
Yeah, exactly, right? And we had our Beans player, we had Grixis, we've had Mono Red Stompy and
Mono
Prison,
Black, yeah.
and then Mono Black Helm, right? So those are the 4 decks that we've seen. We have not seen Scaminator. I'm not even sure how much we have it here today, honestly. Like we haven't gone through a full list of the decks here, right?
Yeah.
So, of course, it's the elephant in the room. We know, I shouldn't say we know it's getting banned, but there is a high probability of it getting banned towards the end of August, right? I believe it is. And a lot of the things that we've been asking players is, and we'd like to ask you as well, is what are your thoughts on your deck, on the meta itself, after the potential ban of Grief? So even, chatting with Daniel last round, the idea that Psychic Frog and the Grixis deck just being really good. Psychic Frog, we've talked a little bit about it being a great card. Kind of thinking about it right now, where do you think we will be in the realm of Magic after the potential ban of Grief? Where do you think we'd be at, Steven?
I think there's just going to be a lot of frogs because it's easy to splash. All the control decks will run it. Mm-hmm. Again, it's easy to splash, and then we'll see in the beginning where it's like people will be like frog versus frog, and they don't know what to do to combat it, and then so you'll probably end up being like, oh, I need to can't play red spells because most red removals damage spells unless you're red blasts, but you're not going to main deck those unless you're painter.
No.
So you're going to be playing. There's probably going to be a lot more white and black removal, and then people are probably going to realize that, hey, look, if I have more cards than you, my frog's better than yours.
Yeah.
So people are probably going to play more stuff like Night's Whispers or like Painful Truths or like, I don't know how many other draw spells there are in black or in blue.
Yeah.
Like maybe even Divination. Hopefully not. But,
Oh, goodness.
I mean, like I even heard people saying like, if you have a frog, you discard Deep Analysis, flash it back.
Oh, yeah.
Flash it back,
That's
draw
actually
2.
pretty high.
Right? Like, grow your frog, draw, like, who knows, right? But I think that's what the format will be leaning towards. If you're going to be playing blue and black, you better be ready to incorporate these, draw card effects, and because you want to draw into more cards or you want to draw into removal.
Yeah, and that's a big thing too, right? Because Bowmaster has been such a prevalent thing after its printing, right? In Legacy, because there are so many draw spells, but because the Grief, right, the Scaminator, it's just bad in the mirror. We haven't seen it as much, right? But if we're, that's gone and we have these, extra draws that people are looking towards, Bowmaster may see another resurgence as well, right?
Yeah, maybe,
So,
but, again,
knows?
there are only so many good cards you can fit in your deck.
Yep.
Right? A lot of times, like, I've seen, like, deck lists with 4 frogs and 2 Bowmasters because they just can't fit more in.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So,
But if there are more draw effects later on, like, you could, like, we could see more Bowmasters. Like I could see control decks where it's like, you're running Frog, and then you're also running Ring.
oh yeah,
Right?
Ooh.
Ring with
Ooh,
Frog.
that
and
seems
it's
kind
like,
of spicy.
yeah, or it
say.
might not even be a control deck, just a mid-range deck, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
It's not as if
exactly.
Ring's a bad card. Ring's still a pretty damn good card. So
Yeah, not as much talk about it as in Legacy, right? As there is, always the idea of the One Ring being a one of in Modern. I remember on Twitter, right? Saffron Olive and other people were talking about that as too, right? Like make it a one of, but restricting cards, especially, is kind of strange for some people getting into the format, right?
Yeah. And I mean,
but-
restricting cards is meant for vintage
Vintage, yeah.
because it's all about like the vintage is all about the high power levels, and then so any card could like warp the game, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
I think the hallmark for the benchmark for Legacy is like it's consistency.
Yeah.
Right. Every card that's available, you can play 4 ofs.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
So the format's the format's consistent.
Yeah, which is great, and that's why we love it, right? And that's why these players have battled their way throughout the season. I mean, Steven, you said it started in like May, something like that,
Yeah,
right?
start beginning of May.
Yeah, and these players have been battling at their locals, at
Yeah.
tournaments, for points.
1Ks. Yeah.
1Ks, 3Ks.
Yeah.
And now they're here. 32 players invited. One, unfortunately, wasn't able to come, so we have 31 players here today, right? All playing Legacy. And, we're about to start round 3. It sounds like, we're just figuring out which player's which, what decks are which, and then we'll get started within this. And they're just going to be doing some mulligans or seeing who kind of rolls for first.
Yeah.
But it's an exciting time. We have 5 rounds and then top 8. And no splits. as well.
Well,
right?
I mean,
they might split, but they got to
could
play.
split prize money, but then you play for the trophy, right?
This beautiful trophy, handmade, handcrafted by a 3D printer, I think,
Yes.
right? But still an amazing trophy. And what's kind of cool about it too, I think, Steve, you mentioned it, right? There's actually 2 players that will battle it out at the end too. Is that right?
Yes.
So battling for the king and queen of Legacy of the North, right at the end. So some great
we see
magic
one
to come.
player to the right is a Rescaminator.
Ooh.
So our first Rescaminator that we've seen for today.
That will be good.
Yeah.
We know it's going to be here. It's the elephant in the room we talked about. Eldrazi being that other one. We talked about
Yes.
how good Eldrazi has been from Modern Horizons 3. Who would have known?
Yeah. Well, I mean, initially when I was looking at the spoiler list for MH3, I actually didn't think the Eldrazi were that great because they're all like 2/2s. And 3/3s, like the power toughness of those creatures aren't very high. Like if you look at it from compared to previous sets, whereas like Thought-Knot's a 4/4, Reality Smasher's a 5/5, right?
Yeah, Trample, right? Like,
Yeah, and then you're like, well, are these cast triggers really going to be that great?
Yeah,
and
it's
then
like-
it turns out it's like, yes, they are amazing.
Yeah, they are crazy good. Being able to, Mycosynth spawn, is that right?
Yeah.
Like 4 mana, just exile. So how does that card work? Yeah,
Oh,
there's
yeah.
so much text to every these cards
Yes,
nowadays.
yeah. Sowing Michael Spawn, so 3 mana, 3 colorless, 1 green, 3/3. When you cast, you can search through your deck for any land card put into play. If you cast with Kicker is 1 colorless, 1 generic. You get to exile target land.
Wow. Not bad. Not bad, I have to say.
Yeah.
And looks like we're just resolving some
I believe
mulligans.
and I believe this is the mirror match because I saw an Exhume when the other player was not an Exhume, sorry, Entomb.
Entomb, okay.
Yeah, and Entomb is 1 mana instant, black. Search your deck for a card, put it in your graveyard.
That's pretty good.
Instant speed.
Now, this matchup, okay, if they're playing the Scaminator versus each other, I see a Psychic Frog as well, kind of in the new edition, right? It's a blue-black card. It's a 1/2. A little
Yeah.
1/2, right?
Yeah.
Just a little 1/2, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Steve, you can discard a card from your hand and put a 1/1 counter on it, which makes it tough for Bolt and all these other things.
Yep.
And then you can exile 3 cards and give it flying. And on top of that, guess what? If you hit them, you get a draw card as well. So why not get a draw
Yes.
card as well? So a million lines of text.
Yeah.
I wonder if these two know if they're playing each other, because playing a Reanimator list against a Reanimator deck, I always find quite interesting, because guess what you can do? You can reanimate your other player.
Yeah, and this is I feel like this is the intricacies of the mirror match where you just can't like randomly throw Entombs on your main phase,
Yeah.
and then not reanimate because then your opponent will just be like, well, I'm going to reanimate your things,
Yeah.
right? Or they can go grief, and if you happen to have a big creature in hand, grief your own, and then reanimate your opponent's stuff.
Yeah.
So it's it's going to be an interesting match for sure. There's a lot of decision making to be made.
Yeah, and it'll be disregard the dice that says 2 on it.
I believe
right
that's
there.
the mulligan.
Yeah, I think that they were just indicating
Yeah.
the amount of mulligans here. Looks like a brainstorm in response to the Entomb. Maybe trying to find. Looks like he just drew like ponder, brainstorm with that. So
Yeah.
not a bunch, but maybe trying to find his own reanimate spell before he reanimates it. So it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, so we have Zach on the left side, right? And
Yes, and Elliot on the right.
Elian on the right. Looking at the Atraxa here, oh, what a great card.
It is. It is.
And
I mean, it feels too overpowered.
Magic overpower.
Yeah.
What is that thing? What was that?
Prismatic Vista?
No, not Atraxa.
No,
It was.
Prismatic Vista?
It wasn't. Where's our other list here?
Oh, Sauron the Dark Lord. Okay.
What is this card?
All right, so it's 3 blue, black, red, and then Ward, sacrifice a legendary creature sacrifice a legendary artifact or legendary creature. Pretty good. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, amass Orc 1. Whenever an army you control deals combat damage to a player, the ring tempts you. Whenever the ring tempts you, you may discard your hand. If you do, draw 4 cards. And 7/6.
Wow. Okay, yeah. It looks like we are animate deading the Atraxa. Atraxa comes in, top 10 cards, is it?
Yes.
And then you get to put.
One card type of any into your hand.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see.
One
such,
card of any type in your hand. Yeah.
such a great, piece for us, and that card advantage piece. So yes, our chatter there, 16 days until the ban announcement. Hoping for Grief and Frog. I think that's a good discussion point of like, is it going to be both? Is it going to be one or the other?
I don't think they can preemptively ban Frog as much as I think as much as we want to.
Yeah.
They probably just still want to see the data, right?
Yeah. We know that Grief is strong, right?
Yes.
But Frog itself,
Yeah.
I think as we were mentioning earlier, right, is Frog really going to like take over afterwards? And I could see it. Is what you're mentioning too, right, Steve?
Yeah.
So it looks like putting Reanimate, Grief, Force of Will, and a land in hand.
Ooh, this is then now you can continue to Grief.
Yeah.
Why not? You don't even need to reanimate this turn. You just want to take out whatever their best card is, because they could have an answer to Atraxa. They're tapped out. Might as well do it. See if you can take it out of their hand right now.
Yeah.
There we go.
And here we go. It'll be interesting to see what he has. Reanimate?
Oh,
Is that an Exhume?
yeah. So it's an Entomb, Reanimate, Ponder, Brainstorm. I mean,
Take the Reanimate, right?
I think Reanimate's fair, but the thing is that it feels like anything you take, it doesn't matter, because like Ponder and Brainstorm could just find it again.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
But at least I guess you just want to try and make them find it, right? There's only 4 Reanimates in the deck.
Yeah. And it makes it a bit harder in case he's probably playing Archon, right? Which would be a great answer for this Atraxa if he was able to reanimate it.
Yeah.
Just get rid of it. They'd have to sacrifice.
Yeah.
But we'll kind of see what happens here.
Yeah.
A Ponder.
And I think opponent also knows that Elliot has a Force of Will in hand. Right?
Yeah, that's true. So
So-
isn't going to go too far with that.
Yeah. So this is it's going to be really tough. It's going to be really tough for Zach to pull this one off. But I think the first step has got to be he's got to try to like Grief,
Yeah.
like cast a Grief somehow. Just try to get those cards out of opponent's hand.
Yeah.
At least the Force, and then he can try to reanimate some Entomb and reanimate, right?
Yeah. That big flying creature does have vigilance, so yeah, it does not need to
and
turn
lifelink.
sideways. Yeah, and lifelink.
Yeah.
So yeah, fair. Do you wasteland here? Do you just like get rid of the underground? Steve?
Yeah, you just want to
Strain them?
I would, because he needs to cast a lot of spells to try to get back into the game. And if you restrict their mana, like that, it's harder for him to get back.
Yeah, absolutely.
It could also be that he needs Elliot needs the extra mana to do something. Mm-hmm. So that's a reason to not wasteland.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's a lot of spells that require colorless mana in the deck. So
Really, it's like what, Animate Dead, really, and that's like
Yeah.
the other part of it. So
yeah, exactly. So I mean, wasteland's okay too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see another 2 mana, probably Frog, right here? No, I think we'll see.
There's a lot of options.
Yeah, there's a ton of
I mean,
options he has here.
There's reanimate, right? He can reanimate his own Grief. Just take away the Brainstorm, or
Yeah.
I mean, he's probably gonna fetch and then Brainstorm and then hide his best cards. But again, it's,
This is pretty tough. I feel like it for our player. And there's a question in the chat: did he cut the Atraxa bottom? I'm not quite sure. Atraxa bottom. Usually in these lists, there's only one. Wow, the
there's only
sun
one-
is
yeah.
right under our eyes. Usually one Atraxa. In
yeah,
each
one
list.
Atraxa and one Archon of Cruelty.
Yeah. So if that's what you mean by the question, maybe that. This is going to be hard for our other Rescaminator opponent here to kind of get through.
Oh yeah,
What do you think of this Sauron, the Dark Lord kind of idea?
it feels it's a bit too extra.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like there was a bet made.
someone told him to play it.
Well, yeah, someone's like, I'll give you so much money to play this, and it's like, sure, why not?
Yeah.
Right? It'll look if they're on a feature match, like if they get it in play, it'll be cool, right?
It doesn't have evasion. It's not like the other cards, right? It's not
Yeah,
like
they're-
Archon. It's not like Atraxa.
Yeah, there's no trample on it. No, there's no fly. It just got ward. I mean, the ward is pretty good,
Yeah.
But and you do go wide, right? If your opponent whenever your opponent tries to find spells to kill it, you get you get an Orcs.
Oh no, he cut his deck after the cards got put on the bottom of Atraxas. Yeah, that shouldn't have happened. Yeah, it just goes to the bottom.
Yeah.
Hopefully, it won't impact the game too much, but we'll definitely make sure we try to address those pieces if seen too. Looks like just getting Grief right with the reanimate piece here.
No, I would just take it too.
Yeah.
Because you don't care if he grieves your hand.
Yeah, your hand's so good as well.
Your board is the board is insane, right? And then the first step to win to Zach winning is he needs to entomb a fatty.
Yeah.
And then reanimating it, right? That's how he wins.
And he's dead.
That's how he can try to come back.
Yeah, he's dead on like what, a 2-turn clock here almost too, right?
Yes.
So.
Yeah. See, there you go.
Yeah, and there's the wasteland, right, that we're talking about. I think we have someone just addressing that cut as well, just making sure that those players know. Oh wow, wasteland. Okay. Yeah. I was like, he just put the land in his hand. Like, I was about to say, you can't do that. But yeah, no, we'll make sure that's addressed. Just make sure that doesn't happen. No, wow, game 1 going to Rescaminator.
Yeah. Yeah, and then here comes the fun, right? Because the I believe post MH3, the mirror match was to board out all the board out the reanimate package, at least the big guys.
Yep.
And then board into like small dorks, like woodwalkers and all that stuff. I see Elliot's got something similar, like he's got 2 Barrel Goyfs in the sideboard.
Barrel Goyf, what a great card.
Yeah, Barrel Goyf is a 2 mana colorless. So sorry, yeah, 2 colorless and a black, and it's a star / star 1+star Death Touch Lifelink, and then it's got power, and then stars equal to number of card types in all graveyards. Toughness is +1, and then the special part about this is whenever it deals damage to a player, you can mill that many cards, and then if you do, you can put a creature card among them into your hand.
Wow.
Which means you just keep gaining value.
Yeah, incremental value. You're just like getting another creature back, right? Maybe, if we are taking out the reanimator package, right?
Yeah.
They can't take it. Tarmogoyf just better. Tarmogoyf is gone. Like from this one, it seems like it.
Well, I mean, one more colorless for from 2 to 3 mana, and you gain Death Touch Lifelink and mill yourself and get another card back. Like what's the power level these days, right?
and then what? Necrogoyf as well, the 1 mana one that also just becomes massive.
And then can
well.
escape.
Yeah, and can escape.
Yeah.
The pinnacle of Magic, they say, Tarmogoyf was so great. $100. What is it now? $6 probably? Canadian? I don't know what it is. It's probably worth 25 cents American, honestly.
Yeah.
Probably $1 with inflation, but things are crazy.
Yeah.
Sideboard-wise, looking at these 2 players,
It looks like our opponent. Sorry, not our opponent, but
we're playing against them.
Yeah, the player on our left, Zach. He's got the more traditional sideboard cards, so like the 3 Dogly Voidwalkers and then the Brazen Borrowers, Unlicensed Hearse.
Nice.
Those are Fatal Push. Those are things you usually see in the sideboard. Elliot's got a more spicy list. Again, like we've seen with the Barrel Goyfs and also the Coffin Purge.
Yeah.
I could see some Coffin Purges coming in because they still keep in the Grief Reanimate.
Yep.
That's still viable. So yeah, I mean, I think this is one of the harder parts about this particular deck is sideboarding for the mirror match.
Yeah.
And then it's just like, well, is my opponent going to do the same thing I am? Because if they aren't, then maybe I'm screwed. Or,
Yeah. It's one of the hardest parts of Magic sometimes. It feels like sideboarding, right? It's like, pre-board, it's like, okay, I know I have these 60 cards, and it's post-board, play and draw, this matters so much too, right? And that's what's great about like these, older, more eternal formats, right? There's just so many things to consider, right? Like, what are they going to do? Are they going to fully take out the big fatty package, right? So I have to consider that. Am I going down this route of like, bringing in my Dothy Voidwalkers? Like, they're a great card nonetheless, but can I reanimate something with it or take something? I don't know, right? So it'll
So
be
it's going to be interesting to
see.
see like what their choices are.
Yeah.
Right?
I look forward to it. I wonder if he actually has these wastelands, the Fallout wastelands.
I've actually never seen them in person.
In person, really.
I've never
I
seen
haven't
them.
seen them in person either. I'm hoping they are, but at the same time, I'm doubting it. Like, they are pretty cool. One
They
of
do
the
look
many
very cool.
printings.
Yeah.
It's
I think a lot of the not legacy like commentary wise, but like just as art wise, I think a lot of the Fallout cards, like these full art Fallout cards, look really nice.
Yeah, they
with,
do.
With the is it the Pip-Boy?
Yeah, the Pip-Boy. Yeah,
Yeah.
the Pip-Boy. Yeah.
Yeah.
And watching that series as well. Seems like we're just getting into the game right now. And what kind of hand are you wanting on, let's say, the play, right? Because you're going to be expected probably get griefed, right?
Oh,
so,
yeah.
So 7 lands, keep?
No. Well, I've had this conversation with another one of my friends who likes to play like these type of decks.
Yeah.
And then so I just always keep bad hands against like 7 like playables. Like
7 playables.
Like, well, not even 7 playables.
Here we
but
are.
You want to keep lands and spells.
Yeah.
Right? Because if they don't have Grief and Reanimate, then you can play Great Magic.
Yeah.
And then if they do have, if they are going to be taking 2 cards away, then you just want to make sure that, hey, you have all the lands in your hand already, and then hopefully you can top deck into something good.
Yeah, and it kind of looks like that, right? You know, you're keeping Grief, Reanimate, which he kept, and Ponder, right? So even if both Grief and Reanimate go, right, you have a Ponder,
Yes.
right? So you're going to hopefully get something.
Yeah.
So let's see
So
if he
takes
does
the
this
Reanimate,
piece.
Okay.
Goes to the yard, and will he do it? And he does. So take the Grief as well? Probably.
You know, if the plan was that, I might have just taken the 2 Ponders.
Yeah, and then you just kind of have 2 Griefs staring at each other, and hopefully your hand gets there.
Well, I mean, you're both going to attack, but then if you take his Ponders, then he'll have less outs
Yeah,
to
that's a good
your
point.
Ponders, and then
Oh, he did take one Ponder, yep.
Well, see, like this is kind of doing things in half measures. I can see why he would do this, but then now it becomes like, okay, now you can try to Ponder with a black card and then Grief you,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But then if you take like Ponder, then they can only have so many things to do.
And there we
Right,
go. We have
so-
a black card here already.
Yeah,
What is
I
that?
believe it's a Coffin Purge.
Oh,
So
okay.
Coffin Purge is like a black, and then it exiles a card from a graveyard and has flashback of like 1 minute of a black as well.
Ooh, that's really good.
Yeah.
Especially in this kind
pretty,
of matchup.
pretty old card from I believe Odyssey or Onslaught, like one of those sets.
Yeah. Before I started, that's what I have to say. So
But it really depends on what what his hand is. What Zach's hand is.
yeah, we'll
Right.
see.
But I probably would have preferred taking both Ponders.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting play line. I actually didn't think of that at all, but looking at it now, it depends on what he has in his hand, right?
Yeah.
Take both those out, right? Take both of his outs, and then
Yeah.
you're ahead on the beatdown plan, right?
Because if he
You
doesn't
attack
draw a
first.
black card, then he just goes. All Elliot can do is Grief, and then no black card, right?
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah. So I probably want to take that risk, but no, we'll see how this goes.
Let's see. You know, if he comes back, right, we know why. It's because he didn't take the 2 Ponders. Well, this is a game decision, you know, where you could be like, oh, I wish I could like rewind life a bit and like try it out and see what the situation would look like.
I am fairly aggressive though, as well. I'm a fairly aggressive player too, so
Yeah.
that's why I like taking going for the big risk plays, where it's like I just want to make sure you have less options, right?
Yeah, that's fair. That's why I play Goblins. Big risk all the time. Lose every game. Risk, reward. Does my ringleader hit 0 cards? Yes. Does my Muxus hit 1 terrible Goblin? Yes. But that's why that deck isn't being played at probably any of these big tournaments, let's be honest here. So looking at a Ponder here, has Frog, Wasteland, and is that another Reanimate? I think so.
Yes, it's a Reanimate.
So thinking about his options here.
Well, you can't. He's no longer able to reanimate this turn because he already made his land drop and cast Ponder.
Yeah.
So, and he has lands in hand. So I think if he doesn't shuffle, then you probably want to keep the Frog on top, so you don't draw the Frog.
Yeah.
And then you probably want to cast it next turn.
Yeah. Yeah, get Frog in, then you just dump your hand, you have a big guy, right? So
Well, I don't know if you want to dump your hand.
You
because,
said go aggressive, let's go.
that's true. But then your opponent might have fatal push. So you probably want to do that like when there are after you grief them, right?
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Make sure the coast is clear for a turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, Frog is good. Griefs again.
Okay,
let's see what we do here.
Zach, it looks like he had a really good hand.
Yeah. Might go to game 3 here. No, there's still a lot of Magic to be played here. Wonder what it'll take.
I'm okay with just taking Coffin Purge.
Yeah, that's... Oh, takes the Grief. Okay. Already...
Does he reanimate?
I think he does. Yes, he does. Okay.
Just slow rolling it then.
Yeah. What would you like to take? My Coffin Purge?
There's only,
Is it a May? Up to? Up to 1.
Yeah, I can see why he didn't like why he made the choice he did, because then like he just if you already had like double grief and double reanimate, right, you want to protect those pieces. But I mean, Elliot also could have just, instead of holding the grief and Coffin Purge in his hand, he could have just cast it and then taken away this stuff, right?
Yeah, taken away all of this. So
So
some interesting plays. That's
I think right now it's just land land and Psychic Frog, and then yeah.
You hope you can get something going.
Yep.
You're going to take what? You're going to take
six?
Menace. That is a menace to say. And that's a Brazen Boar or two in hand. That's pretty good.
Oh. It seems like this very land light though.
Yeah,
So
land light.
it might be a turn to start pitching cards to the Frog,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I wonder.
Because Zach has lost a lot of life from reanimates.
Yeah, you can hit in for 3 here. He's not winning the race, that's for sure, right? But
No, but Frog will draw him extra card, right?
Yeah.
So
I think that's under City Sewers, is that?
yes,
So
yeah, just surveil land.
what's one on him?
That's fine because you can always pitch it anytime you want before combat, at least before damage.
Wasteland.
Yeah, I think he's too far ahead for that, but
Yeah.
like, that's better as additional power probably.
Yeah. Yeah, if he's somehow able to stabilize the board, right, he's going to be able to
Okay, so this is
get the...
that's very low life total.
Yeah. What do you take here?
I mean,
You're going to go down to what, 6?
I mean,
And you're going to take 3. You're going to go to 3 at the end, right?
Yeah.
He's going to look to double block.
This was really awkward. Then probably should not have wastelanded
Yeah.
because because you just make the double block. Well, no, because double block's not even good, right? Because you double block and then 3 damage still goes through, and then they trade, and then next turn the grief just attacks and wins.
Yeah, what?
So this is I'm not sure if that was the plan, but I mean, Zach had a pretty god hand to begin with.
Yes,
right?
he did. He did have a great...
Yeah, so it's just
Yeah.
it's hard to keep up.
Kill the frog. Good call. That thing can draw cards.
Yeah,
3.
I mean,
What's his out?
Frog.
That's not an
Like,
out.
yeah, frog, like a dude, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, not... depending on what he sideboarded there could have been some outs, right? But 2 mana, Barrowgoy still doesn't even get there, right? He's, short on mana from a couple cards, so it's really, Psychic Frog and bust?
Yeah, pretty
So,
much.
going to game 3. So I think God hand, as you were mentioning, right, at the beginning there. So
And this is why people don't like grief, right? Because you feel like you got griefed out of the game,
Yep.
right? It felt like put too far back, and then this deck already especially in the mirror match where it's very hard to remove a grief, right? Fatal push, you must activate Revolt.
Yep.
In order to kill the grief. I mean, sure we run fetch lands, but
Yeah. Or somehow you need to, get one of your own guys killed already, right?
Yeah.
So it's getting that revolt could be tricky, and it seems like, game 3 being on the play and draw seems to matter so much too, right? Like griefed out of the game, right? Like that's literally what happened.
Yeah.
And being on the play, doing that to your opponent matters so much.
Yeah.
So we'll see this game 3 if that happens. Just the play matters so much.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, like also I think the big part was the ponder, right?
Yeah.
Like because I think the draw he drew the Coffin Purge.
Yeah.
So was the right call to ponder, or would it have been better to just because I think he pondered and then just held up, right? Didn't
It
do
did nothing.
anything.
Yeah.
So if he did something, maybe it would have been better. Mm-hmm. But it's hard to tell. Yeah.
Yeah, especially we can always look back at it and it's like, okay, in this
Hindsight's
situation.
20/20.
Yeah, hindsight's 20/20. Exactly, right? Like, it's grief nonetheless, right? That is happening, and as someone mentioned in the chat, right? What, 16 days they said? I think it was something like that.
Yeah, it's the 26th.
Yeah,
supposedly that's when it's supposed to be
Oh,
announced.
well, Magic did say that they will stick to their scheduled timing to make sure that they don't interfere with upcoming events, right? How players are playing and all that. Meanwhile, everyone, they approach it differently, and at least there's some communication. That's what I have to say about it. So,
all right, so Elliot on
into
play
our
here.
game.
All right, looks kind of decent. Is that? I don't know what that.
Psychic Frog. I think there's a
I'm not sure
troll.
what this one is. I know there's a troll, but the one beside the brawler, I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah. Can't tell.
If it's a reanimate, it'd be fairly good because you can reanimate troll, right?
Yes,
But,
triple menace. Yeah, both keep, it seems like, on the 7.
okay.
I think you are right. I think it is a reanimate.
Yeah.
Surveil lands, great card.
Oh, feels like that's a sign of weakness, though,
Yeah,
because then just means like no turn 1 plays, and then now you can pitch frog. No, sorry, not pitch frog, pitch
Play
troll.
frog, yeah.
And if that's a reanimate, just reanimate it, and then you can brainstorm in response to see if you can grab a daze or.
there's a fatal push. It
it's
might
a
be a
fatal push?
fatal
Oh,
push,
okay.
actually. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell. It's in
Yeah.
the farthest hand. Tell him to move it. We'll do a quick count as he shuffles through.
Yeah.
But we'll see which that he gets here.
Yeah. But it's kind of a fair game right now, which is nice, right?
Yeah, this is, no turn 1 grief from either player, which is great to see. Not great to see. It's part of the game.
Yeah.
We love having the game be played out. No one's getting griefed too hard. I wonder what he's thinking here. Does he have an underground sewer here?
I mean, if he's
You
not
do.
if he's not going to cycle, if he's not going to cycle the troll, then you might as well go sewers, right?
Yeah. But you probably would cycle the troll here. Like, you should. I guess you could be scared of their reanimate, right?
Yeah.
And them reanimating troll instead of you.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I think you are right. Yeah, he's going to
Yeah. Let's shortcut that.
Yeah. No. Don't shuffle it and then have to do this all over.
Yeah. And
Now
if
we
you're
have
getting
swamp.
basic island, you're getting basic swamp. Like,
Yeah, exactly. I think probably one but basic
one of
island?
each, one of
One of
each.
each, yeah. Not wanting to be wastelanded out. Probably both running 4 wastelands.
Oh,
in
looks
each
like
list.
Ellie has 2 swamps and 2 islands. Okay.
Whoa,
Yeah.
that seems different.
Seems kind of excessive because you don't really want land. You don't really want hands where it's like 2 islands.
Yeah, that seems really bad, and especially like a reanimator list, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, it looks like he's playing kind of the slower game here. Gonna just
Yeah.
like wasteland away.
Which is okay.
Yeah.
I mean, like nobody has threats, and then again, the surveil land felt like it was a sign of weakness.
Yeah, another player griefed, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it feels like, okay, I have this frog, I have this borrower, right? Fatal push in case something little gets out there,
Yeah.
and just kind of try to go runner. So, ponder. See what we got.
Hard to tell.
I saw ponder in there, and then after that, I'm not sure.
I saw a black card, but nah.
Yeah, looks like he's going to keep whatever it is.
Okay.
He'll probably pass after this, right? Unless he got a grief there. Is that a troll as well?
It.
Okay.
Okay.
Griefing it up. This is where the brainstorm. This is what I love about Legacy.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm kind of hesitant to do this on a in the mirror match because what happens is they can just hide the reanimate if they have one.
Yeah.
And then on their turn, just
ooh,
right.
Yeah,
on
you
their
have to
turn, just
take my
reanimate,
creature.
take his grief, and then
Yeah.
you're gonna be down by your own creature, especially when you're tapped out.
Yep.
So, no, again, intricacies of being on of the mirror match.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It seems like hiding Frog and Brazen Borrower, knowing those are 2 really good cards. Showing him
go
the
for the throat.
Yes, I think it is go for the throat.
Yeah.
I wonder if he'll play just open. No, probably
No,
conceal
probably
it. None of this high level, right? Like
Yeah.
it is a fatal push. Okay.
Yeah,
We're able
okay.
to see that. So
Okay, pretty good. I mean, like, it's if it was me, it'd be really hard to figure out what to take.
yeah,
You know?
it depends on your hand. Like if you don't have any threats, right? Like
Yeah.
do you take the frog, not knowing, of course, right? Like you knew they hid something.
Yeah. I mean, if anything, I'd probably just take Fatal Push and then force them to tap out to. If I was gonna take a removal spell,
Yeah.
I would just take Fatal Push because it forces them to like tap out to kill my guy, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, like taking a guy's okay too. But then now it's just like, does he have reanimate? And he just reanimate his own frog, right?
Exactly what we were mentioning too, right, Steve? It, the
Yeah.
intricacies of playing the mirror match or the reanimator kind of piece, right?
Yeah.
And I think you're right too. I don't think they have any big boys in either of their decks left, right? They've sideboarded almost all of it out for our other friends that are going to kind of lead the way in this game here. You play Frog here, right? Just slam a Frog.
I believe it got discarded, right? So he
Oh
brainstormed.
yeah, he put Borrower on top first. I feel like you would want to sequence it differently, right? Yeah, Frog and then Borrower. You're reacting
He has
to
so
their
many
next
answers.
play.
He has Fatal Push and Go for the Throat. He has already has so many answers.
Yeah, and Borrower just seems stronger to have later too, right? Than it does now. Like,
Yeah, that brainstorm might be kind of sus.
yeah, kind of sus in regards to what you're putting there. But you know, these guys probably know their decks pretty well, right? I presume are both 2-0, but
yeah. Well, I mean, it's just right now where someone needs to apply pressure, right?
yes,
And so, I mean, Frog was a legit pressure.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure why he valued Frog so much less, especially when he has so many cards in hand,
yeah.
right?
So many cards in hand. His opponent isn't doing too much here, right?
Yeah.
Probably just getting. Oh, and there's a Dothy Voidwalker.
Yeah.
And we know the Fatal Push is in hand. It probably will look to kill this Dothy, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah. For sure.
You're going to keep this Brazen Borrower for something else, right? So
Well, Brazen Boar just like for the fatties. Or,
exactly, in case somehow one is in there, right?
Or well, it's mainly for. It's probably for the troll.
Yes, yeah, because trolls are kept, so.
Yeah.
Fetch.
It's probably for another basic.
Yeah, probably.
Considering he has a Brazen Blower, probably a basic island, so he can hard cast it and start swinging in the air. For
Yeah, that actually is a really good idea here. Why get the other swamp? Don't need it. You can cast the Boar, never worry about your mana getting like attacked, right? So, yeah, I think that's the right land to grab here. Kind of seeing through the deck here. Yeah, it doesn't look like any big boys kind of left, right? So, we'll.
Is that a Toxic Deluge? Okay, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so many alternate arts.
I know, yeah. What art is that? That's
That's like the Double Master foil.
Double Masters.
Yeah, because the original printing had no foils.
No foils. Must have been pretty early on then. 4-7.
No, it wasn't like one of those like either commander sets or like the conspiracy sets where there are no foils.
Yeah.
And then,
Okay, so did go for the basic island as you were mentioning, right? Place the Frog. Great card. We've talked about it today, right?
yeah.
And, even in the chat, like people saying, maybe it's going to get banned. And as we mentioned, probably maybe more data is needed, maybe not. Okay, just go into Ponder too. Why not? You're not going to, you're not holding up Flusterstorm here, right? So
Yeah, for sure.
this looks like a shuffle to me.
I'm
But
not sure what it is.
Wasteland,
Something frog.
Wasteland Frog.
I don't mind the Wasteland.
Yeah,
To be honest,
that's fair.
but yeah.
Constrain the mana even more. And look, he's holding a Wasteland in his hand, but it does nothing against these basics.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, having 4 basics, maybe that's the new tech until
yeah, that's it. That's it.
yeah.
And what else does he have going on in his hand there? I don't think a lot.
There's a Force,
Another Dothy.
Dothy, okay, and then just untap and then go for the Throater. Let's go.
Yeah.
Like,
Do you make it fly here? Exile 3-year card?
no, because it doesn't block.
Yeah.
I mean, like the guy's
Yeah,
shadow.
Dothy can't. Yeah, he is Shadow. That's
Yeah,
right.
shadow.
So-
And it should be Void counter on. The Wasteland should be have Void counter on
counter.
it, but
Yeah.
yeah.
We'll make sure that gets addressed because that actually could matter with Frog, especially like exiling cards in the graveyard
for
too,
sure.
right? So.
For sure.
We'll try to get that addressed within the next little bit of.
Yeah, or just
Wasteland.
deploy another Frog and so
Yeah.
you're drawing 2 cards a turn.
Yeah, it's a ninjas. You're playing ninjas at this point.
Yeah.
That's it. GRB. I think just thinking, do you cast this Frog or do you just kind of hang out?
Oh, I think right now that it's either the Frog or to go for the Throat, right? But I think you rather just have the Frog because Frog has summoning sickness.
Yeah.
So just get into play so you can draw. So next turn you can draw 3.
Yeah,
Quote
yeah,
unquote draw 3, and then you go for the Throat that thing.
yeah. No,
Right?
that's a good
And then-
point.
Or if, yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about Brazen Boar or bouncing something right now, right?
Yeah. The bounce is solely for the troll,
Yeah.
right? Solely for the troll.
Just says pass.
Okay, I can see it passing, and then just like in case something stupid happens, or you can just like hard cast hardcast the Brazen Borer. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Try to apply more pressure, especially in the air too.
Yeah.
I think he's reading.
Go for the throat.
Go for the throat.
It kills non-artifacts, right?
Yeah.
I hate all these black removal spells. Like there was always some weird condition.
Yeah, it's like it will do this, but not this.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Kill this. Wasteland still needs to be exiled,
Yes.
but
Well, yeah.
yeah, void countered.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and
Cycle Troll. Okay.
Cycle Troll.
All right, we're going for a Prior Basic Swamp.
And I think
That's Coffin Purge?
Yeah, Coffin Purge. So
This is the downside of not playing his not fetching a C.
Yeah.
To dual land, because now it's hard for him to cast 2 black spells a turn.
yeah. Okay, there we go. Void counters on that,
Yeah.
and it was addressed. Perfect. Yeah, just make sure the game state's kept the same. It's not a big thing, right?
Yeah.
Round 2 it kind of almost was. Like we missed the piece of Goblin Rabble Master makes your goblins attack too, right? We just
Yep.
thought the guy went through his combat step, and
And he did.
yeah, and he did. He forgot to go through it. Like he forgot to attack, and it happens, right? High stakes Magic. We've been here since 1 o'clock, right? Some players since 12, just getting ready, and Animate Dead.
And there we go. This is what the Brazen Borer is for.
Exactly. It's going to go back to your hand. I think he does have a Force of Will, but does he have a blue card with it?
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
And see, that's also like a downside of him not having a black open, because he could have, if he had a black open, he could have Coffin Purged it,
Yes.
right? And
Yeah.
so Animate Dead just have no target.
Yeah. Well.
But that's what happens when you go for too many basics.
Yes, that's the thing. It's too many basics. You don't have the black mana that you have there, right?
Yeah.
Do you go? You go for this right now. You try to bounce it, right?
I mean, I would exile 3 to give my frog flying, and then attack and draw an extra card, see what the extra card is.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a really good point.
Right? Because it could be like an answer to like a force, you could draw a Force of your own, or draw a Daze or something.
Yeah, I was going to say. Do you think they keep days here?
I think you do. Like it's like they're still running Wastelands. Like look how tight on mana they are, right?
Yeah, both of them. Okay,
And then-
attacks. Yeah, doing exactly what you're saying here, Steve. Right? So, attacking, exiling, and then he's going to be able to get in. Only 1 damage, of course, but going to be able to draw a card, which is kind of the big piece about it,
Yes.
right? This Ninja Frog.
Yep. So dealt the damage, drew a card, ponder. I mean, you could just ponder and then see if you hit a land drop, or see if you hit like protection spell. Mm-hmm. Especially,
Drew a ponder, was it?
I mean, if you're afraid of like,
Oh.
okay,
Oh.
there we go. Yep.
No, does not have the blue card with Force Will, just a Wasteland, so. Yep, put that to your hand. He can get it.
And then now, and he has a Coffin Purge up. Now the
Yeah,
Coffin Purge
this is
up.
big.
Yeah.
So if he does even
Let's
end
try
up
to
cycling
reanimate anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks pretty good so far, right? Frog might try to run
Yeah,
with the game.
it's just not enough damage right now, right?
Yeah, start discarding maybe, right?
Yeah. Maybe not just deploy the second frog and then attack for just
1.
accrue the cards, and then probably just toss away all the extra lands.
Yeah.
But here we go. His
Let it go for the throat.
That's
his
fine.
Yeah, you let it happen. Can't even do anything, so.
Yeah. That's why he has the other one.
Yeah, he still has another in his hand, so that's good.
Yeah. I mean, it is an instant, so I don't know
Why do it there?
why do it main phase.
Is that a reanimate spell?
Yeah, it's reanimate.
Did you ponder here first?
I mean, if your opponent didn't counter the Brazen Borer, the Petty Theft, you probably just assume that there's no counter spell.
Yeah. This Surveil land came in, untapped. That'd be kind of nice too, because then you could keep up the Coffin Purge as well, right? Because the Troll's going to be cycled here, but we'll see if he just shuffles. Mm-hmm. It seems pretty good to almost even still get it though. Like, I don't know, like you can put maybe Animate Dead in the graveyard, and then you have Entomb, but you still don't want to do that maybe into this mirror match.
I mean, it depends what the opponent's graveyard looks like. Because if there's creatures, you can just reanimate your opponent's creatures, right?
Yeah, that's true. Looks like he might be doing this here.
Yeah. It's I bet you he's wishing that it wasn't a surveil land because
Yeah,
he wants to play around days.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
Play around days. Play around. Maybe playing frog and then
Yeah.
having the coffin purge up too. Right.
That's the reason why you might not want to play the Ponder. Like,
Yeah.
there could also be a consideration just slamming down Psychic Frog,
Yeah.
and leaving the blue up, right, and then just that's how you play around days.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
It's like, okay, go. You can put troll in your graveyard again, right? So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah.
Okay. So it does
Oh,
keep
no
it.
shuffle. Okay.
Yeah. Looks
Okay,
like.
I guess, and then he probably wants to mill it then.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
That's
I don't know.
maybe
but-
not the best use of that.
Yeah. Okay. So he is gonna
Frog.
frog here. Or reanimate?
Yeah.
Reanimate
Frog.
frog?
Reanimate.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's been
Or he has a void walker, right?
Yes.
Do you just reanimate the void walker?
Oh, that could be cool. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and he has to do it on cast, right?
Yes.
But to cycle before this thing comes. Oh, okay.
Oh,
grief.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fair.
That works too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to see what the opponent's graveyard is. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that's okay.
Yeah.
You
Target
just
him.
take their best card again. Oh yeah, you take the I think I think you just take the troll
Why?
because like you just don't want to give him extra lands.
Oh, okay. That's fair. Yeah.
And then the Force Will does nothing.
Yeah, he took the force will. That's what I was thinking, right? Like he
Yeah.
gets the fourth land, so he could hard cast grief, right? I guess, but yeah, if he didn't cycle beforehand, just take the troll. If he draws the reanimate, he draws the reanimate. It's just unfortunate, right?
Yeah.
So, and, showing the power of these new surveil lands, right? Going to be able to decide if he wants the top card.
Yeah.
Kind of one ofs, I'd say, in the new decks, right? This day and age, kind of have a one of.
I mean, if the control decks are playing tri-lands, you can certainly play surveil lands.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Yeah.
And Legacy's not that fast a format.
Mm-hmm. People always say it is, right? They always
Yes.
say it's like it's super fast, right? But look at this, right? For game 1, 2, we're pretty quick, I have to say. But game 3 here, we're coming around the bend.
Oh yeah. Interesting.
Okay.
What did he draw? Oh, grief. Okay.
It's a pretty good draw. Huh. What do you take here?
I
Coffin
think
Purge,
you have to take
dead?
Enemy Dead because
Yeah.
Enemy Dead, if
Gets a
you let him
troll.
get the troll back, it's
game over.
almost
Triple
it's almost
menace.
game over. Yeah, it's almost game over.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess
They know something that we don't.
Yep. I mean, it could be right.
Yeah.
But I'd be just slamming it on the troll and then let's race, right?
What? Okay.
Oh, okay. Is there still a big is
he
an
still-
Archon? Does he have an Archon?
Yeah.
That's
an entomb.
right? Yeah.
No way they kept Archon still, right? He
Oh, okay.
he kept this guy.
Okay, the Sauron. All right. I
Okay.
bet you it is. Bet you it is like a bet, right?
Oh,
Like,
it's gotta-
no way you would have.
He's even
this.
reading his card. He doesn't even know what it does. His buddy is like, he's like, I'm going to choose one reanimate target for you,
Yeah.
and then you have to play it.
Yeah.
Right? And his buddy's like, oh, it's got to be like something playable. Okay, he's rethinking his life choices here. He's like, so my buddy didn't put in some whack card here. There's no way I'm playing this. Now he's thinking about it. No, he's reconsidering it. He's never seen this card. I bet.
Yeah, exactly.
His friend put it in. He's like, I don't know. Oh, he doesn't.
Oh, he does have an
Okay.
Archon. Okay.
Yeah. Going for the better choice.
I'm not sure if it was the
Is it?
better choice, but then it's
The choice
it's-
nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what Sauron exactly does. Yeah, see, the problem, the quote-unquote problem with the Sauron is that it doesn't really do anything when it comes into play,
Yeah.
right? But this thing, it kills the opposing grief, and
Makes them
you gain
discard.
3, you draw a card, so it does stuff when it comes into play, right?
Does so much.
Yeah. The Sauron just like, it's like for fun.
Yeah, for fun. My buddy put it in.
Oh, and now the game's over. Now
the
it's
game's
10.
yeah. That's
Because
10 right there.
Archon deals 9 by itself, and then grief deals the remaining.
Yeah.
It's lethal.
Grief him for fun. Yeah.
Dominance, right? Showing dominance.
Show dominant. Only attack with the Archon. Even more. Let him get a draw step. Yeah, you're dead.
Yeah.
Good game, guys. Well played from both players, I have to say.
Yeah.
I'd say inevitable that we would see Scam here today. I think it was a good game nonetheless. Some interesting plays, I'd say, from both players. Still seeing some of the big beaters, and even Sauron, the Dark Lord. Yeah. We did not see his arrival into the light of the game, so he's still in the shadows.
Yeah.
But overall, how do you think?
No, I thought this was a really interesting match, right? Like, the mirror match is always, like, again, I think we saw one person board out their fatties, and then one person didn't.
Yeah.
Right? And then there's all these micro decisions of, like, what card are you pondering into, or what are you brainstorming into? Like, we were both surprised that, like, oh, why didn't you save your frog instead of letting it get discarded, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of little interactions that that build up.
Yeah.
And so I don't think it's as I don't think it's like, oh, you choose Rescammer and you're gonna roll the tournament.
The deck just plays itself, right?
Yeah, because the mirror match is very intricate.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly right, Steve. It's just like looking at it.
He's boarding in all these cards, and he still has Sauron and tracks in his deck, right? Like it seems kind of insane. Like, I don't know what he took out.
Yeah, what did he take out?
Unless he took out, like, all his counterspells.
Maybe.
Like, took out all his forces.
It actually looks like that,
because he doesn't want a 2-for-1 himself, right?
Yeah, I think you're right. There's not a single, like, looking through him, just like quickly go through it. I think that's it. Yeah, so amazing round 3, I have to say. It's great to see the intricacies of Grief, the Rescaminator, maybe one of the last showings before its inevitable disappearance. But right now, everybody, we will be back after about a 3-minute break from us here at our Invitational. We'll see you in a moment. And we are live, everybody. Welcome back. Sorry about a bit of the delay there. I'm here joined by Elliot, who just won our Rescaminator matchup. How do you feel?
I feel great.
Yeah?
I was nervous, but I feel great after that.
Yeah, and we were, it was a great match. Game 1, it was kind of interesting. Game 2, it just, Rescaminator did its thing against you, right? It's just like, you just got like griefed out of the game, honestly.
Yeah.
And then Game 3 was a lot slower pace. We were talking a lot about the intricacies of it too, right? There's so many little pieces about this matchup. And then you have this card in there as well. We were joking, somebody made a bet with you. You had to throw it in, this Sauron, the Dark Lord. It never saw the light, so it's still in the shadows.
No, she's still in the dark. Yeah.
Why is this in your deck?
This is in my deck because basically I'm borrowing this deck from my friend, and I always like to add a little bit of spice. So I thought I'd add. I mean, I'm here to have fun at the end of the day, so I actually made it. I thought I was going to play it on cam, but it was not good enough. I had to finish that game off.
Well, that's what we're thinking. You were like hovering over it, and we were saying, it's like, he doesn't even know what this card does. Honestly.
No. It's because in my head, I'm like, if I'm on cam and I have the Reanimator, I have to play the Lord. I have to play him. I have to play Sauron.
Yeah.
But like, I don't think Sauron wins me the game there.
No, Archon did.
Yeah, Archon definitely wins me the game, so I had to go for the win.
Yeah, and round 3. What's your record right now?
2-1.
2-1. And what was Scaminator? In the chat we've talked about it. Here on broadcast we've talked about it.
Yeah.
Scaminator is the deck to be against.
Yeah.
What was kind of the list that you lost against? So you're 2-1, right? So
I lost against the combo, the Necro Dominance combo.
Ooh.
Dark Ritual, Necro Dominance, draw 19 cards, beat you on end step.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sounds like they got you.
Yeah. No, they got me good. I was game 3. I thought I had a turn. I thought maybe he'll give me a turn. I didn't get a turn.
You didn't get a turn.
No, I should have
never even played the game.
No. No, there was he mulled to 2 game 2.
Oh wow!
So I won that game.
You know what?
Yeah.
I do have to say, Elliot, though, I don't think many people will be sad that Rescaminator lost on turn 1. We want you to win. The deck itself is a bit of a hot contention.
Oh,
right?
it's it has everything.
Everything.
It has literally everything. It has all the best cards.
Yeah.
Literally, somehow they fit all the best cards in a single deck.
Yeah. And have you been playing this list for a while, or?
No, I mainly play mono black, so I play like a mono black aggro with like Grief Reanimate. But
Nice.
I'm borrowing the Rescaminator from a friend for the Invitational today.
Oh, okay. And this is a lot of the events. Maybe if it's locals, I know here at Enter the Battlefield here in Newmarket does allow proxy friendly for legacy events.
Yeah.
I do know for this Invitational it's a non-proxy.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the Invitational top 32 within the points, right? And we noticed in your list you're running 1 Underground Sea. Is that why you're running one?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, so it's that
Exactly,
piece.
yeah.
So I guess, if we were doing the proxy,
Yeah.
you'd probably be running more, right?
yeah.
So that makes sense.
Today's actually been really weird for Underground Sea because I haven't wanted to look for it because I've Wasteland takes me out of the game most times today.
Yeah.
So I had to go for the basics as well in this game on cam and in previous games.
That's actually what we were saying too, which is interesting. We were like, okay, he's actually going for all the basics, and then we're like, wait, you have 4? Wow, like that's so great. He has the Wasteland.
Yeah.
He can fully cast Brazen Boar. He'll
Yeah.
go for the island. And then we were told, oh, maybe it's this and maybe this, and we're like, oh, yeah, it could be that too, absolutely. But
Yeah.
it actually did really well within your last game 3 there, right? Because
Yeah.
you weren't able to, he wasn't able to attack your mana base, and he just fell further behind, right?
Yes.
And you were able to progress your board
Yeah.
really well, and I think that was great.
Yeah.
Come 16 days from now, we may have a world where grief may be banned. Where do you see yourself after that? So you say you play some mono black aggro.
Four slots open up for some more aggro cards.
Yeah?
Yeah. Probably mono black aggro. I don't know. Obviously, Thoughtseize is going to be no more grief. I think maybe it reanimates in there still.
Yeah.
But again, I have to do some concocting. Make something up. I don't know.
Yeah, see kind of where people end up, people were talking about, is Frog going to see the axe too?
Yeah.
Us here on broadcast, we're
Yeah.
saying probably not. It's just still too early. Maybe they banned Sauron the Dark Lord. Honest to goodness, right?
They could ban
might.
Sauron.
With its stellar flashing on the camera there.
Yes,
But
yes.
it just the Frog feels so good, and in your games it felt really good too.
No, I think with the mono black, I'm gonna try my best to splash blue.
Yeah.
Maybe just for the Frog as an aggro piece.
Why not? it's seemed to kind of propel you in that last game of drawing a card,
Yeah.
right? And
That's what I was basically thinking of the whole time. I just wanted to keep, just stay a little bit above his card, his hand size and his threats. Yeah.
And so we still have 2 more rounds after this, right? You're 2-1. What are some maybe the matchups that you're going to hope to dodge? There's a Helm deck
combo?
here.
Yeah.
That's I know there's
combo.
one of here. I hope you dodge that.
Yeah,
So,
Helm combo, but I have some petty thefts that could help with that.
is there anything else that maybe you haven't played as much against? Right?
Eldrazi seems pretty hard.
Yeah.
Either way, but
That deck's real good right
seems
now.
really, really good.
Yeah.
Probably those 2 that I know of. Otherwise, I think I'm in a pretty good spot.
Yeah. We had. I remember at the 3K here, we had Edgar piloting Rescaminator, and it was his first time. Made it top 8. Never played the deck before, and he's like, "Deck just plays itself."
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like it plays itself in the mirror matchup. Do you find that one of the harder matchups? Do you think is the mirror because there
Yes.
seem to be so many little pieces?
Yes, totally. Yeah, and I you have to just think outside the box in the mirror, but you have to not only think about your graveyard, you think about their graveyard. You have to think about what they have in the hand. If you get rid of a troll, can they just reanimate the troll? Then you lose. So, there's so many things.
Yeah.
You just need backups. You need backups for everything.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
And even within that too, I think there was one time, I don't know if it was you, I think you griefed them, and they had Troll in hand and Force of Will. And we're like, oh, he'll take the Troll. We started to keep talking, and you ended up taking the Force of Will, and we were kind of surprised by that. What was your thought process of taking, was it kind of that reanimation piece? What was your thought process
It's
about
because
that?
I think before that I pondered, and I knew what was on top of my deck, so I knew I had an Entomb. I had an Entomb, Animate Dead.
Yeah.
So the Force of Will was if he draws blue card, he can. I was trying to end the game by bringing in an Entomb reanimation on the Archon.
That makes sense.
So I'm like, my Archon beats the Troll. I think I can. He can't have this counter match.
Triple Menace means nothing to Sauron the Dark Lord, honestly.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Well, Elliot, appreciate it. Good luck in your other
Cheers.
games.
Thank you
Thanks
so
for
much,
being
man.
on camera.
Yeah, that was awesome.
And, thanks for everybody that's tuning in right now. Please don't go away at our Legacy of the North Invitational. We're going to go to a little bit of a break, and we'll see you right after this. Thanks, everybody.
Later.
Welcome back, everybody, to our Legacy of the North Invitational. My name is Will.
I'm Steven.
And we are getting into our 4th round, not 3, but 4, and we are excited about our upcoming match. This round 3 was a little bit quicker, I'd say, than the other rounds, wasn't it, Steve?
Oh yeah, for sure.
And who do we have upcoming?
We've got Sia with Gritus Delverless Delver, and I believe it's Justin with Rug Eldrazi.
Rug Eldrazi. And we've talked a little bit about Eldrazi and these new cards. Tell us a bit about what are some of these new cards that we may see here in this Eldrazi list. They're not just dumb beaters, are they?
Oh, well, I mean, this one is first one is Eldrazi Linebreaker. So it's colorless, generic red. 4/3 has trample, and then when it comes during attack step, you can give target creature plus X plus O, where X is number of Eldrazi in play, and also give it haste.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Yeah, and then basically the whole deck is MH3.
Oh.
Right, like all the creatures are all MH3.
Wow.
So there's like glaring Flesh Raker.
Yep.
2 mana, colorless, 2/2, and then whenever you cast a colorless spell, make a 1/1 or make a 0/1 the spawn token.
Yep.
That sacrifices for colorless mana, and then whenever a colorless creature comes to play, it pings an opponent for 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess we'll be seeing a lot of these pieces here. DRC for Sia here, and a Yavimaya from Eldrazi player. That doesn't seem like a very Eldrazi start, playing a Yavimaya at the beginning.
I mean, sometimes you just don't have the explosive starts.
Yeah.
There's only so many like 2 drops in the deck. The deck's mainly it's like the CMC's all like on the 3s. Majority of them are 3 CC, and then like some were 4. This is one of his more broken starts. This is the Eldrazi Repurposer.
What is this
So it's 2 colorless green. When it's on cast, make a token.
Yep.
And then when it dies, it makes a token as well.
Oh.
And then it's also a 3/3. So just 3 mana 3/3. 3 mana 3/3 generates 2 bodies. One on cast and dies.
So what you're telling me is Modern Horizons has had an impact
on
this deck.
Oh yeah. And I mean, if he had a Thought Knot Seed, he would have been able to cast it this turn. Because he could have sacrificed the Scion and then cost reduce and tap the Eye of Ugin for 4 mana, right?
Wow.
So that's just an example of how explosive this deck can get.
Now, Wasteland on the Yavimaya instead of the Eye of Ugin. Now, for me, that's someone that doesn't play Eldrazi as much. I would personally value the Eye of Ugin a lot just because of the cost reduction, right?
Yeah, but the things that you can't tap for mana, and I think right now it's a lot less
Scary.
a lot less scary as well. But then if there were no Scion tokens in play, sorry, if there were no Spawn tokens in play, I would probably go for the Eye.
Yeah.
But because there are I would probably go for get rid of the Eye.
Yeah.
But because there are these in play, like obviously it can generate so much mana. So it might have been a better play to keep the Yavimaya and get rid of the Eye of Ugin.
Yeah.
Because then without that there's only 3 mana, right? So right now it's potentially 4 mana.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly,
right?
yeah.
So he could potentially play a Thought Knot Seer right now and it's undazable. Okay, so he's playing Cosmic Command, which still good, right? Exile, yeah, pretty sure he chose Exile creature and dig 2.
Scry 2.
Yeah.
That Wasteland is very pretty. What?
It's the Judge promo, the original one.
Ooh.
Yeah. Maybe, sorry, not the Judge promo, the NPR, the one they sent in the mail.
Yeah. That's pretty sweet. I would say that's nice. And it looks like he has that other new Eldrazi, the kicker, the Battle Mage, is it?
The Battle Mage, yeah.
Yeah.
Very good.
Okay, wait, did he draw that one?
He has to draw 1, right? Did he draw 1?
He did draw. He did put 1 in his hand.
Okay.
So, another great MH3 card.
Yes.
It seems like everywhere. And it seems like, does Sia have another land? Okay, he does.
Okay.
I was about to say, it could get scary here. Yeah, upkeep. Yeah, he has to draw as well here.
Yeah, and then, running on full cylinders, has 5 mana. Virtually able to cast almost anything in his deck.
Yeah. Not too much else, right? Like over 4 mana, is it in this deck here? They're not running Reality Smasher, right?
No,
like I remember that used to be kind of the list, right?
That's right,
big
yeah.
beaters, but now it's just all these new creatures.
Yeah, he was running. What is that card? It's also a new MH3 creature. It's a 7 mana Herald of Destiny. Is it?
Okay.
Devourer of Destiny.
Yeah.
But we spoke about that, and then we thought that it was just too high casting for especially a 3-color deck like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's gotten rid of it. But then right now it seems kind of suspicious how he has 5 mana, but then he's not playing anything. But then he can cast literally anything in his deck right now. So it must be another Cosmic Command in his hand, just waiting for to do something.
Yeah. Take away one of Sia's threats that may be coming out, right?
Yeah,
that's kind of the biggest thing, and we noticed that as well from this Grixis list. when they were playing against Control, right? Like he didn't do anything for the first 4 turns.
Yeah.
And ended up losing because he wasn't able to get a threat on board early enough. And this DRC getting taken out from the Kozilek's command, and just seems to keep playing more mana and waiting.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure what else is in Justin's hand. Maybe it's more lands. But then right now, if I was in CS position, I'd be scared on my mind.
Oh yeah,
Right? Like it just anything could be popping out, and then just
yeah.
you can go to town, right?
Some type of Eldrazi could be coming, and it could be scary. That's the thing.
Yeah,
Shuffling to the camera here. Look at him, not letting us see. We know you have a battle mage in there. Other than that, I don't know. But a lonely 2/2 with cast triggers doesn't seem like it wants to do too much.
I think in this matchup, it's just going to be a 2/2 because, like, unless a Murktide's coming down,
Yeah,
I think he's probably saving for the Murktide, right?
that makes sense.
Because it's hard for this deck to deal with Murktide, so you just want to bounce to Murktide.
Put it back in hand.
Yeah. So that's the Wasting Battle Mage. So it's 1 colorless, 1 generic for 2/2. Has green and blue kicker. So green kicker is exile artifact enchantment for green.
Yeah.
And then a blue kicker is 1 colorless and blue and to unsummon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and that's the one he has in his hand, especially what you were saying, right?
Yeah. Save it for the big threats.
Save it for the big one. Looks like probably another Kozilek's command, as you're saying, right? Just waiting, right?
There we go. Yeah.
Haste 4 life.
Casting for 4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And
Trigger.
So playing around days. Yeah.
Yeah. He's looking for maybe a Force Will here, right? He did
Yes.
find
I think
the
he's found a Psychic Frog. Yeah.
Psychic Frog, and I think he did find a big Dragon Boy. A big Drake. So, not unbeknownst to Sia, though, that he does have the Battle Mage in
Yes.
hand. So, no, maybe exile out of his graveyard, but it ain't going to matter too much.
Well, I mean, like there is a lot of cards in his graveyard, so he could probably like recast it again. But then hopefully, like he'll distribute the instant sorcery to exile first time, second time evenly.
Yeah.
For that possibility, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see what he does here. Okay, drawing. Okay, goes to his turn. What a great card! Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
What a great card.
Like I experienced it when I was playing against Cloud Post, and they were casting Kozilek's command for about like 8.
Oh my
And it
goodness!
was just stacking his next draw for like next 5-6 turns.
Oh my.
It's disgusting.
Vexing Bauble main deck. Does hurt C a little bit. Does turn off Force of Will, Daze, and value later. You can just draw from it, right?
Yeah.
When you think you don't need anymore. And Thought Knots here. This is looking pretty bad.
Oh yeah. But Justin is losing a lot of life from from
Pain
Ancient
lanes.
Tombs, so it's not trivial.
that Vexing Bauble did a lot versus that Daze there.
Yeah.
What do you take here?
I would probably just take the.
Psychic Frog?
No, I think I want it.
You let them keep the Murktide, right? So you can bounce
Yeah,
it?
you can keep the Murktide, but
It's a bit of a tricky one here.
I mean that's fair. I think it's between that and Tameo for sure,
Yeah.
right? I probably, to be honest, I'd probably take take Tameo
Yep.
because I don't want it to ever flip.
What does the flip side do?
So it's the Planeswalker, and then there's 2. Like I don't exactly know what all of it does. I know the plus is like 2.
-1 to each creature, is it? Something
Yeah.
like
So
that?
let me see here. Yeah. So plus it's -1 -0 to each attacking creature, and then the -1 is returns an instant sorcery card from graveyard back to your hand.
That's good.
Yeah. And if it's a green card, and it generates a mana
Yeah,
of any color.
that's good.
So I mean, just those 2 modes itself, it's already like kind of quote unquote backbreaking itself.
Oh,
Yeah.
this looks rough. Another Wasteland, and he's going to play his Battle Mage here, right? And bounces back to exactly what you were saying earlier, right? Like waiting for the Murktide, holding this card until it's going to put it back to his hand. Doesn't have the double blue anymore. We know he doesn't have a land.
Yeah.
Has a 4/4 on board. 6 damage technically.
Oh yeah.
This is
Yeah, it's a 3-turn clock, right?
play Tameo. You're going to be able to soak up at least 2 here, right? So
Yes. Well, that's if he wants to block.
yeah. Yeah, take 4, block the 2/2. Tameo's an 0/3, right?
Yes.
Okay, double lightning bolts your way out.
Oh, and there you go.
yeah,
Now it's a Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What a card.
Oh yeah. So now it's attack for 3 and 5. So it's attack for 8. It's a 1-turn clock now,
Yeah.
right?
And this card that just came on the field, it buffs each other colorless or each other Eldrazi?
Each other Eldrazi.
Each other Eldrazi.
And it also reduces cost of 7 cost or higher Eldrazi.
But I think we know that he doesn't have any of those, right?
right.
So he's got none in there. So
That's right.
That just a Lord, eh? Look at Eldrazi getting 2 mana.
I mean, this
lords.
thing even buffs artifacts because artifacts are colorless.
Oh my goodness!
Because it's all colorless creatures.
So you're telling me Oko gets stronger? No, I'm just kidding.
That's right. Well,
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Doesn't Oko make
It makes them an
green?
elk.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Make green, blue elk.
Yeah, it does. Oh. All I think of is just Oko attacking artifacts. That's all I can think of. Makes Karn better, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, game 1 to our Eldrazi player. Definitely hurting himself with those ancient tombs, but not really mattering too much. Thinking of Sia here, we're going to probably pull up his list in a moment. Sideboard wise, what has he got here?
Probably some Price of Progress coming in. I would maybe the Submerge because you see the Yavimaya.
Yep.
It makes everything to 4, so everything gets bounced back to top of library. But then there's not many shuffle effects, so that's kind of a mid choice.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Consign to Memory is a good one.
Consign to Memory coming in for sure.
Yep.
Of course, with all counter spells, you better have it in your hand and have 2 mana ready to do it.
Yeah.
Which is a big ask for especially when if you're on the play, and then if you don't have a turn 1 threat, and then your turn 2 you're holding up Consign to Memory.
Yeah, it's
because
pretty
you just don't have
telling.
Yeah, and you don't have a threat, right? So, like in this matchup, you really want to try to push through damage as much as possible. So you need to play your threats early and then just back up with Disruption, right? So that's the that's Sia's goal.
yeah, that's his goal at least. We didn't see it last game as much, right? He tried to get those DRCs out. Kozlik's Command came out and kind of just wrecked all the other pieces. Looking at our Eldrazi's players list here, I feel like he would have a bunch of items to bring in too.
Oh yeah. I mean, Chalice of Voids for sure.
Chalice on 1 looks
Chalice
pretty
on 1.
good here.
Yes, Chalice on 1. I would probably bring in the other Wastegate Battle Mage.
Yeah, that's good.
Just because you want more ways to bounce.
Dismembers.
You want more ways to. No, I don't think you need it.
No?
Particularly in this deck because they need to respect your creatures.
That's a good point. I didn't think of that.
Yeah, and because you also run the Ancient Tomb, so you going really low on life.
Lightning
really
Bolt
hurts.
starts looking a lot scary. He was at what, 7 life last game, right?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
that was all from himself, I'm pretty sure. Maybe except 1 attack.
Yeah, so the really only thing you really need to worry about is Murktide. That's the only thing I'd be afraid of if I was in the Eldrazi shoes.
Would you put in Disruptor Flute? I know that this is kind of one of those new cards, right? It's not worth it, right? So the Tameo, they're probably boarding it out, maybe, right? So.
Well, no. The thing is that Disruptor Flute, it doesn't attack.
True.
So if you take
it gets +1/+1.
yes,
it's stronger.
Yeah, if it ever has power toughness.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. No, but the thing is that everything you're boarding out is probably a bad creature.
Yeah.
And then so you're boarding out aggro for non-aggressive things, which means that you're lowering your threat density, right?
Yeah, that's
and
true.
then in this deck, everything is almost every creature is lower than 3 toughness. So everything gets lightning bolted, right? So it's like, well, I'm already boarding out creatures, and then the rest of my creatures also get lightning bolted. Just feels really bad, and then you're boarding in non-threats.
Yeah.
Right. So I wouldn't touch Disruptor Flute. Chalices on the play, I would board them in. On the draw, probably not.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, because I want to start applying pressure on turn 1 on the draw.
I've cried as well against these Delver decks. I put Chalice on 1. I'm like, you can't cast half your deck. And then they just start countering their own spells. And then there's a Murktide. And I go,
exactly.
This sucks. And then you just kind of go, I can't deal with that, right? And I think exactly that. Battle Mage is coming in, right, for it. So we'll see. Looks like going to 6 here. Going to be, what kind of hand do you think Sia's wanting to keep here, right? On this piece.
It's got to be like turn 1 Tameo.
Turn 1 Tameo, eh?
Turn 1 Tameo, and then turn 2 is just Consign to Memory.
Have it
up and ready. Or turn 1 Tameo, turn 2 Wasteland you.
Yeah.
Right? Or turn 1 Tameo and then ready to daze. Mm-hmm. So it's got to be threat and then disruption.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And
then you brainstorm ponder into another wasteland or into another daze or because they are tapping out a lot in this deck.
Yeah, they're going right to going to 5 here. kind of quick. Probably just saw a bunch of creatures, honestly, and didn't like the.
Well, no, the
land
mana
count.
base is also very like it's also weird because
Is it finicky?
Yeah, because the Eye of Ugin, it only reduces to generic,
Oh,
so it doesn't reduce the actual colorless symbol.
so you still need that
Yes,
piece.
and there's a lot of Eldrazi where you need the colorless symbol.
Mm-hmm.
Like for example, the Line Breaker, it's one colorless and then red. So if you have Eye of Ugin, it only solves one
Piece of the puzzle
You
there.
still need two more, right?
Yeah.
Like
Still really rough.
and then that holds the end. It's colorless and it's generic and colorless. So Eye of Ugin can't cast that,
My goodness.
right? So the deck is. It's kind the mana base is kind of fighting itself.
Yeah. Yeah, you were even mentioning too, right? The Mox Diamonds that some lists are playing, right? And, this is, depending on where you are in Ontario, right, and playing at locals or even tournaments, right? The 3K that was hosted here in July, it was a proxy-friendly event. This one here for the Invitational for the Legacy of the North is not proxy-friendly. It's kind of, the pinnacle of the whole season that you're playing for points, right?
Yeah.
And then, you have all the cards. And maybe that's why he's only playing, one Mox Diamond, I think,
yeah.
in his list, right? You were saying they're around $400 Canadian right now, which is
Yeah.
a pretty penny. And even our last player, our Scaminator player, they were playing 1 Underground Sea, right? And not the start that we were kind of thinking of. It's just Island Ponder.
But he does have a wasteland, and the Ponder gave him another wasteland. So I could see him keeping this, but I guess he wants a threat.
Okay.
I think he wants a threat, so that's, that's,
Something he's
that's
looking
good.
for.
That's good Ponder discipline.
That is. I probably would not have it
yeah.
and just keep the wasteland. And then I guess it's tough, right? Because you know that you need to shuffle.
Yeah.
Moto bug.
Yeah, exactly. Draws the wasteland.
Yeah.
But this is okay because he has time. Because usually, this is do nothing, right? You're
Yeah.
just gonna
Same start as last time.
time walk him, right? Like,
Yeah, here we go. Wasteland it.
and then dude, I draw a
What a great-
Tameo. Like if he had a Tameo, that'd be great, right?
Yeah, exactly. Nothing else. I think, yep, pondering.
Okay, still looking for a threat. I don't think I think it's 2 lands and a Ponder.
He does have a Psychic Frog in hand,
Yeah.
so we'll kind of see how he wants to go around this. We know he has another Wasteland. Does he want to try to play the Frog next, or is he maybe still just a land? Okay.
I think it depends on what Justin plays, what land he plays afterwards. Okay.
I
This
Wasteland
one-
this.
Yeah.
Like last game, this seemed like it just took it away, right?
Yeah.
Okay, no, he's going to play the Frog.
Well, I mean, sooner or later, you're going to have to deploy a threat.
Yeah, and you could
Right.
draw.
So, I mean, it's not optimal, but then obviously, his deck only has so many 1-drop threats. I believe it's the Tameo and the DRC, and he
Yeah.
can't cast a red spell, right? So I understand why he's going for Psychic Frog. It just doesn't feel that great. If he has Daze in hand, that'd be a lot better.
Yeah.
Right? He would feel a lot more comfortable, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I can't see his hand right now, but maybe he has a Daze, so he's
Yeah.
willing to go play like this, right?
So Psychic Frog has hit the field. Just a little 1/2. Modern Horizons 3. It has
Future All-Star.
future All-Star, future discussion of being banned. Discard a card, put a 1/1 counter on it. Exile 3 cards from your graveyard, give it flying. When it does combat damage to a player, is it Planeswalker as well? Or is it just player?
I believe it's just player.
Just player, you get a draw card. So,
Oh no, and Planeswalker.
yeah, I was
It's
about to
both.
say, it's something
both.
weird, right?
Yeah,
like,
it's both.
it's like good. And we have,
Okay, so there's 1 mana floating for a Glaring Fleshraker. This is why you want to get rid of the Eye of Ugin, because if he had another Fleshraker, he could have double spelled this turn.
that would have been nice.
And it would have generated a token and ping for 2.
And I think Sia just drew a Bane of Progress here. Or
Bane
maybe
of
it was
Progress? That's a green spell.
just, sorry, not Bane of Progress. What's the
Price of Progress.
Price of Progress, thank you. Yeah, he drew Bane of Progress, actually, Steve. Hang on a second here. Price of Progress.
Yeah, so Price of Progress, red instant spell, deals 2 damage.
This is what you're saying?
There we go. Applying pressure. I bet you he really wants to find that Daze.
And he's going to flip Tameo here, too, right?
Did he
Ponder
draw?
draws a card.
Yes.
He draws Psychic
Yes.
Frog. Wow, plays it right away. Already flips
Oh
it.
yeah, oh yeah.
Plus ones it, maybe?
Is it good enough for...
Goes to
Oh
2
yeah, you
plus-
must plus, because minus is -3, and it starts as 2.
Oh, okay, so it goes to 4 here.
Yes.
Really doesn't, I guess, do too much right now, but
I mean, next turn, if Justin plays like a X3 or X2 Eldrazi, he just picks it. He just minuses and lightning bolts it again, right? So
There we go. I
we'll
think
see.
he has
Yeah,
some-
there it is. The line breakers in X3,
Perfect.
right? So it's going to attack for 4. Hope Tamio might die,
Yeah,
but I believe this is dazeable. Oh no, it's not because the ancient tomb is providing the extra color.
yeah, the extra colorless for it. So,
Okay, so it's not dazeable.
he is
Okay,
1, 2, 3, 5. Maybe.
double days. There we go.
Oh, double days. Doubling down here.
Yeah.
A dazing
But
experience.
I think you have to.
Yeah.
Because or else the Tamio would die. And right now, you could consider either getting back the days,
Wasteland.
or getting back the lightning bolt, right?
Yeah, he just drew a wasteland as well. Do you play the wasteland?
Oh yeah, you would waste something, but it's hard call.
Not the colored? What? I wonder what about the colored mana here? Is it easier for the Eldrazi deck to maybe make colored mana?
Well, here's the thing: if his hand's stuck with all the colored Eldrazi, he can't cast it because that land can only provide colorless or colored. Can't provide
okay.
both at the same time.
Yeah,
Yeah. So I like cutting him off the actual colorless source.
yeah, that's fair.
But I mean can the courtyard actually make colored mana?
Yeah, it can make colored mana for creatures of its type. So he'll name Eldrazi with it.
Right.
I play with goblins, and it can do
But you
for
can
activated abilities.
but you can choose to make colorless as well and
Yes.
cast the same creature type. Okay.
Yeah. So that's like a
so
good
it can
thing
still
about
make
it.
colorless, so it's still good.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure if the Cavern of Souls, which we haven't seen yet, even though he has a 4 of too, right?
Should be.
And
yes.
it, you don't have to announce it making colored mana for your creature. If you're making colorless, you do
Yes.
have to say that.
Yeah.
Some old ruling or whatever getting countered.
Yeah.
I love it, but I hate it.
No, but that's exactly the type of hand where like Sia needs.
Yeah.
Especially when he's on the play, right? Disruption, and then he needs to stick a creature and then ride more disruption.
Yeah.
Right? Like see what it took. It took a bolt, 2 wastelands, 2 dazes to get him out of there, right? Like that was a lot.
That seems like a
right?
lot to ask for, and
And now it's being on the draw. It's
it's going to be tough. Now, thinking about Eldrazi player, they just lost. Seems like he's not even sideboarding or changing really sideboards that much here, right?
yeah. I mean, if he boarded into Chalices already, you just leave it on the play. But on the play, for sure, I want Chalice on 1.
Yeah.
Right? Like you just draw Ancient Tombs, slam Chalice on 1. Do you have the Force of Will or not? And then we go on from there, right?
Yeah, you're not able to cast most cards in your deck, and
Yeah.
we'll go from there, right? So, that makes sense. For Eldrazi player, what are they hoping to start? They've done both games, Yavimaya Go.
Well,
Do they want
Soul
stronger?
Land.
Yeah.
Soul
Land?
For me, whenever I'm playing like a Soul Land type deck, I want to see a Soul Land and a 2-drop,
Yeah,
right? Or else, why am I playing this deck?
that's fair.
Right? Because playing like Yavimaya Go feels like I'm time locking myself, right?
You're not doing too much within the beginning pieces, right?
Yeah.
And for those who know too, right? Soul Land, we're talking about
Oh,
like Ancient Tombs, right?
Yeah, lands
the
that
one-
make 2 mana.
2 mana,
actually,
like
right?
Soul Ring, right? So
Yeah.
think about that for those who play Commander. So
And City of Traders.
City of Traders. Are they playing City of Traders here too?
Usually it's 1 City of Traders.
Yeah.
So City of Traders again taps for 2 colorless, and then when another land comes in play, you have to sacrifice it.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
So, Game 3, Round 4 of our Legacy of the North Invitational. 31 players here today, Steve. We've had a great day so far. Round 3 was pretty quick, right? It seems like for the players in general.
Oh yeah.
But we'll kind of see. We have 5 rounds. We'll see what it kind of looks like for 5th round.
This round's fairly quick too, because it's like you either get beat down really fast, or you just don't, or you get wasteland out of the game, and,
Yeah,
and
that's
then
it.
the match ends. That's usually what happens in these matches.
Yeah.
Where like you're on the play, and then it's like you just overwhelm the other guy, and the other guy just can't catch up.
Yeah, I hear you.
Especially like the start you want the most is like turn 1 like Mox Diamond, Soul, Ancient Tomb, or City of Traders into like Line Breaker, right?
Yeah.
Attack for 4, and if they can't lightning bolt it, then every single other creature you play has haste.
Yeah. Oof. Okay, Wasteland into Vexing Bauble.
Okay, I mean,
Feels okay.
feels all right. Stops Brick stays, Brick's Force of Will.
Yeah.
I'm kind of okay with that, but then Cavern of Souls also does that, so
Yeah. It's interesting. I guess my initial thought is like taking some of these out, right? But I guess it does break those kind of pieces, right? There's only a 2 of right in the deck.
yes.
So, And Sia does have a threat turn 1.
Okay, yeah.
We'll see how far this threat goes. Is playing into the Wasteland, though. May
No,
not
but
have.
He's probably not going to activate the Wasteland unless he's land flooded. I unfortunately can't see his hand, but okay,
Yeah.
this is a weak hand from the Eldrazi player.
Oh, yeah, no Soul
Because-
Land, as you're
because
mentioning.
yeah, there's no 2 mana. There's no lands that generates 2 mana. So this is, if Sia has a Wasteland, this is where his chance comes.
And I think he does. What?
Probably a judge call.
Yeah, Judge Call looks like. My guess.
He probably accidentally saw the top card of his library.
Yeah. So my guess is either he got 2 cards there or something like that.
Yeah.
So we'll figure out what it is exactly, right, and then we'll report back.
I feel like usually the answer is like usually what happens is give a warning and shuffle
Yeah.
the deck. But I mean, like, I'm not a judge, so.
Yeah, and I think we've only had a couple judge calls today, right? Everyone's playing pretty tight. I think, everyone got it out of themselves, hopefully round 1, right, of like making GRVs, right, game rule violations. And, here looks like an honest mistake. Sia, I think both players like catching themselves right there to understand, let's pause the game, let's get this sorted out, and let's go from there. So
Yeah.
we'll kind of see what the decision is with it and going from there.
Yeah. But besides that.
2 cards were seen when drawn. And
okay.
yeah, so kind of what we almost assumed, right, Steve?
Yeah.
So, have you ever done this before?
Very rarely. I mean, it probably has happened to me like once in a blue moon.
Yeah.
And again, the solution to this is very easy. Just play slower.
Yep. Yep.
Right? It does happen when your cards are sticky.
Yes.
Card sleeves are sticky. So it's, change sleeves. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But again, so what Sia wants to do, he really wants to Wasteland Bolt.
There it is. Wasteland? Does he have the bolt, though?
Yeah. Or Tamio's
Tamio?
good too. Just threats, right? Like,
Is this creature a 1/1?
It's a 2/2.
It's a 2/2. Okay. It looks like a 1/1, right? From
yeah,
the
because it's the
piece here?
border. The old border is and it's foil, so it's
Yeah. Okay. Eldrazi Temple. He is wastelanding.
okay.
This seems aggressive. Wasteland back. Do it. Do it.
Let's go.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Okay. No one's playing Magic today.
This is in the long run, this is kind of favorable for the Eldrazi deck because Eldrazi does run a lot more lands than other decks.
Yep, that's right. And he's already gone through 4 technically, right?
Yes.
Okay. Tamio. Wow. And does have the Eye of Ugin. Going to reduce things by 2. Pretty good
I'm
land.
surprised the Tamio hasn't been attacking.
It was played the other turn, but I don't know why it didn't attack the turn
Last
he
turn?
played the Wasteland.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it
It's
should've
not
attacked-
a 3/3. It's only other creatures get +1/+1, right?
Right. Well, no, it's flying.
Oh yeah, it's flying.
It's flying, so it should have at least made a clue.
Yeah.
But I guess he's maybe it's late. It's round 4.
Yeah.
Maybe got flustered from the judge call.
Yeah, it could be it.
'Cause again,
yeah,
not
he did.
attacking?
Yeah, not attack again. I think that's
we-
the
are we
wrong
missing
play. Thought
something?
notes here. Yeah.
Are we missing something here?
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, well that's a fairly easy take. I believe I would just take the ponder and say go.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Not too worried about taking 4 here, right? From
Yeah.
it. Yeah. 16 relative wise.
Especially when you have a 5/5 and a 2/2.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Right. So.
Okay.
The Ponder's the best out that Sia's going to have for getting out, and he's not made 2 clues, which is actually kind of big because he, potentially for another turn could have had a clue and then cantrip draw an
Yeah.
extra card, right?
Yeah,
So-
exactly. So I'm not sure what happened there, but maybe again just forgot because judge.
Yeah, the judge
misplay,
piece.
the misplay, and just affected him. Who knows?
Yeah.
But
We always want to see the best Magic that we can, especially these kind of days, and especially larger tournaments, right? We want to see people play to the prime, and we'll see kind of what the next step is. We know that he's going to try to get bashed for 5 here. Wow. Okay.
Okay. Here we go.
Trigger.
First step.
Pause. Let him do this.
Yes. All right.
Delirium. How does this work?
So he needs 4 card types in the graveyard. So right now he has 2.
And then keeps it on top.
And then DRC gains +2/+2 flying, and then must attack every turn.
So you're saying it's not like Arena where it's a 3/1
Yeah.
and it got nerfed to the ground?
No.
That's fair.
I did not know that happened in Arena.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, so on Arena, I don't know if it's historic or I don't even know. It's a 3/1 now. Same idea, but instead of a 3/3, it's a 3/1.
And did Sia just not make a land drop?
Yeah, he did. He had 2 fetches.
So he didn't play a land?
I,
I'm not
What's
sure
going on here?
happening.
and he I know he wanted the card on top of his deck, but why not still play it?
The land, right?
The land. You don't have to fetch. Draw that
Yeah.
card still, and then
This is very weird.
It's it's yeah. Did he take 4? Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He did. Okay, so he has the brainstorm. Okay, we understand that. We'll see how Sia plays this here, and we'll try to get his thoughts. I think, Steve, you're right in the way of just kind of thinking about the game, right, and how a player may feel, and that's a big thing. Fatigue's telling.
I mean, I can't understand. Okay, if he knew the brainstorm was there, I can see like him keeping the fetch lands in hand. So he has more things to put on top back on his library,
Yeah.
right? I can understand that. So that could be the reason why he missed the land drop last turn.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's hope he plays one of his lands this time, really thinking about Psychic Frog there,
Yeah.
and then looking at the top 3.
Well, it is a creature, so
Yes.
it adds 1 more to Delirium, so he's only missing sorcery or artifact because he does play 2 of those.
Yeah. Okay. He did play a land this time. Tamio will flip. Probably plus, and then those are three
When they
fours?
attack, there'll be 3/4s.
Okay. So, does he let Tamio die here?
I think he has to.
And does he attack with both?
I don't know if he's able to. No. Well, I mean, even if he chump block, I don't think I think if he chump blocks, like he has no way of winning.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, right? You almost trying to think of the race.
Yeah.
Is it both at him?
It might be.
It might be here. It'll be interesting. What does Sia need to draw here to get out?
If he has an instant, and then he surveils like a sorcery or an artifact in the yard.
Yeah.
And then he can double block one of the Thought-Knot Seers.
Yep.
And then so they trade and he draws a card. And then next turn he can try to play another creature and then try to double block again, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Try to really get these Thought-Knot Seers off the board and
Yes.
then try to kill him this way. So let's see. He does.
Okay.
So-
Wait a minute. That's okay. So it doesn't kill it yet. He's hoping.
Yeah.
He's hoping he gets Delirium right now.
So he needs
Probably surveil. He needs
an artifact or
Artifact or sorcery.
okay. Let's see. That's a land. That's not it. It doesn't look like it either, honestly. If he's taking this time to think.
Yeah.
So, and I'm pretty sure we know the other card in his hand is another land,
Yeah.
right?
Well, he did brainstorm.
Oh
So-
yeah, that is right. Brainstorm fetch. So last card is somewhat unknown to us and the Eldrazi player.
Yeah.
Can't be free though, because free is not allowed.
Oh, he kept it, and then that's okay. Well, I mean, this is still okay because now he can block. Yeah.
Yeah.
He can. So it's
2 damage. Oh, is this command?
Oh, what a blowout. Okay.
This. Oh, he does have Murktide in hand. But does he have a Battle Mage now next too, right?
Well, there's only 1 card left, so I mean, you got to do what you got to do.
yeah.
Right?
Oh my goodness. And doesn't Eldrazi Temple tap for 2 because it's an Eldrazi
Yes.
tribal spell?
Yes.
What a ridiculous card. What a card, eh? Like,
Yeah.
look at this.
I have Ugin also decreases it by 2.
Oh my god, so he did it for what? He did it for 4 then, right? X is 4?
Yes.
Kha'Zix Demand?
Yeah.
So he'll block, because you kill 1. Right? So yeah, he's going to take 3, block that, Tamio lives.
Letting Tamio live? Okay.
But Thought-Knot Seer doesn't die, that's the thing.
No.
I think he's 1 point short of it.
Yes.
Has a Brazen Boar.
Oh, that's I don't know, but this
That's
is
what he kept on top?
yeah. That's kind of meh.
That doesn't seem
Yeah, it doesn't
the
seem
best.
right?
Yeah, it doesn't seem the best in regards to what he's facing. He's going to make this thing as big as he can, of course, right?
Yes, because there's no colored mana,
Yeah.
so he doesn't have to be afraid of the Battle Mage at this moment, unless
Yes.
the card that he's sandbagging is like the Lotus Petal and or the Courtyard and the Battle Mage. But he just
Cavern of Souls.
But he did just scry for 4, right?
Yeah.
So
Who knows what he's put on top, right? I feel like our Eldrazi players got to know that this is something that could be coming, right? Is
Oh,
a
yeah.
Murktide after all the cantripping, all the DRCs, milling things into the graveyard.
Yeah. But this is a start. If the Murktide can live, it's a start.
And I think this is what, Flesh Raker?
Oh, okay. Well, this is also a problem.
Yeah, they're back to 4/4s, right?
Well, no, because he no longer needs to attack to win.
This is the other one.
Yeah, the Flesh Raker. So now he can play like a Lotus Petal, and then starts making spawn, like makes token, deals a damage. Anytime he plays a colorless creature, makes a spawn, deals a damage, and then the creature comes to play, deals a damage. So you
Passive damage.
Yeah, so even like if he has like a command in hand, Cosmic Command, he can just make a whole bunch of 0/1s, and then it's like a fireball.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so
This
all the tokens come into play, and then the Flesh Raker, it's like 1 damage for each one that comes into play.
Yeah, this is looking pretty tough. He's holding up the Clue and Borrower here, right?
Yes.
Every time this Ancient Tomb is tapped, I feel like Sia's
It's doing work. It's doing work for. Oh my God! There we go. There we go. We just talked about this. Oh, this is brutal.
This is so cast.
It is for 4.
Yep.
So there's a cast trigger, so he gets a 0/1, automatically deal 1 damage.
Yep. Oh my God. Goes to 9. Holy.
So is there days here? Hard cast days?
No,
I
he
don't
has
think so,
Brazen
right?
Borrower and Ponder.
Oh, so he's gonna bounce the Flesh Raker? Yeah, I think you gotta bounce the Flesh Raker, or else you just take so much more damage.
Yeah. Is it on cast?
No,
All the 0/1s coming?
No. They have to resolve.
Okay.
But then right now there's one 0/1 that's on the stack. And that is on cast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. This is okay. Yeah, he's accepting that. And then this will happen. Okay, so there's that 0/1. Isn't going to get pinged for it, of course, right?
Yeah. So now there's 5 of those guys.
Jeez. Woohoo! That could have been painful.
Okay, yeah. And the other mode is stack your deck.
Yeah. Oh my
Right?
goodness.
Okay.
Look at the top.
Yeah. Good luck, Sia.
Yeah. Good luck. I feel like this is the end. The end is nigh.
I mean, let's see what
He
else
hits him for
could
8,
do.
and then
I think the other outs are gonna be like another Murktide.
yeah.
And even with running Murktides, this next one is only gonna be it's only gonna be a 4/4. At least it'll grow this one, but
Yeah.
I think Tamio has got to like
Minus.
make the Unholy Heat good somehow.
Yeah.
Right,
And he hasn't even hit Delirium.
Yeah, he needs to have Delirium, and it makes the Unholy Heat like do work. But
No,
this is a lot.
Yeah, this is a lot for Sia to kind of climb back on it. I'm not going to say some of the earlier plays that we were kind of asking, right? Like, why wasn't he attacking with Tamio, right? He would be at 4 clues. Maybe that he would have drawn off of one of them earlier, right? In one of the instances that he held up 2 mana. Some plays that we've been wondering of kind of where have we come from and, to get us this point.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, I don't think they're that big misplays.
no,
Like
relative to where we are.
Yeah, I mean, misattacking twice with Tamio. I mean, sure there'd be 2 clues, but he's always short on mana.
Yeah,
So, like, would he have drawn those extra cards? Maybe 1, maybe not.
yeah.
Would they have mattered? I don't know, because the clues don't stay in your graveyard, so they don't count for Delirium.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Right?
and that's one thing he's missed out too, right?
Yeah.
He is still counting off his Koziliks.
They must be really good.
Whatever those four cards are that he's
Yeah.
scrying. I wonder what he's trying to do the math on in regards to, okay, can I die next turn?
No, I bet you he's trying to figure out how much, like, what he can cast, so he can just, like, keep dumping his hand
Machine gun it down.
Because right now, he has the Flesh Raker in hand,
Yeah.
and so he can just exile, so he can sack one guy, and then cast the Flesh Raker again, and then if he has more colorless guy, he just keep sacrificing, and then keep, like, playing those guys out.
That's right, yeah.
And then so the machine gun keeps going with the Flesh Raker.
Yeah, he keeps getting it. And I think he does actually have a Battle Mage in hand, but he doesn't have the colored mana, as you were mentioning earlier, right? So, sacking the
Draw a
bauble,
card, there we
draw.
go. Yeah. So if you can he's trying to chain, there we go, and this
Here we
triggers
go.
Flesh
Trigger.
Raker,
Shoot him.
deals
Oh
the
my.
damage, and then now you can actually cast and cast the Battle Mage and bounce
Oh
if you
my
want to.
goodness. Yeah, and I think that's what he's going to do.
Yeah.
That just seals the game, potentially. You attack in here. No, you attack for lethal,
Yeah.
right?
Yes,
Because you attack.
No, well, because it comes into play and then it pings, so Sia goes down to 8.
And then
no,
attack
so it goes down to 7, attack for 8.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, see, this is how this.
This deck.
Yeah.
Modern Horizons 3.
The Flesh Raker is a beating.
That is.
Is a beating.
It's interesting to see that Eldrazi went from like kind of this idea of like, oh, I'm gonna play Reality Smasher, like try to go quick, right? This like very aggro to okay, nothing's really more than 4. Right?
Oh,
like,
it's not. It's not lethal because Tamio. Okay.
Oh, Tamio, yeah, but
yeah, of course.
do
But
this and then
he has another.
yeah. Oh my God, make some dudes and then to kill you for 1. Yeah, cast it.
Yeah,
cast
see,
it for 0.
The
right?
Flesh Raker's kind of insane, right?
Yeah.
Because it gives Eldrazi another out to other than combat.
Yeah.
Right.
Wow. My goodness. Wow.
Yeah.
Good game, everybody. I have to say, round 4. I think game 1 was a tribute to Eldrazi. Game 3 was a tribute to the new Eldrazi, right? Of like it doing its thing.
Oh yeah.
And I think it's just too much for the Grixis deck to ask for. It got it there game 2, but as you were saying, Steve, it just needs so many pieces.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if he got Delirium earlier on, it would have made a difference because his guys would have been flying, attacking for 3 for at least like 2 or 3 turns, right?
Yeah.
So that would have been additional 9 damage.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Which would make a big difference. Yeah, but I don't think his deck is kind of made to be able to deal with Eldrazi, right? Like I think if he wants to play this deck in the future, post board, you need more than Consign to Memory because Consign to Memory only hits one thing.
Yeah.
Right? Like they're only casting 1 spell a turn, and then it only hits so many things. So like I think you need to play like board sweepers afterwards, right? Or maybe like he needs to have actual Delver of Secrets, so have it flip and then attack, like just
start attacking,
like cheaper threats, right? Like, or it could be that this deck needs another Goyf.
Yeah,
another Goyf's a 4/5, and your 4/5s. Well, all your guys are only 4/4s, and I'm a 4/5. So
it's going to bounce off my guy, and I'm going to take out yours, right? Through the facet. So.
So I mean, if this Eldrazi deck is going to be more popular, you might need a retooling the sideboard and maybe some 1-drops, like retooling of the 1-drops as well, right?
Yeah, and it's 16 days, right? After Grief, the big discussion is what is going to be on the table after this potential Grief ban, right? I'm not going to say certain, Magic, there could be things that happen, right? But after Grief gets banned, are we going to see a lot of Eldrazi? Are we going to see a rise of it? We already have here, right, in our local scene within Ontario.
Yeah. I'm surprised that we haven't really seen the Eldrazi Cloud Post deck.
We saw a lot of it at the 3K.
Yeah, the 3K.
We haven't seen it at all today.
Yeah, today just not here. Maybe because no Tabernacles.
Maybe
the proxy event allows you to play Tabernacles, and
that's true. Tabernacle is a bit of a pricey card.
Yes,
at $1,000 right now for probably an Italian version.
Yeah.
So damaged, right, with some pizza stains on it.
Yeah.
So we're going to be going into round 5. We're going to hope that we're going to get one of the games that people need to get in for top 8. So we will be going to a break shortly. Just kidding. We are not going to a break. We are going to be continuing Magic. But we're going to be going to round 5. We'll kind of see, are we able to pull up our standings here to see who might be trying to draw in at this time? So we'll go standings round 4.
Let me just refresh this.
Yep, and then kind of go from there.
Yeah.
There are going to be some people definitely drawing into, let's...
okay, Jeff's at 10 points, awesome. Claudio's also at 10 points, awesome. Jamie, 10.
Jeff was one of the top point players too, right, within this season, was he?
Yeah, he was near the top.
Okay, and he's
3-0-1, so he's drawing in for sure.
And what deck's he playing? Are we able to click on that? How do we do this?
Let me double check.
We're using a program called Spice Rack. I was actually talking with one of the programmers for it. Really nice guy, based out of here in Ontario. It's great. Honestly, the app is really friendly for players, TOs, and judges. And we've been running the tournaments here within Legacy off of it, and the one here today too.
Yeah, and Jeff's playing Mono Red Painter.
Mono Red Painter, interesting.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I believe he kind of likes the deck because he's expecting a lot of frogs.
Yep.
And this deck, it runs a lot of Blast main deck.
Yeah,
so
that would be good versus it.
Very good against blue spells, also frogs. You know, just splash, quote unquote, splash hates on those cards, right?
Yeah.
So it's good. Right now, it's a very good choice.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, and he's been, he's always kind of wants to play those type of decks anyway, so.
Yeah. Yeah, Painter. I love always playing against Painter,
Yeah.
but that's kind of my thought with Goblins. So,
Yeah, Claudio's also top. Oh, and he's playing Nadu.
we were talking about that
okay.
earlier, right? Of kind
Yes.
of, yeah, I think it was before the broadcast, right? Of the expectation of kind of Nadu and kind of where it is. Like, it's a lot of value. I don't know if he's playing. Is he playing the combo version, like try to win, or just
he's
full
playing
value?
He's playing the Bristly Bill version.
Ooh,
Yeah,
he
if you
is.
guys don't know what Bristly Bill is, it's a card from Thunder Junction. So it's 1 colorless, 1 green, 2/2, and has landfall. Whenever land comes into play, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature.
Oh,
And then 3 green, double all +1/+1 counters on creature you control.
man.
And then so when Nadu flips a land, comes into play, triggers Bristly Bill,
Targets
a
something.
creature, and then triggers Nadu, and then so all your creatures are growing, and you're getting a
triggering
wide
Nadu.
board, and they're going wide and going tall.
Wow.
Right? Sick card.
Nadu, they don't come in tapped. Why do these like I know like in Modern it's like way worse, right? Like
Yeah.
like the format in regards to those things, but it's like it's tough to see like Nadu in the state that it is, but coming in untapped, I feel like is just one of the wildest parts, right? So
Oh, yeah.
we're gonna be looking at kind of round 5 here, and seeing who we're gonna be pulling up,
Yeah.
as we want to try to find some of those games that these players are trying to really make sure. We're going to be watching Boston,
Okay, Boston
And John.
O'Keefe.
We saw
Okay.
John
Yeah,
earlier.
we saw John in round 1.
and I don't think we've seen Boston yet. So John was playing Mono Black Helm,
Yeah.
and Boston, well,
I
you're
believe
new
he's
to
on
the area.
actual Delver.
Delver,
Yeah,
Delver?
Yeah. Grixis Delver with Delver of Secrets.
A bit of a different one than Sia. Sia had
Yes.
no Delver, right?
Yeah. And this has no Tameo.
No Tameo. So a bit of a switch. Is it a 4-for-4 switch?
Yes.
How do you feel about that within the current? At least let's say in the Eldrazi matchup,
Yeah, I think in terms of the Eldrazi matchup, you just want
a better threat, I guess.
you just want better threat. Yeah, exactly. So I like the Delver of Secrets. Maybe in a more controllish meta, you want Tameos.
Yeah.
Right, because the Planeswalker's insane.
Oh my
Planeswalker's
goodness.
abilities are insane.
Yeah.
And
Harder to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. But when you're dealing with aggro, you also need to aggro yourself.
Yes.
Go aggro yourself, right?
Yeah.
So
It'll be interesting to see. So Mono Black Helm, we saw that round 1. It did its Helm thing.
Mm-hmm.
Game 1, killed the guy very quickly. Its matchup versus Delver. This has probably been played before Grief was a thing, right?
Yes.
Helm has been around. Someone did mention in the chat, right? It's a bit of an older deck. How do you find this matchup fares?
if this was John's previous version of the deck with with Ancient Tombs, I would put this more in favor of the Delver deck of Boston.
Yeah.
But because he's running 17 Swamp,
Yeah.
his mana base is super good. Doesn't have to be afraid of Wastelands.
Yeah.
And so yeah, so I think this might be a 50-50. The only thing I don't like too much is if he doesn't get if he doesn't have the Leyline of Void in play from the very beginning of the game, then it gets really hard to combo because if he's trying to go for Voidwalker and Helm,
it's gonna die.
Voidwalker's gonna die and Helm's not gonna do anything, right? Or if he's gonna try to resolve a 4-mana Leyline and then a 4-mana Helm, good luck to try and do that in the format. Deck full of Dazes and Force of Wills, right?
Yeah, exactly, right?
So,
with no counter magic really to boot for it, right?
Yeah. So I mean, obviously things have to go right, but I think the first step of it going right is the mana base is real solid.
Yeah. I think that will be a big determining factor within this, and it'll be interesting to see what John kind of try to keeps here, right? If he's trying to, put out a Helm really quick or really try to play it slowly. And with these Delvers too, having those extra threats compared to the Tameo, I feel like that will help in this, right? If you had the Tameos, Delver just seems better in this matchup, right? So
Yes.
we'll see.
Just being more aggressive, especially if he's on play, he goes turn 1 land Delver, and then if John doesn't have a Grief hand, or if he's forced to tap out to do something, Daze, and then another Daze, and that'll just put him really far behind,
Yeah, it looks like our Delver player will be on the play here. Boston, known for playing Delver, oh goodness me, forever.
Ever since he started playing Legacy, like
Forever?
10 years ago.
Yeah, I was about to say, I remember years ago playing against him, and he was still on Delver.
Yeah.
So we'll kind of see what he has here. What is he looking to have?
Again, turn 1 Delver into like Daze or Wasteland. Well, I mean, Wasteland doesn't do anything in this deck, so,
Yeah.
but he probably doesn't know that.
Yeah.
But
It hits one card. Lake of
yes,
the Dead?
Lake of the Dead. Yeah, I probably wouldn't be playing this again. That Lake against.
Ooh, 7/7 they
but-
keep.
Okay.
I think that's a Grief.
I don't think there's Reanimate there, but there
No.
is. Yeah, there we go. Grief Thoughtseize. Yeah.
And has the Daze Protection as well.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
It's a good hand, though.
I mean,
Like-
I would probably just
Take the Frog?
maybe,
No?
maybe take the Daze.
Yeah. Try to jam through?
Yeah, yeah, and then force them to like try to find it.
Yeah, that's right.
Because see, right now you can't cast the Frog for at least another 2 turns
That's right.
unless he top decks a land, right? Because he goes land Brainstorm, can't cast Frog there,
Yeah.
right? So yeah, take
Yeah,
the
you're
Daze.
right. Good call. Yeah, it kind of relieves that piece. Going to be able to play around some other things. I think does John have another Thoughtseize in hand or something like that? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, it's
Flip
hard
the
to see.
cards.
Flipping quick,
People flicking cards really quick, and
Yeah.
they're not.
not showing us.
Yeah, not
all
showing
the
us.
goods.
Yeah.
So it looks like just kind of writing everything down. Going to be crossing out. Boston will give him the information probably before he draws or shuffles or anything like that, and won't give it again.
Yeah. And this could backfire on Boston if he doesn't draw a fetch land. Oh, let's go!
Oh my goodness!
Let's go! The blowout.
Okay.
I feel like the game's over.
The way Boston put his deck
Yeah.
in front of him was kind of
Yeah.
one of those. Wow.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
There we go.
He has Wasteland. He has Wasteland. What,
Yeah.
like, what else? Like,
this is the classic John O'Keefe though. Like he loves
oh my
doing plays like
goodness.
this.
Yeah.
But I think you have to run into this because you just like what are the chances of him having this specific combo, right?
Yeah.
So just and just pray to top deck a land. But if I think if he misses land for 2 turns, like this game's probably over.
Oh my goodness. That is awesome.
Yeah.
That is great.
Yeah. Welcome to Legacy, guys.
Yeah, welcome to Legacy. Yeah. How much do you hate this card in Commander? If you like searching, well, welcome to this.
Yeah.
Turn 1. Turn 1, Grief into Opposition Agent.
And he took days, right? Yeah, that
Opposition Agent reads.
okay, there we go. No land. Not a land.
Opposition. What is it? It's
3/2
3/2.
flash, and then it stops people from searching. So whenever someone searches library, you search for them and take the card.
Yeah.
And then you can also look at their hand
Yeah. Oh my.
while you're
goodness.
searching. Oh, okay. At least he has a bolt. At least it was a red land, so at least he can kill
Opposition Agent.
opposite agent. Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, okay, yes, Opposition. It's locking you down. Dothly Voidwalker. Now the potential of the
Yes.
combo, right?
Yes.
So, Boston.
Oh,
has,
and the Bowmaster draw is just oh my god.
And we know he has triple brainstorm. I think if Boston brainstorms,
dude. It's so painful.
I bet if Boston brainstorms here and he drops Bowmaster, concede.
Like
Yeah.
table flip.
Yeah, table flip. Give me back my underground seed.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
I think I'd probably play the dual land just
Yeah.
to play around days and then so who cares if he wastes?
Yeah.
If he wastes lands, he's down to 1 card.
Yeah, exactly.
One land in play, right?
Yeah.
Like, who cares?
Oh my goodness. Okay, Boston's really thinking about this. Okay, gonna bolt this.
Yeah, it's
Get rid of this
fine.
Oppo.
Yeah,
and
you can't protect.
You don't care at this point.
It did its stuff.
Yeah, it did its stuff, slowed him down so much. Now you'll play it.
Yeah.
Does he have another one? He has another one.
Oh yes.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh
Okay, he has another bolt.
Okay.
But he has brainstorm, triple brainstorm. Oh my. You just wait, don't you? You just attack with
Yeah, just
Doffy.
attack. Yeah, just attack. Oh, there we go. Here we go.
Bolt that. You say okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, nothing you can do about it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's okay.
Float mana, and then now you jam.
Do you play the Bowmaster now?
No.
You float. Yeah, jam that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you still wait, right?
Oh yeah. Now you're just it's a wait. Now he's forced to do something, and as soon as he has brainstorm, because you know he has triple brainstorm.
Oh my goodness.
Here we go.
Yeah,
here we go.
And you're dead.
Yeah.
Oh, it's over.
Oh,
the force. He drew the force.
Drew the force.
Okay. He's able to keep playing. Boston was quick to slam it down. That was
wow. Good draw, Boston.
yeah,
Good draw.
the best draw to have because Daze doesn't do it there.
Yes.
The best draw to have.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He's slowly climbing his way back in. Did he find a land in the brainstorm though?
I don't think so. I think
the brainstorm hasn't resolved yet.
yeah,
Okay.
hasn't resolved.
So it's a Delver, Wasteland, or something else?
Delver land looks like it.
Okay, but
Putting back. Wouldn't you keep one land?
yeah. Huh.
Put back a brainstorm, keep the Delver, play the Delver.
Unless both lands? I'm not sure what one of the lands are. Oh, one of the lands by a fetch land.
Oh, they're both fetches actually. Oh, never mind. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Oh, beating.
Wait,
What a beating.
is opposition a May? Because you could still shuffle your library. You give them a land.
No. But then it's the opponent that gets to search.
Oh, okay.
It's not you search and then opponent takes.
But that's okay. Maybe you want to clear the top of your library. Yeah. Get brainstorm locked. Like I don't know. Like is this like a heads up play? In this instant, like he is technically brainstorm locked.
Yeah.
Within it.
I would just run out the Bowmaster right now.
Yeah.
Just so Boston gets an instant concede.
Yeah. It's
You just
we'll see. Cast brainstorm.
Oh, I guess it wasn't a.
Yeah,
I guess
it
it wasn't a Bowmaster. Okay.
So don't know what he has in hand then.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's Unholy Heat, so one more turn.
Yeah,
He has one
can
more turn.
get
And-
through. He goes to 3.
Yeah. Oh, he's putting it. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Putting it back.
Does now question, if he plays another Daffy Voidwalker, does he get the lightning bolts that are
Yes.
under? So he could technically lightning bolt him to death still.
Yes.
Okay.
correct.
So it's not specific to the original
specific
Daffy.
Voidwalker. Yeah.
Okay.
yeah. That's
Okay.
why it's a void counter. So it's any Daffy Voidwalker will see anything with a void counter.
Okay. That's good to know.
Oh, I think that's a Karn. Is that a Karn?
Oh, it is a Daffy. So yeah, so he goes to 3. He has to answer both threats.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's dead.
Well, I mean, he did get the removal spell.
Yes. And then let's see if he can hide.
Well, I mean, he can also attack.
Yeah. Well,
Like,
maybe.
there are multiple ways to win, right?
What's safer? Maybe he. Oh wait, no, he can get. No, he doesn't have the double.
Well, there's no red, so unless the last card is fatal. Oh, he's trying to brainstorm into something.
What?
I don't think.
I don't think he has any outs.
No,
No.
I don't believe
Okay.
so.
Thinking of game 2 here, because I think he's dead here.
Yeah.
We'll pull up the list here in a moment. I think this is kind of like, seeing what I got. I don't know if Boston will. Yeah. You got nothing.
Yeah.
Game 2 looks like Delver will be on the play. What is he looking at here?
Probably Force of Negations.
That looks good.
And maybe the Meltdown.
Meltdown. That gets, what is it? Any artifact?
So, yeah, artifact. It's an X red spell, and then it destroys any artifacts that have X covered mana cost or less. So you know that, like, well, I don't know if he knows that John is running a lot of artifacts based
Yeah.
on what we saw in game 1.
Yeah.
There was no artifacts there,
Yeah.
right? But if he knows the player, maybe he'll know to board in the meltdowns for like ensnaring bridges or like or the liquid metal coatings, those type of things.
Yeah, because of the Karn package that he's kind of running within this too, right?
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
We saw that in round 1.
Maybe the consigned to memory is okay because it counters Karn, it counters the ring, it counters.
Any of the artifact pieces.
Yes.
They may try to cast.
Yeah, exactly. It counters Helm of Obedience, so maybe consigned to memory, but that's very like. I think I'd rather have another force, just for more force of negations.
Would you rather have a Spell Pierce? Spell Pierce seems okay. Like the idea of, like it's very maybe on the play, but I don't know. It's kind of that idea of you want a threat though too, right? Compared to holding up a 1 mana, piece within it too.
Yeah.
So
I think Spell Pierce is okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
not an S tier pick though.
Well, I mean, I could see like a Spell Pierce and 1 Force of Negation if he only wants to board in 2 cards or something like that.
Yeah.
Because you just don't want to 2-for-1 yourself so much against the deck that's griefing you.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Because he's running both the Grief and the Thoughtseize package, right? So
Yeah.
we'll pull up John's list here, and we'll kind of see what he's thinking.
Oh, the Shareholder is coming in for sure. Because,
No way, right?
yeah, no, because he's running Dark Ritual.
Oh.
He's running Dark Rituals, and then so the only way to kill Shareholder is Unholy Heats
Yeah.
with Delirium.
Oh.
Yeah,
And
so if he
Leyline
does-
of the Void.
and if he doesn't
get rid of that.
yeah, if he doesn't get the doesn't get delirium, what are you gonna do? You're gonna double block? Like he doesn't even need to attack. Right? It just sits there, and then what are you gonna do? Brainstorm, eat 6?
Yeah, eat 6. I'm going to gain 2 life on my turn every time too, right?
Yeah. So, but
gonna be tough.
and then Shield's Edict,
Yeah.
and that's it. I would just border those 4 cards.
Force of Despair, we saw, I chatted with John a bit, he's hoping that it'll come back a bit too, the sight of it, because of a little bit of Eldrazi.
Oh yeah, and Nadu.
And Nadu, right, as
Yeah.
well, right, he was talking about, so, it'll be interesting to see if that's something that comes in, but John seems to know this deck really well.
Oh yeah, I mean this is his pet deck. Like he's been playing this ever since I've known him.
That's good.
Yeah.
Do you think he boards out the opposition agent? He got him, good, turn 1, what do you think he keeps it?
Yeah, I think you have. Well, I mean, I could consider like cutting a couple,
Yep.
right? Because they do only hit fetch lands in this deck.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So if there's anything to cut, it would be opposition agents. And obviously, yes, it's fun, it's super fun to go like turn 1 ritual, blah blah. But I think especially when he's on a draw, those are legit cuts. But when he's on the play, you want. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Sorry, I'm making facial expressions here, and Steve's like looking at me like, what am I doing, right? I'm just looking at John's hand right now. He has, I think, double leyline or 1 leyline, Dothy. No, he does have double leyline. Why only play 1?
He could probably pitch 1 to something else.
Oh, he has grief. That's why. Yeah. He has grief. That's why. What are you talking about? Like, why does he play the other one? Like, come on, play both.
Yeah.
But yeah, has grief, has the other leyline. I think he even has.
Oh, he has 2 griefs.
Yeah, 2 griefs. Yeah. And I think Boston respecting the piece of
Just all removal.
opposition agent on his turn,
Yeah.
and in general.
Yeah, so I probably just take days and then move on for life.
Yeah, you would, as mentioned, right? Wasteland, don't care, right?
Yeah.
Bolts and Unholy Heats, you're not really caring. Okay, yeah, that Dothy Voidwalker in your hand. Okay, it's gonna die a very quick, death here.
Yep.
But you're pretty
Oh,
set
he
right
has
now.
the helm.
Oh, is that Plague Engineer instead?
He has a helm in hand, so it's
He
helm,
does?
Plague Engineer,
And I
and
think Thoughtseize?
Thoughtseize,
Grief?
and oh yeah, okay.
Okay. This we'll see what Boston draws here, right?
Oh, but just 1 land. So it's a 1-lander on John's side. Okay.
Boston draws another lightning bolt. It's going to be a shocking experience. The next couple turns, maybe. Okay, drew a
Okay,
land.
yeah, that's fine. I mean, I think there's a Bowmaster. It's hard to.
It's hard to see. They flip so quick.
Yeah, they flick so quick. Yeah.
We'll see.
But I wouldn't mind just like running it out.
Yeah.
And then there's lightning bolts and stuff, but it's like just
Putting the grief out here, I wonder the reason behind this. Yes, they drew 1 mystery card, but he also hasn't done anything for 2 turns, right?
Yeah.
And it was bolt, Unholy Heat. So I guess maybe a bit scared of what the potential draw is. It is basically free, of course, right?
Yeah.
Getting rid of Thoughtseize instead of paying 2 life. Seeing triple bolt. What do you take here?
I mean the bolt is better. The bolt is better than the Unholy Heat just because the ley line's there, right?
Yes.
Unholy Heat is only going to deal 2 until the ley line gets dealt with.
Yep. The Shieldred's Edict, right, is gonna, or sorry, not like the Shieldred, right? Doesn't really. It's not gonna die to Unholy Heat anytime soon, right?
Yeah.
So.
And I mean, if he draws another land, just run out the Plague Engineer and then
Go from there. We name Wizard?
just
Bird?
name human.
Human?
Yeah.
Human hits. Oh, it hits
It's
DRC
everything.
too. Yeah.
Just name human.
And DRC is never really going to be a 3/3. And Frog.
It's a surveil land. Okay.
Yeah, because it doesn't have the black mana, right?
Yep.
This is going to be tough. Draws a land. Plays Plague Engineer.
I mean, like if you want to.
It does run into Bolt. I guess,
well,
right?
I mean, everything's gonna run to bolt.
Yeah.
So it feels like,
Does get the Force of Will and a blue card.
Oh well. See, I wasn't too sure about the grief pitching Thoughtseize because like if you're going this long, you have to expect him to draw like some sort of Boston to draw like some sort of interaction, right? Like
Yeah.
a counterspell or something. So you probably want one of those things to just clear away.
Yeah.
In case because right now he does have helm.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So, but he can't just slam helm because like what if Boston drew a Force of Will and he did.
Yeah, has
right?
one Force of Will, Brainstorm.
I wasn't too keen, see, and especially like he has so many bolts, right? So
Yeah.
why not pitch? Why not pitch the plague engineer that's going to die to a bolt? Keep the Thoughtseize.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, especially in this play too, right? It's like, okay, Bowmaster's going to come out, right? And response to Bowmaster, I guess, Brainstorm, not wanting to spend the Force of Will, knows that, the potential of Helm could be at any moment, right? Keeping it, protecting it.
Yeah, gotta respect it.
Yeah, gotta respect it. Maybe understands, okay, my Delver is probably going to bite the dust here, right?
Yeah.
DRC really is just going to filter through cards at this point until he's going to get, his 1 of 2 of Brazen Borrowers.
And I mean, he's going to find black mana sooner or later.
Yeah.
And then the frogs will start coming down. So I think Boston's in a fine position here.
Yeah. It looks rough.
But I mean, it looks like he's Brainstorm locked.
Yeah.
So maybe it's not that fine.
Yeah, we'll see how this turns out within it.
Yeah, but I mean, he does have infinity. He still has infinity removal spells, right? So these orcs aren't going to live for very long, and it's only 2 damage.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, he's still got a while.
time. Okay, I mean,
plays Karn.
This demands a force because the minus gets the help.
Yeah.
This demands a force.
And get rid of my frog because I'm not going to cast it anytime soon
Yeah.
here. So, good response. Boston having the pieces. Has the Ponder here for his turn as well, right?
Yeah.
Probably plays DRC. Yeah.
Yes, definitely. Now you get to surveil. You get just
Oh.
both face, both him,
Okay.
whatever. Get to surveil.
I guess.
Oh, okay. Now you can play around days. I think you go for it. Oh, did I not? Okay. I thought I saw the helm, but
Yeah, I guess is his reasoning for this not playing Ponder on his turn because the Bowmaster? I guess he's wanting to.
he wants to.
Yeah. Clear the top, go from there.
Yeah.
Attack for 1, and
then
Plague
there's-
Engineer,
there's
named
still,
2.
There's still one more bolt.
Yeah, another bolt still.
So Plague Engineer is not going to live for a while. And okay, this is getting bad.
Yeah.
Right. This is getting really bad.
He's out of the Brainstorm lock now, though. DRC, yeah, you're going to shuffle that. DRC, Force of Will, and I don't know what the last card was.
Yeah, it didn't matter. Just wasn't good enough.
What's Boston looking for here?
I think he needs. Well, let's.
Brazen Borrower, bounce the Leyline, but then he just recasts it,
Yes.
right? Like, it doesn't seem...
Yeah, it's very tough. I mean, the Murktide is so it's unplayable. Right now.
unplayable.
Yeah, and then he's always.
This is... Did you, he drew the DRC.
I think it has to be Frog.
Yeah, Frog, I feel like, it goes the way.
It has to be the Frog.
Yes, you don't get an exile and get flying, but it gets around this Plague Engineer. Yes, okay, Plague Engineer now dead, right, of course, but, Frog would hopefully the tempo piece get there, and he has the black mana now.
Maybe it's not Helm. Then I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I feel like he might have been... Okay, shields are down now.
It's 2 lands? It's a land and something else? A Leyline and...
Land and Leyline. Tax for 1.
Oh, okay, so I guess it wasn't a Helm then. Okay.
Okay, so this could swing.
Yeah, Boston's in a good position again. I thought he had a Helm in the hand.
Yep.
But
Oh.
okay, here we go.
This is a TSN turning point right here, I have to say. So going for 4. The race is in
Now
Boston's
race is
favor.
on, and then he gets a surveil, which is amazing. Get rid of the junky things.
Yeah,
There you go.
yeah, get rid of that guy. He ain't gonna
There you
help.
go. Okay, Bobble's good.
Yeah, Bobble.
Well, what is it? Bobble something?
Bobble,
Murktide?
Brainstorm,
Bobble,
Murktide.
Brainstorm? Okay, the Murktide is not as good.
Yeah.
But then he can cast Bobble, mill the Murktide, and
Yep.
then yeah,
There we go.
there we go. And then take a look at top of his opponent's library.
John had a really good start, and now it's slipped. It feels like it.
Well, I mean, his big stuff all got killed or countered. Oh, that's the Helm. Oh, he just drew it?
Yeah, he just drew it.
Okay, well, there you go. Brainstorm, and it's got to be... Oh, no, not a Daze? He can't force?
Has to be.
Can't force because he only have 1 card in hand, and he did get the Daze. That's it.
Oh, wow. Good game. Oh, what a game.
Well, I mean, that's what happens when you play an I win combo, right?
Yes.
Like, random top decks get there.
Yeah, and the piece was there. The lane line stuck. It did
Yes.
so much that entire game. Murktides
yeah.
were dead. DRCs were dead. And the Delver player is dead. That's what we learned from this. He put on his helmet, and he got there.
Yeah.
I have to say, well played to John.
Yeah, I think John got kind of fortuitous game 1 with the hand
Yes.
that he had, with the, Boston with the fetch land hands and just opposition agent did what Obsidian Agent does.
Yeah.
Living the dream.
It was.
And game 2, he got the ley lines, and ley lines stuck, and that's what happens when ley line sticks with the Delver decks. Everything's a 1/1, and Murktide are uncastable.
Yeah. Now, I don't know the exact kind of storyline of all this, but was Boston one of the winners of last season?
Yes.
So Boston was the winner of last season's Legacy of the North.
Yeah.
But he won't be in the top 8 this time around. So change of events, I have to say.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I think that just shows like quality of our players,
Yeah.
right? So
Look, watch out, world. Toronto, the GTA, Ontario, right?
Yeah.
We got some great players here. I think in a moment we'll be taking a break. We'll be figuring out top 8 in 2 minutes. So, kind of recapping our 5 rounds. We've seen some great Magic. What's some of the highlights that you've enjoyed seeing today?
I think just the last one we had, where we're like, oh, we think Boston had it lock, or at least he's putting John under pressure, and then just top deck slam and you lose. I'm like, okay, yeah, that's why I think like Legacy, if you're not playing something unfair in your deck, you're not doing something right.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? That the helm, right? We saw it. Round 1, it did its stuff. Round 5, it did its stuff too, right? Yeah. After a bit, it's just, quite amazing to see all these different pieces and the decks run its course. The unfair, pieces sometimes get there, right? They're playing some Delverless, playing the fair game, but, wasn't able to get to the end of the piece. So it'll be interesting to see what we have in our top 8. I think there were some splits and all that. We're excited, everybody, to see that upcoming. Stick around here at Legacy of the North Invitational. We'll find out who's in the top 8. From Steve and I, we'll see you in a bit. Thanks, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for sticking with us at our Legacy of the North Invitational. I have a special guest with me today. I have none other than the Jim Monolith himself. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Having a great tournament, eating lots of pizza, playing lots of Magic. It's been good.
Now, Jim, you are in the tournament today, right?
Yep.
And how's that going for you today?
I'm 4-1, so I'm top 8. I'm hopefully first seed, but we'll see.
That'll be nice.
Yep.
That'll be nice going into it, right? We just finished round 5. We watched some great matches today, but not even just of, you yourself in this tournament here at this Invitational. You have another kind of bigger part within the Legacy of the North.
Yep.
Scene, I'd say. What is kind of your role within this?
I'm essentially Flavor Flav. I am the hype man for Legacy of the North. I am the ideas that get shot down by Trevor and Ben over and over again.
I love it.
I'm just sort of the person, like the bard that tries to get the people out to the events and pump people up for events, and just sort of, I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I think you do a great job about that. I've been in the Legacy not as much as yourself, right? I remember going down to face sometime. I play my terrible Goblins deck, right? And, playing against the people, down in Toronto. Yep. But, your voice and presence within the social media, right? Promoting Legacy of the North events, and even just like Legacy in general is definitely seen throughout the community within Ontario. And that's like a huge piece, I think, right? Why the community has grown such a big part. Like the 3K, right?
Yep.
How many people came out to the 3K here in July?
Well, we capped it at 64. The idea was we didn't know if it was going to be successful or not. The problem within Legacy and maybe Magic in general is people don't like pre-registering.
Oh, no, they don't.
So if an event's coming up, guys, pre-register, don't miss it. Make it easy on the tournament organizers and everyone in general. So we capped it at 64. We still had 27 tickets with maybe a week to go.
Wow.
So I was a little nervous, but we capped it out, and we actually had to bump it up to 68 because a few people came that didn't register from out of town. So we didn't want to send people away. But the goal is to run more 3Ks and build those into 5Ks and see where we go from there. The sky's the limit. We have the community, we have the population in Southern Ontario, and
and the players too within it, right? And yourself is a big proponent of that. And it's not even just Southern Ontario. You guys extend across the border as well, right?
Yeah, we've started heading down into Buffalo and trying to support them and network with some of the groups down there. There's the Bufftown Bullies. There's
nice.
Rochester Royals.
Yeah.
Like there's a bunch of groups along there. We're trying to network with them and sort of form we want Southern Ontario and upstate New York to come together and do maybe like a border battle, do like some things together.
Little crew battle. Like I was in like the Super Smash Brothers scene, and that was like a big thing, like region versus region, right? That'd be kind of fun.
We want to finance a speedboat so we can get to Rochester in 20 minutes. That's a goal of mine.
You mean you don't like going through Niagara all the time, right?
No.
My God,
Go
the bridge
faster.
closing and all this nonsense sometimes. So I totally get that, and within that, right, just like growing Legacy as a whole too. And I have to ask, right? We call you Jim Monolith. Are you a part of any of this like magnificent trophy? And like tell us, the viewers, what is this? Is this?
So this is the Legacy of the North, King of the North, or Queen of the North trophy.
Yep.
I like to call it the Jimmy, like the Oscar.
Jimmy,
okay?
yeah, I like it.
So when the art for Grim Monolith came up by Chippy on Magic Art Market, we got a high-res picture of this, and I thought it would be cool to, build this like out of Lego or something.
That'd be cool.
Like,
that'd be cool.
It's one of my favorite cards from my childhood. There's a lot of nostalgia there.
You play it a lot too, right?
Yes, I played in every deck for the last 3 years. So we got it done up. We sent it to a 3D printer, like the 2D image.
Yep.
And they basically modeled this, and we were able to use a 3D printer locally.
Yep.
And he made us a bunch of these. He painted them up. And
it looks amazing.
it looks good. Like, I don't know. I love it. I have one myself. Obviously, it's not a trophy. It's just like a mantelpiece because it is so cool. But we wanted to give something to the community that they could put on their mantelpiece and be proud of their accomplishments in the past. Like with losing the DCI and your match history and stuff like that. So that's something we're working towards again.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes it great, right? Within the community itself, of like the points and everyone grinding for it, right? Too. Like I'm actually in dead last for points, so I take great pride in that because I came out to like one thing. My schedule doesn't line up like coming up for weeklies or and then large tournaments. I love commentating it.
Yeah.
I'm in dead last because I played one, went 0-3, and I'm like, that's me right there. And
you still participated.
I still
though.
participated,
there you
right?
go.
And to those, however much or little they participate, it's great to see. We had 68 people at that 3K right here in July. We have 31 players here today at the Invitational, right? And everyone's here for a great time of Legacy, which is a big piece.
Yeah.
And to have these other little like tidbits as well is a great thing.
Yeah, we have a ring as well, like a signet ring that it has our logo in it. So when you seal your deck list, you can wax seal it, put the logo
look
down.
Look at that!
And the idea is like we want like people. We want our like season 1 King of the North, season 2 Queen of the North, actually, season 3 King of the North. Like we want to do tournaments in the future, like that take like let's say the last 8 like people who won King of the North or Queen of the North and come together and do like an emperor match, like a top 8, see who the best of all the so. Build a history and build a narrative. That's what we're going for. So.
And I think that's great, right? Because it allows like viewers or people that may be watching the VOD, and even later on in the future, right? Like watch this and be like, oh, I remember this in season 1, right? Like Boston, like trying to take it down, but now getting absolutely crushed by a top deck helm, right? Like
Boston's unstoppable. We need a Kingslayer. We need someone that can take Boston out. So.
I know, and
I don't think he's in the top 8 today. So
we just watched him get knocked out.
There you go. So whoever wins this tournament faces against Boston, and we'll see who the new king or if he defends his title. So.
Maybe you'll have 2 of those on your mantelpiece.
He'll probably. So he already has 2. This would be his third? Boston. Yeah. Well, I have more than one. Probably not.
Yeah.
Let's be real. I'm playing Grim Monolith in my deck, so.
Yeah, probably not. That's like me every time I come out of Legacy. I bring Goblins. Like, sticker was great. Now it's gone. Now I'm back to being like subpar at best. So it's just it's great having you here and support the community. It's definitely seen throughout. The big players, right, and then also the others here too. So we say thank you, right, and I say thank you as well because it's a big piece. Is there anything else that you want to shout out or anything like that before we go on?
I think like if you're watching this, you already play Legacy, but if you know people who are interested in starting to try and play Legacy, we have a lot of proxy-friendly events in stores. Just come out and try it. The community is like the best community in any Magic format I've played. So just come out.
Yeah, come out. So Yeah, you've heard it here from Jim Monolith himself, right? We have top 8 coming up. I think we just have decided that. Stick around, everybody, and we will see what some great Magic the Gathering games are ahead of us. Welcome back, everybody, for an exciting top 8 ahead of us at our Legacy of the North Invitational. We've made it. We've made it to the top 8.
Finally.
We, my name is Will.
I'm Steven.
And we are here at Enter the Battlefield. It is a beautiful day. We're here in Newmarket, Ontario, Canada, and we just got in the top 8. I don't know if the players split the pricing, but they have to play it out to the very end. Yeah. All of these players. There's none of this, I'm just going to split, I'm going to go home. No, We're playing it out. We're playing for a trophy. They're playing to play against the previous winner of the season, and we're ready. What are these 2 decks that we have coming up here, Steve?
I believe on the left it's 4-color control, and then the player on the right is on mono red painter. Mono
red painter, getting to top 8. And I don't know if we looked at the list of top 8 itself, but was there any Scaminator? After a quick look, we'll find out later. But there might be one, honestly. But it might be some diversity.
No, I don't think so.
All I know is that here in Ontario, especially Southern Ontario, we have great players, and maybe there was some respect. Some people saying, I know this card's probably getting banned in 16 days, right? Some people are going to bring it out. We'll play against it. We'll bring the meta, but it won't make it.
Yeah, I mean, it is a targeted deck. Everyone's aware of it, and so I think people are kind of afraid, not afraid, but kind of sick and tired of trying to play around the hate. Mm-hmm. And as we saw in round 3, the mirror match is not easy either.
No.
Right? So it might be that a lot of people just pivoted to other decks that are also good against it in case it shows up. Yeah. And if it doesn't, then great, And I think that's what happened today. I believe our top 8 didn't. We don't have any. I think we might have one. Right? I believe Jamie might be on Scaminator. Last time I played against him, he was on Scaminator. But
okay.
Other than that,
We'll see from there. But all we know is we have at least minimum, I think, of 3 more matches, right? Mm-hmm. In our top 8 to be maybe 4 because we have to play for the season. Are they playing on camera?
I'm not sure if they're playing today. They might not.
Play it on another day?
Yeah, maybe play on another day.
I guess we'll find out in due time. But we know at least today we have 3 more games, right? Quarters, semis, and then finals, right?
Yes.
And our top 8 for our event here today. And, we will see Painter versus our control deck. Ooh, do you favor one deck over the other here, Steve?
I mean, usually when you hear about something like a control deck, you think that, Painter would be good because it's got main deck Red Blast, right?
Sounds good.
But control decks, these 4-color control decks, a lot of their action cards are not blue. Right? Like Leyline Binding's white, Source of Plowshare's white, Beans is green.
Yeah.
The Wincons, Solitude is white.
Fourth Aerlingus, right?
Yeah, Fourth Aerlingus, white-red, So I think the only thing that's blue, that's a threat, is it's either Murktide or Uro.
Yep.
And blasting Uro is not a thing you wanted to be doing, right?
It's already ending up in the graveyard most of the time, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I think this is probably a 50-50 matchup. Mm-hmm. That the blast will help deal with the counter magic, but it's not going to help deal with the removal.
Yeah.
It does help the control deck that most of the removal is exile based. If a lot of the removal was graveyard based, then Welder and Engineer would have a Goblin Welder would have a field day with because it can move stuff from graveyard and play, right? It can exchange.
Pretty easily, right?
Yeah, exactly. So but the fact that the control decks all the stuff's exiles, that could be an issue for a Painter player.
Mm-hmm. It'd be interesting to see, the hands that they're going to try to keep, right? Are they both going to respect the fact, okay, well, he's playing control, maybe I got to play as quick as I can, right? Yeah. Or am I going to try to play a little bit of a longer game? I feel like game 1 is Painter, you want to try to go as fast as you can, right?
I mean, it depends on what your hand is, right? Because you're not a blue deck, so you can't really sculpt what your hand is, and then it really depends on what what you've been given. Like if you've been given a hand with like Painter and Grindstone, like you just have to go for it.
Yeah, you kind of
Right?
just got to keep it.
Yeah,
That's
but
fair.
then if you're given a hand with like Goblin Engineer and something else, then maybe you have the opportunity. Like, okay, I could grind with by getting the Dragon Engine, Phyrexian Dragon Engine, or not, right? So we'll see what happens. I mean, he's starting off with Painter, probably naming blue, and then has protection mode.
Yeah, wow, that's a pretty good start. And both of them kept 7 here. And it looks like from our control player here, they do have the Force of Will, right, of course, but probably not going to drop it right on this Painter here right away, right? They did have, I think,
I don't think there's... Oh, there is a Ponder as another blue card.
They have Ponder there. I think they had Solitude. I'm not too sure if they have Plow. They do have Plow. So we'll see if he goes... Yep, just gets rid of it.
Yeah. Okay, Jeff's just threatening.
Yeah,
just threatening the Red Blast, which is fine.
Yeah, threatening, but maybe if he did have it, maybe he just didn't want to protect it, right?
Yeah.
But I feel like he would have.
Yes. Oh, and here
3.
comes probably a Fable.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker. This card, wow, I remember when it first came out.
Oh, no, it's a Dragon Engine, okay.
What is this card?
So it's a 3 mana 2/2 with double strike, and then it has no abilities if you cast it.
Okay.
And then so the ability says like if it comes from graveyard into play, then you discard your hand, draw 3. And
That's pretty good.
And has Unearth for like 3 and blue, red.
That's good.
Yeah.
So-
So right now it's just a 2/2 double strike.
Wow, coming in for 4 potentially.
Yeah.
Looks like Ponder. And just going to try to sculpt instant shuffle here.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a Leyline Binding in hand, right?
Yeah, there is one in
so
hand.
it's hard for him to cast Leyline Binding right now. So Jeff will get an attack, but then like afterwards, he's probably gonna get Leyline Binding like bound, and then he'll be sad.
Yeah. Oh, and he drew a Plow. What a draw. That's a good draw here.
Yep.
And no Unearth if it's exiled.
Yeah, exactly. So
I wonder, does he hold the Plow here for Painter and just let this one thing of damage go through and then maybe binding next turn? Like holding the cheaper removal?
I mean, it really depends on what Jeff plays.
Yep.
Yeah. Like this is probably a reason why you probably want to attack with the Dragon Engine first. See what he does. But yeah, this is probably it was probably getting plowed regardless.
Yeah.
Because if the Goblin Bombardier was able to like attack and then sacrifice the Dragon Engine,
That's a lot of damage. That's 5.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Now he's bolting. Okay, there we go. And then are forced to use the Force.
Yeah. So
except there's no blue card in hand.
I don't know if there's a blue card. I think he just has Leyline Binding, Fourth Air
no blue card in
Lingus.
hand. Yeah.
Like he could Solitude it in response, but I feel like this is just a lot of cards just going out the window, right? Like for no point.
Yeah,
and
especially with no beans in play.
Yeah, and for those maybe wondering, right, he's lightning bolting his own creature, so it goes to the graveyard, so he's able to unearth it later.
Yeah.
So unfortunate that Goblin Bombardiers, right, won't be able to sacrifice it and shoot him in the face for 5.
Yeah.
Oh, he is going to Solitude. He is respecting it.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Well, I mean, it is a source of card advantage, right?
Yep.
So, like, if he's willing to spend a plow on it, then, like, he might as well get rid of it and like spend the 2 cards and getting rid of it with the Solitude.
Yeah, and definitely has the Leyline Binding up and ready if need be.
Yeah.
So might get. I don't know if he's running a Triome. Probably. It seems like most of these lists are running a Triome,
I mean,
right?
they're 5 colors, so there's probably a Triome in there. Let me just check.
Fetch. Okay, I think he's just shortcutting this, right?
Yeah.
Saying, okay, I'm gonna get this.
Yeah, there's
Triome.
Xander's Lounge.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Perfect.
there we go.
Yeah, I was
This
saying,
might be a premature one, but whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, there's definitely has 1 card left in hand, so it's like...
Probably you don't have it. So I wonder, and it seems like he's already played his 1 Surveil land as well, right? So
does he only have 1 Surveil land? Let me double
he
check
has it in play here.
Yes.
They're impossible to find, I find.
Yeah, there's only 1 Surveil land as well. Yeah.
I found a full art one. I think it was like $30.
Oh my goodness.
And I was like, wow, okay. That was, and I think they've gone up in price since too, but
Well, I mean, like, that set wasn't very... People didn't really open that set, right?
no, what was it? It was,
It's that Ravnica set with the murderers?
yeah, Murders of Tarkov? No, that's right. I don't even
manner?
know.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
some manner. Anyhow, but one of the sets that they release weekly in Magic the Gathering, and
Ouch. Okay, and here it is. Jeff's just...
Land
his deck's
go.
not cooperating with him.
And land go is definitely better for our 5-color beans.
Wow, I just
That's an
realized this
endurance.
5-color beans deck his mana base is insane.
Yeah, this is kind of wild.
The Guru lands and the beta. Oh no, the FEB duels.
Yeah. I don't think he has another green card for endurance here, right? So he may be unearthing. No, he did Solitude it. That's right.
He did Solitude. Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's just he just does trying to thin out the deck. Don't want to draw a land, but usually when that happens, you draw another land.
Yep, that's how it usually goes. Yeah.
That's magic.
Yeah. And
Welder. Oh, Grindstone. Okay.
Grindstone, okay.
I don't think he cares.
No, nothing really threatening. He has the Force of Will, Force of Negation in hand.
Yeah.
Probably
he
just,
can,
yeah.
He can also just cast Endurance like after it gets grind.
Yep.
He can also cast Endurance on himself, so he doesn't lose.
He's getting Uro in his graveyard.
Yeah, that's.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, but it is same colors. Same colors are hitting, so
Oh yeah.
this is probably the best Grindstone hit I've ever seen.
Okay, yeah, look at that. That was good. And how does Grindstone read?
Okay, this is
It's a convoluted text, isn't it, right? But
Yes.
basically, if it's all the same color, you keep going until it's not?
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a 3-mana tap. Put the top 2 cards of target player's library into that player's graveyard. If both cards share at least one color, repeat the process.
Wow.
And that's how it works with Painter Servant, because Painter makes every card in everybody's decks one color, additional color.
Yeah. That's pretty good. This feels pretty in control of our control deck here right now.
Yeah.
I have
and
to say.
like the Uro's probably gonna come into play.
Yeah, what a great mill.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
Yes. Yeah, I mean that's just the problem with the Painter deck, right? You're at the mercy of your draws, and then you didn't draw so well, and then again all of his removal is exile based. Mm-hmm. The Dragon Engine unfortunately got exiled, so
Do you continue to use Grindstone here?
probably not.
Yeah,
If anything, I'll probably want a Grindstone myself.
Yeah.
And then just draw if in case you draw a welder, and then you can just weld out. If you mill your combo, at least you have a chance of getting the rest.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, but
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Target him again. Okay, there we go.
I guess maybe Jeff thinks that there's enough multicolor cards in the opponent's deck that he can naturally mill them out, but that's that's a tall task.
Yeah, that is he might be here for a while if that's going to happen here.
Okay.
He's going to start making constructs. He's going to cast Fable. I wonder if he's going to respect this.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Force of Will, trigger, or draw a card first.
Yeah, for sure. Because you just want to minimize all the threats, right? And
Yeah.
then the constructs aren't going to get bigger than Uro.
No.
So yeah, these are kind of like free attacks, and yeah, see.
Yeah, he has a pedal in hand. That's not a very scary pedal, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean Jeff's pretty much the way he wins right now is just top decking Painter, and then the guy forgets he has a plow in hand, but forgets the plow.
Yeah. Forget combat. We've seen that today, haven't we?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
Oh, there's also endurance and green card, so it's even less likely for him to lose,
mill out
right?
here.
Yeah.
This seems like a tall task.
Yeah.
to
Okay. This
lose.
might be a lot better for the control deck than I imagined.
Yeah.
Right. I thought it was
Endurance
50,
Mayor
I thought it was
board.
50-50, but it does not look like a 50-50 right now.
Yeah. In our chat saying too, why mill here? Why not mill himself? Almost
Yeah.
kind of like what you were saying, right, Steve? Right? Seems kind of suspect to do that.
Yeah, especially as soon as you hit a land, the mill process stops.
Yeah.
Right. So if you're trying to mill out your opponent, that's just not gonna happen, right?
Yeah. So is that a Blitzcrank?
Yeah, I think he's got custom made foil tokens.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Yeah, he feeds the Uro. Yeah, exactly, right? The Uro is just able to kind of come out, come alive, do its thing.
Yeah, exactly. And then
So much quicker.
And then the tokens are he doesn't even have the great he hasn't even drawn a great furnace yet. This is so depressing.
Oh my.
So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. It'll be a 5/5 after Urza Saga
Oh my god,
trigger
pop.
resolves. Yeah.
Jeez.
It'll be a 5. It's only gonna be a 5/5. Right? So
Yeah, not even that big here. So
yeah.
a tough uphill battle it feels like for the Painter here, right? Okay, yeah, they get attack for 5. Do they have Swift Spear? That's they're gonna try to
the
gain
Shadow
life.
Spear?
Yeah, Shadow Spear.
Yeah, Shadow Spear's in the main deck, but I mean, I think
He has
I
Plow
don't
in
think
hand.
you're gonna be winning via damage.
No,
Right?
no, not a chance.
No.
Trying to stem the bleeding.
Because Uro's gaining 3 life a turn, and then they're also at 7. So
Yeah.
it is like a 1 turn clock.
Yeah, it's not. Not ideal, that's for sure here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not.
Soul, okay.
I mean, too little, too late. He's like, who cares?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like I get it in regards to, in response to the, you know, if he does flash in the endurance, right? But
I mean, I could see where like where the control guy attacks with Uro, he double blocks, Uro dies, you pop the post before combat ends, you pop the lantern, right?
yeah.
And then you might still have a chance.
Mm-hmm.
But you know it feels like that's kind of feels like that's desperate.
Yeah, very desperate in this situation here too. So it looks like just passing back here.
Yeah, and you know there's a plowed hand, so double blocking won't even work.
Yeah, exactly. He's gonna get blown out in combat. That's the thing.
Yeah.
So it looks pretty telegraphed. Of like, okay, I'm gonna attack with Uro, right?
Oh, and then
Oh my god.
I mean, the trigger on a stack, you could
Yep, target.
pop it.
It's not ideal.
Yeah. Oh, is he popping to draw a card, or is he just? I thought Soul Guy Lantern, if you pay mana, it's time
It's
to draw
pay
a card.
mana. It's draw a card.
Yeah, so he's paying
It's
mana.
not. It's not like what's it called?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
The
It's
other
not like Relic.
Yeah, no, it's not like Relic. It's not like the 0 mana one. Why am I forgetting what it's called? And you have to pay
What
black.
script? Oh, Nile Spellbomb?
Yeah, Nile Spellbomb, right? Like,
What is happening here?
what is happening? Red blasting Uro.
Oh, okay. Cause so right now the endurance is on the stack, so he's
Yeah.
trying to. Yeah. So okay.
This.
All right. All right. Oh, I think he's got it confused as to what's happening.
Yeah.
So he doesn't need to pay mana to exile the graveyard, but yeah, there we go. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. That,
So there's a mana floating in,
yeah.
but that's okay. Yeah. Oh. Of course, it's still a plowed hand.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like even in, the ending of this, right? There's still plowed.
Oh,
hand.
and
There's an
another
Uro on
Uro
top.
and a Ley Bindings. There's
Yeah, this game's pretty locked up. It feels like it.
yeah.
It's going to be hard to get out of the talons of this deck. And someone in chat said, he has 6 Pyros, kind of thinking Pyroblast, Red Elemental Blast. The list is actually only 2 Pyroblasts and 3
Red Blasts.
3 Red
Main
Blasts.
deck.
So main deck, of course, right? I think there might be 1 more in the sideboard.
Yeah, and there's 2 more blasts in the sideboard.
2 more in the sideboard.
But again, like you see how his entire opponent's deck right now, it's literally all non-blue permanents.
Yeah.
Right? So
Endurance, Beam.
and 2 Ley Bindings. So are the blasts really that good? Like I don't know, right? Like
Yeah, they're, and even like thinking, okay, like what is game 2 gonna look like, right? Like for, our painter player, okay, you bring in those 2 blasts, you're gonna be stuck in the same situation
Yes.
of you have these leyland mines, you have these beanstalks, you have these
it
endurances.
might be that against this deck you just board out the blasts.
Yeah.
Because all their impactful cards are non-blue. Like the only blue cards are the search spells and the counter spells.
Yeah.
Right? And I like unless you're just willing to throw like the blast on like brainstorms and ponders,
Yeah,
like I don't know how effective that'll be.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, that's a good point. And even like, this.
Yeah, this is very like
Oh, and a life from the loan too.
oh, okay, yeah. So recurring wasteland, yeah, that's
Pretty good. That's pretty
Yeah.
good, I have to say. Like, yes, he has 3 basics, but at the same time, and he's going to put it in with Uro here, right?
yeah.
So,
And then wasteland did ancient tomb.
yeah, down to 4 mana effectively.
Yeah, basically Jeff's I believe only way to win is like top deck painter, and then get a plowed, top deck painter again,
Yeah.
and then try to win. Right, that's
And-
pretty much his only way to win.
Yeah, and he does have a Force of Will now in hand. Of course, he can't cast it, and he doesn't have another blue card, but,
Yes.
come that, he has to 3 painters effectively now, right?
Yeah.
So, what a piece. I think Painter, especially after...
No, Jeff, stop building the opponent.
What are you doing?
Oh my god,
He can play his Uro now.
The Earl's. Oh.
Well, he's top 8.
Yeah, and we're
not.
Yeah.
So maybe
must have been
won
doing
the game.
something
Okay,
right.
yeah, he scoops. He's like, I lose, man.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm gonna block this thing, or maybe our control player said, look, I'm going to plow this guy here. You're gonna gain 2 life, and then I'm gonna kill you with Uro for 6. So it's gonna be lights out.
Yeah, I mean, so looking at sideboard, hopefully, maybe if he gets a turn 1 Mages of the Moon, maybe he'll get there.
That'd be good. It's
I mean, the guy's running. The guy, his opponent. I think I saw one plains,
one plains.
1 plains, and 1 island.
Yeah. So I guess really the thing is, okay, you're putting in your Maguses, okay?
Yeah.
You're putting in, he's only running the creature package of the Blood Moon effect,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
So, still, Solitude is pretty good against that, right?
I mean, it's better than nothing.
Yeah, it's better than nothing. So
yeah.
do you go the Leyline of the Void route too?
I don't like it because I want to try to minimize the number of dead draws.
Yeah.
And then it's I don't think he can cast. Oh, it's very hard for him to actually cast like a Leyline of the Void if he draws it,
It's
right?
so rough.
Yeah, this is not a good.
Yeah, Fury,
No.
Dead Golem.
I mean, I would probably just put the Furies in just to have another attacker.
Yeah, and maybe if somehow he does have a Solitude that does
Yeah.
get on the battlefield, right, you can kill it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're kind of like flying through, like, just trying to think of, we're stretching at everything right now. You know, Fury deals 4 damage divided a number of any targets of
Yes.
creatures or planeswalkers, right? Banned
Yeah.
in Modern, thank goodness. But Double Strike, 5 mana, you can play it for free as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why did they give all these Convoke creatures? Beyond me.
Yeah.
You know, that's why,
I could see maybe Disruptive Flute on like a Leyline Bindings.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
To try to make the Leyline Bindings more expensive. But then, like, it's still not gonna. It's like 3 mana. It's still like, and then you still get to cast it, or you cover it up. I don't know.
It's so. There's not a ton of cards. Looking at our control players like list here now too of what are they bringing in. I guess some of the pieces are. What are we looking at
the
here?
Hydroblast coming in for sure.
Yep.
Probably Containment Priest.
Carbon Flower. No. No. Containment Priest.
Probably Containment Priest for sure because
Force of Vigor.
Oh yeah. Force of Vigors. And probably just like the Narset because it is a grinding matchup.
Yep. Yeah, he's not drawing
Unless
a bunch
you
of cards.
unless
but
you think like it's gonna die to a blast, a red blast. But I mean, I think the control player's deck is generally already really good against Painter, at least from what we saw in Game 1, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Hydroblast. Yeah, that's kind of like maybe.
Yeah, just the blue blast and Force of Vigors and Containment Priest. I think just want to keep it nice and lean.
Yeah, nice and lean. Don't go too crazy on what you're cutting as well, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Maybe take out the dress downs.
I mean, they turn off Painter.
That's true. Yeah, they do take out Painter.
Right?
So
Turn off Painter, so it's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I could see taking out Force of Negations because there's only Painter deck has a lot of creatures, kind of.
yeah,
With Goblin Engineers, Goblin Welders, it only hits like Fables and stuff, but then you don't really care about those permanents because you just kill them.
Yeah.
You just remove them, like we saw with Leyline Bindings.
oh my
and
goodness, yeah, just
Solitudes,
say goodbye.
Plows, yeah.
Goodbye for it, right?
They just all go away. This is gonna be. Yeah, I did not think it was gonna be rough, but
This looks pretty rough now
Yeah.
too, especially within the sideboarding piece, right?
Oh,
so
yeah.
we'll see. Players are shuffling up right now.
I think Jeff might be even desperate enough to bring the ley lines just because he saw how bad the Euros are.
And then maybe you can start milling them out that way with Grindstone. That's
Yeah.
the only way. But
Yeah, but I mean, even if that like
Leyline Binding gets
ley line
it.
binding that just kills the so it's
So
not
quick.
so it's not good.
Yeah.
This is an uphill battle.
Yeah, this
I was wrong.
that's okay. We can be wrong in life, and that's a normal thing within it all. So we'll kind of see how this Beans player, brings their meal, and they'll probably be finishing it maybe pretty quick here.
Oh, yeah.
As quick as a Beans player finishes a match.
I believe that was fairly quick though.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
for how quick these Beans players,
Yeah.
and how grindy their decks get.
I think
sometimes.
Jeff probably wants those hand like a turn 1 Fable hand.
Yeah. Yeah.
Turn 1 Fable,
Grind it.
and then turn 2 like engineer, pitch like the dragon engine.
Yep.
And then turn 3 like just something like just grindy, and then hopefully the opponent will keep like
Remove.
a lot of brainstorm ponder hands and whiffs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's a lot to ask for, right? Like, yes, you have a Magus of the Moon that sticks, but at the same time, like floating mana still into it,
Yeah.
right? With the Leyline Bindings,
Well,
the idea of Solitude.
Floating mana doesn't work with later binding because like
The cost, the piece of
cost
it.
will
You're
change,
right.
But you float mana
Floors
for plow,
plowshares, yeah,
so
that's
it's
right.
plowshares, and Solitude doesn't even care. So yeah, it's
It'll be a tricky piece.
yes.
That almost looks like a kind of a keep hand.
And it's kind of weird how
Mystic Sanctuary sucks in your hand, but
that's what brainstorm's for.
that's true. Look at this.
All right, Jeff. So show. Oh, I guess nope. We're not getting a turn 1 Fable because it's.
Yep.
we could see turn 1 Welder. Right?
Yeah, let's see how he plays this here.
Yeah. Is
So
there,
fetch.
are there great? Oh, there's only 2 great furnaces in the deck. Okay.
Really?
Yeah, I thought they'd run 4, but okay. I
Okay.
guess he wants more basics.
Plays the welder.
Yeah. Okay. And okay, not a lot of removal, like we said. Right?
Yeah.
A lot of brainstorms could whiff.
Yeah.
And leyline binding. So
He does have the one Pyroblast, I think, in hand. No, sorry, Hydroblast.
Hydroblast?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna respect it.
that's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, there was no artifacts anywhere, so
Yeah, you'll take that 1 for 1.
Yeah.
Ooh, Urza Saga's pretty good too.
oh yeah, and there's a red blast.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay,
is that
3
Fable?
mana?
Is this a Fable? Hopefully, it's not a no value dragon engine.
Oh god, yeah.
There we
okay,
go. Okay,
that's better.
Okay, now we're cooking.
Yeah, this is good. This is a good start. This is what our painter player wants to see, right? They're starting
Yep.
to paint the picture of how they want the game to go. They have their $8, $10 Goblin Shaman foil token.
Oh no, it's way more than that.
Is it more than that?
The normal one is 15.
Oh my goodness! I have a foil one somewhere, and I'm pretty sure it's like chipped because I didn't know it was worth anything. And I was like, wait, this is worth something.
Yeah.
So then I sleeved it. My goodness, there's some random tokens, just so much money.
Well, it's because it's like it's a token that has this random text on it that
Yeah.
doesn't show up anywhere else, right?
Yeah, it's true. And it's played in Legacy, Modern. Yeah. So okay.
Any format it's legal in?
Yeah,
Probably
basically.
Pioneer as well.
Yeah. Pioneer.
Okay, well, we don't see white mana from him.
Oh, okay.
This is I don't know if this is a sign of weakness or not.
Yeah.
There's no plane, so he can't play the leyline binding.
No leyline banding of
Okay.
Ponder. Okay, just sculpting.
Trying to find.
That could be
that is-
devastating.
yes, but there is a green card in hand.
Okay, you keep that.
So
he
he-
doesn't know about the Urza Saga, but wait, is it endurance or is
It's
it?
endurance, force of vigor, and ponder.
Okay, yeah, you have to keep that, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could this could be a
Oh, this is gonna be a blowout. No.
because you're definitely gonna play the.
Oh, we'll
Urza
see if he.
Saga.
Oh. We'll see what he pitches. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of land. All right.
Yeah,
All right. Fable doing work.
yeah, it's going to. It's gonna play the Saga here.
Oh.
As soon as the Saga.
I think you have to. You just have to pray that he doesn't have it because it's
Yeah.
a one of. Well, he won't know it's a one of, but
Yeah,
I think you just have to, and you have to by his lands. You have to think that he's showing weakness.
Yeah, exactly, right? You're going to play, because you have the idea of, okay, I can start making constructs, start going crazy, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't have to. I have this treasure as well. Like, it's hard to see what else he has in his hand here.
Oh, is it another Fable?
Okay.
Oh, it's a Magus. Oh, here
This
we
is,
go. Here
this
we
is
go.
actually better. This is the idea of, like, the spread of, okay, are you running Blood Moon or Magus of the Moon, right? So,
Well, this is what happens when there's no planes. When there's no white in play.
Yeah.
Right now it's Leyland Binding's totally dead. His fetch lands are dead, and then the Force of Vigors are like whatever, right?
oh my goodness. And, okay, wow. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Fable did its work. It got rid of the lands that he didn't want, and then now
Yeah.
his Wasteland is also dead.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yes. Okay. His Urza Saga can't be played.
Yeah.
That's fine, right? Because it won't get a chapter counter, right?
This is gonna be a shuffle. He needs to find planes.
Yeah.
He needs to find
Is it a
planes.
one of planes in his deck
Yes.
too?
See, this is what we said. Like
Yeah.
pre-board, right? Like post-board, right? He needs to land this. Pray the guy has really bad mana.
Yeah.
And then
Planes or Solitude. That's what he's looking for.
yeah.
Okay. I will play this mountain.
And Jeff's mana is very, very good right now because he has the token,
Yeah.
and he has
he's
got
Red
he's got Red Blast. So I would Red Blast every single Ponder brainstorm
Yeah.
that shows up right now.
Ooh, even plays the boots. That's actually good too.
I'm not sure if the Breeze is that good
It
because
gives Ward 1. No, I guess with his mana.
Ward 1, like yes,
That's
so
big.
much. Yeah.
No, it's not big in this instance.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it is 4 damage though, right? So
Yeah.
that is. Oh, he found the planes. Oh my goodness.
did he just naturally draw
Oh my
this?
goodness. Okay, we have.
Can he cast it?
He
Yeah.
can cast. He can cast Leyline Binding.
Okay, so how much ley line to cast?
Leyline Binding will be 3, right? Because it's.
Mountain
He has
planes?
3 types, and then it's reduced by 3, and then so it'll become 2 colorless and 1 white, so he has enough, and then it covers the ward.
It covers the
It's
ward?
4
Okay, yeah,
lands.
that's what I was just thinking, right? Does he have the ward?
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
And again, the blast doesn't help, right?
No,
Like, that's-
it's not a blue spell.
yeah. Unfortunate.
Is he gonna be
that
able
top
to-
deck the planes?
I know, but is he going to be able to keep this going? The Shaman's still on board, right? Still accruing some
but-
value.
Okay. Okay, he's doing something with a lot of mana. Like,
Yeah, 4.
he's casting Hardcast Fury?
Okay. Well, he did that.
Okay, I mean, it's good for future, or good for stopping future Uro.
Yeah. Someone's asking, is the new Merfolk seeing play in any Legacy? Yes, it is. In some Delver decks, it's being run as a sideboard card.
Oh,
It's
you mean
kind
the
of
Harbinger of Seas?
Yeah, Harbinger of Seas, yeah.
It's also been seeing play in like the Scaminator decks.
Scaminator's playing it. Why not?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't the Scaminator be playing it? So, okay, so Brainstorm. Okay, the Magus is gone now.
No, Jeff, you should be blasting that.
Yeah, you can't let that happen.
Because you only have so many things you can blast.
Yeah. I'm quite surprised by not blasting that. Like, maybe he's scared of an Uro, right?
No, but then blasting Uro's nuts.
Yeah,
like, Uro
it's not
comes
good.
into play and then he'll die to Leyline of Void, right?
Yeah.
So,
I wonder what he's scared of here.
Oh no! Well, now
Plow
the
is there for
yeah.
Shaman.
Plow, yeah, exactly. Plow. Yeah, everything's unlocked. He needs to draw a. I don't even think drawing another Magus will do.
No. Yeah. He's making sure it's exiled, right?
Yeah,
But still, like,
and the Beans is unlocked. Oh, that was
tough.
very lucky top deck.
Yeah. That was
the planes.
a wild
very,
top
very
deck.
lucky, very lucky. And then
One
now,
in what?
Yeah,
Oh.
now his mana's unlocked.
And he has what, 2 mana? Because all of his treasures are gone?
Yes.
And he might not even get an attack here, honestly, with the guy.
Okay.
I get it. Okay, in response,
Wow.
to equip.
Yep.
I'm going to kill this thing.
Yep. Here we go.
Yeah, this is...
Oh, that planes was very.
this backbreaking.
Yeah.
Like...
Very
Talk
lucky,
about
very
magic
lucky.
top decks.
Yeah.
He planned that.
Yeah.
Why be good when you can be lucky sometimes? Like, it just happens.
Yeah. For sure.
So...
Yeah. Well, that's magic, right?
Yeah, that's magic. We were talking about it. One of our players, I think it was round 2, is just like land, more or less, right? Or
Yeah.
maybe that was round 1, but
I mean,
he's still doing that. He's still drawing land.
His hand's not good. His hand's not good.
Yeah. He's still holding
Okay,
the
it's
Pyro.
amazing now.
Yeah, he's still holding the Pyro Blast.
Yeah.
A Red Blast, right? Like,
I think so.
yeah, he is. Yeah.
Like
It's not going to do anything against these blue or like white
white
cards.
cards. Yeah. Yep, and then are there 3 islands? So there's only 2 islands in play, so Mystic Sanctuary's kind of crappy right now, but
Yeah.
that's probably on top of the deck right now.
Yeah, it'll start popping off. Like, he has beans, right?
It's not. Okay. He didn't.
What's happening here?
Yeah. You put that. That's right.
Yeah, I was about to say, what
That's
is he
right.
doing here?
No, he put back the wrong card.
Yeah. I was about to say, you have Leyline Binding and what?
Leyline binding, double leyline binding.
Yeah, and double draw, right? You
Yeah.
have the beanstalk, right, out. 2 mana, draw card, exile something.
Oh my goodness. Oh, they're so. Oh my god.
He has
you
2 of
should-
them.
Jeff, you should be blasting.
Yeah, they just caught him blasting.
There's nothing else to blast.
Yeah, I know. I guess he's going to try to get in some damage here, right now, and he's going to quit or try to equip.
Yeah, but I mean, like
It's
leyline
gone.
binding. Yeah, exactly. I think it's especially bad because it's replacing itself.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's going to exile that. Okay,
Yeah.
that is pretty good.
Okay, so we know he's going to draw a brick. Okay, so his hand is just 1 more leyline binding. So Jeff pretty much needs to just go threat.
Do you return Force of Vigor? Okay, you return Force of Vigor.
Yeah.
I was about to say, yeah.
Oh yeah, because in this case you just target anything, you draw it, and then you kill his
It kills board,
kills
basically.
artifact. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and whatever he gets with there's a Saga here, right? Looks
Yeah.
like he's going to make a mana from it.
Oh, it's not even a token. That just
This is
making the Force of Vigor even more juicy, right?
yeah. This is
Oh,
looking
this is very brutal.
okay. Grindstone. Okay, Grindstone Leyline on the Void piece, but does he have the mana for it? Grindstone Leyline. Is he dead?
Okay.
Wait, he has another Leyline in hand, doesn't he?
I don't think the leyline matters right now, but then the thing
Yeah.
is, right now the leyline binding, but he has a red blast.
Yeah.
He has a red blast, so he can red blast the.
Yeah, but on Cast the Painter, what is he going to do? Cast the Painter.
No, well, he has to draw first, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Cast.
Cast
Draw.
Draw.
Yeah.
I would probably blast it before like the draw happens.
Yeah. And he doesn't have 4 mana too, but yeah, get this. I'm not gonna die yet.
Well, isn't it?
Yeah. It almost panned out for our painter there, but still too many things kind of going on.
Yes. Well, I mean, again, he needs a grindstone. Well, you know, Jeff, you know he has the,
It's
force of vigor.
exiled. It's exiled.
You know, there's the force of vigor.
That's exile that. Yeah, but he doesn't have mana, right? So he's dead.
Oh, that's right.
He doesn't have
that's
mana,
right.
so
Okay.
that's good. Wow. Okay,
Okay,
our painter
excellent.
player somehow, I don't know how he got that through, but he
Yeah,
did.
He was counting the mana better than us. Well, better than me for sure.
Yeah, I was wondering. I'm trying to think of the play there. Was there anything that that he could do to stop that? Our control player. I'm trying to think. Because he had 1 ley line, painter, grindstone. No, I don't think there was much play around that, right?
No.
Could you-
No, you know what? He got too hasty with the first leyline binding,
Yeah.
right? Like the leyline binding did not need to target the construct because he was at. I don't think he took damage.
I think he was somewhat lower, right? I'm not sure. We didn't instant replay.
There was like, I don't think he was at the very low life, right?
I'm not-
because it was attack for 4, maybe twice.
Yeah.
So only at 12.
Maybe 12? Someone in the chat, tell us how much life he had. And at the end there for our control player, our Beans player.
Yeah,
But
it
we
felt-
can't recollect. Talking for 1 hour has made my brain go to mush. I can't remember.
It felt like there was also not a lot of artifacts in play while he did that.
No, there was 2, I think.
Yeah, so the construct wasn't that big. So
Oh, someone's saying 6 life. Spazzy whack job saying 6 life.
6 life.
Just take 2 or 3 there. You go to 3. Okay, maybe it isn't. I don't know. It's tough to say, I guess, maybe then, right? If he is
Yeah.
that low.
Yeah.
But I don't know. The game before he was at low life and seemed pretty resilient
Yeah.
of like not pulling the trigger.
If Jeff was going to do that, then if the life total was so low, I probably would have just made the second construct, right?
Yeah.
And then force him to use the leyline binding on the other construct.
Yeah.
And then force him to use force of vigor on something else, and then try go for a combo afterwards, right?
Yeah. And nonetheless, I think good. I doubt either of these players are going to change their sideboard.
No.
Play draw right here.
Yeah. But
it-
the late on the void didn't really do much.
No, it didn't.
At least in that game. So it's like I'm not that big of a fan of it. I
Yeah.
understand why.
Yeah.
Because in a long game, Earl sucks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Grind. Oh, starts with the ley line of void. And thanks for those who are tuning in right now. This is Legacy of the North's Invitational. 32 players were invited that were competing for points. We are in the top 8. We have 4 colored beans, painter versus beans, and we are in game 3 here.
Yeah, and this is a really weak start. I mean, you can tell because he started off with Mystic Sanctuary, not getting any value, and then just played that, and then so his hands full of removal, but it's not really good against constructs. You don't really want to be 1-for-1ing against virtual cards, right?
No, not at all. And we did see our painter player. He did have a Magus of the Moon in hand there.
Yeah.
And probably waiting it out. And he can get a grindstone. Man, Urza's Saga in Leyline of the Void is absolute craziness, I have to say.
Yeah.
So, but
You can just slow play this and then
Yeah.
just keep making constructs, right?
Yeah.
And then he must deal with it. Oh, never mind. There's a dress down, so the construct's gonna die right
yeah.
away. Okay, didn't see that.
that works too.
Yeah, that was extremely good. But
What do you get with Saga here? Just grindstone? Still?
probably.
Yeah. It's just like the safe
Well,
bet, maybe?
let me see what other targets he has. So it's grindstone, boots, pedal, shadow spear, soul guide. Oh, I might get vexing bobble.
Yeah, Vexing Bobble, because it can turn off Solitudes potentially
Yeah,
too,
Force
right?
of Wills. Yeah, I might get bobble, and then if it's going to be exile, you can also draw a card.
Yeah.
It just depends if the bobble's still there.
Yeah. If someone's mentioning, he needs a mountain, he could maybe get Pedal, right? And then
Yeah.
next turn try to get it, push this Magus, but it seems pretty risky, right, too?
Yeah.
Within it. So, does he have a mountain? I think he has a fetch, right, in hand? No,
Well,
he
there
didn't
you go.
keep this without a
There
fetch.
you go.
Okay, so Magus the Moon is on
Magus the Moon's
board.
live, yep.
Yeah, it's live. It could be a thing. Probably going to get a surveil. No, just
But the opponent has a white card and a solitude, so it's not going to stay
Yeah.
alive for long.
No,
and a force of will blue card. So
Okay, yeah.
there's a lot to go through.
Yeah.
Right. So
Oh,
yeah,
this
exactly.
might get respected though, right? Maybe
Yeah,
Solitude.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see how this plays here, but there's a lot of scary threats our painter player has in hand right now.
Yes. And he's gonna have to make it like churn through his opponent's removal with these things, right?
Yeah. Let us know in the chat, right? Who do you think is going to win
Oh,
this here?
engineer, very good. Yeah, there we go.
Okay,
Play
this
the
is-
Oh, here we go. We can play if the engineer resolves. This is it's gonna be party time.
Yeah, this would be. What is he playing here? It said-
Engineer. Yeah, with 1 mana floating because he has red blast. So in case it gets countered. Oh, please don't say it's mages. No.
So why play it that way instead of the other way? What why?
Because, okay, I'd rather have the engineer because you have an active welder. And then so if it resolves,
Yep.
then you can start switching things with, especially he played Great Furnace.
Okay.
Right? So you can start switching things back and forth.
Yep.
And then you can even threaten lethal with the Painter Grindstone.
Yep.
Right? And then so he must deal with Engineer. And then once and then you also have Red Blast. So you can so if he decides to counter it, you can just force it, right?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So and then you force him to use his force to counter your blast.
Yeah.
But doing it like this, you see he can't protect it.
Yeah, you can't.
Right?
And I think.
And right now his welder is also not useful. Like he can still cast it, but then now it doesn't have red blast backup.
Yeah.
So now if he casts an engineer, it'll just get force of will, and then he'll be sad again.
Yeah, and because he floated double white there too, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
He's gonna. Oh yeah. Now what's he gonna do?
Ugh. Well, I mean, he has one. Oh no floating mana, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
So
no.
it just that was not the. I don't believe that was the
play
greatest
pattern.
use. Greatest plays there.
Yeah, and he still has Force of Will, Brainstorm, Solitude in the hand too, right? So,
Yeah.
okay, he has both furnaces, but we have, now we have exactly what you're saying, right?
Yes.
So, we'll see.
I mean, it might. At the end of the day, it might not matter. It could be that he plays the welder, and then the same thing could happen. It's just in reverse order.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
But I'd rather have the opportunity to make him use the force, so your blast is useful.
Yeah,
Right. Right now, this way, it's kind of like,
yeah. Not
like
Petal Welder, Fire Blast, yeah.
yeah.
So,
And then especially when you had active welder, right? You have to force him to get,
push the action with it.
respect that active welder.
yeah, because now,
Yeah, right now it has summoning sickness, so he's
yeah,
just like whatever.
he just hangs out, right?
Yeah.
He has the Solitude, right? It seems like in hand.
Yeah, also has dress down
and
also
Leyline
has-
Binding.
Yeah, binding. It's just
So he has the answers for it, right? Either on his turn when he gets it, right, or maybe
Yes.
does it before his turn, right? Uses mana efficiently here, depending on what he wants to do, right, in the next step. But after he finishes with this Brainstorm, so we'll kind of see. When you explain it too, right, Steven? Looking at it doesn't. To me, I'm not a painter player, right? It makes sense what you're saying. So I'm wondering his train of thought. Why play it that way? It's like.
I think
Still float mana, and if he has plow, he has plow, right? So-
yeah, I think it's probably like if he has it, he has it, and if he doesn't, then you wreck him.
Yeah,
But
that's
then,
fair.
but then the fact that like the way he's fetching his lands, and then just like he has all these cards in hand, and I don't know.
He's done anything.
We can't probably tell. We can't probably tell
Yeah.
because don't see his face, but you can tell it. Like if he's not caring, like he probably has all the answers, right?
Yeah, exactly. Good poker face. Yeah, someone asked in the chat, is it Petal Welder Pyroblast? Yes, we believe it's either. I think it might actually be another Goblin Engineer in his hand, actually.
Yeah, it should be an engineer, right?
Yeah, Engineer, Petal, Pyroblast, and then an unknown card that he drew. Oh, Painter. Oh, he drew the Painter. But we know that he has Force of Will.
It's double force. On the
Double
other side.
Force?
Oh, this is greedy. Casting the brainstorm is very greedy.
Okay, I think he's doing Dress Down
Yes.
instead. So on the cast, Dress Down, and then he'll fight over this probably, right?
Yeah, but
Nah, and then it's stopped in the
Yeah.
end. Yeah.
yeah.
What do you pitch here?
I think it's force, pitch, force, and then because you still have brainstorm.
Yeah.
Like you still need brainstorm for just
And-
finding stuff afterwards.
Yeah, and you still have the fetch land as well, right?
The painter's not dead, right?
No,
Painter shouldn't have died because the dress down doesn't kill painter.
unless the force is targeting
targeting
the
Painter?
painter,
Oh,
probably.
okay.
Yeah. So I think that was it. Force is targeting painter.
No, but then so did he not draw a card from then? Oh, okay, so he's allowing the red to counter the dress down. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
That stack was they did not declare that very well.
No, we are figuring out the stack for them.
Yeah.
They were probably talking about it, right?
Yeah.
And then going from there. Okay, putting.
Dragon Engine, so the grind time, you start to grind, but actually he has unearthed mana.
Yeah.
So this is pretty decent. I mean the Leyline Binding's not gonna Jeff's gonna be able to draw 3. That's
Yeah,
what
he
I'm
does
trying to
have
say.
endurance too here, right? So in the top 3 for Ponder.
This is
So, and he can he get endurance here with the Ponder and then cast it? Is that the play to do?
Does he have double green?
He has.
There's
he
a
has a
fetch
fetch.
land, and then I don't know if he has double green. No, he doesn't have double green. The one green source is in the Ponder, and then there's no other green source in
So
play.
he can't actually get the endurance here.
Yeah.
So might not be. Okay, what's going on here? I think he's trying to decide what he wants to do here. Maybe get rid of.
Yeah, because his hand's Leyline Binding, right? So getting the plow is fine. Yeah, so now he
That's
has
exiled.
This must be frustrating to play as Jeff, but
This. He just has everything.
that's what this deck does, right?
Yeah. Okay. Get rid of this. Put it under.
At least the beans is not in play, so he's not getting like
card of it. Yeah, it's not a 1-for-1. Well, not even, right? So, but.
Yeah. Oh, he drew Fable? Okay.
That's
here
a
we
good
go.
draw.
Here we go. Yep.
And the Leyline Binding's gone here, right?
Yes.
So, and he has a plow potentially, right, in endurance.
But that's okay because all you want to do is grind.
Yep.
Right? Like next turn he's going to be able to draw 3 cards, right?
Yep.
He's going to draw and then discard 1, maybe if it's a bad one.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he starts grindstoning them too, right? He does have the Leyline of the Void now too, right? So it's still not great, right?
Yeah.
You know,
I think I still want to grindstone myself. But
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, something else.
Okay.
Double Fable. Okay.
Who's the control deck now?
Here we go. I mean, this is how he gets back in the game.
Yep.
Drawing more grindy elements, right? Thank goodness he's not top decking lands.
Yeah. Yes, that's true. That's true. He's drawing banger card after banger card here.
Yeah.
Let's see. He just says go. Yeah, he has.
Oh yeah, I mean,
endurance. He is saying stop.
The endurance is going to. Well, I guess not ambushing because he doesn't want the Dragon Engine to show up, right? So he's probably preempting the.
The shuffle piece here. Yeah, he doesn't want this thing to come out, right, and discard his non-existent hand, right?
Yes.
So, and then draw.
Yeah.
Okay, it goes to the bottom.
No, it doesn't exile Jeff.
Stop.
Doesn't exile
Stop.
Jeff. Yeah.
Stop, please. No more GRVs. And just the bottom, not into your deck. Okay.
Yeah,
I've
there
had
we
that
go.
happen too before.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Draw. Okay, Fable. And
Bang,
then,
bang.
So is that good?
How do you want to do this?
Okay, yeah. I mean,
There we
there's
go.
nothing left in the yard, so.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the thing flips.
Yep.
Fable flips into Kiki Jiki wannabe.
Oh wow, he just has another one.
No. He has a token placement.
Oh, okay.
Because he doesn't
Okay.
want to pull out the card. And
Yeah,
see
that
it.
makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. That's good. Okay, this.
Okay, this is kind
This
of a
feeling
match.
good. This
yeah,
feeling
but
good
I
for
mean,
Painter
the endurance is brick walling the team.
Yeah.
So that's the downside. Oh, and here's the Uro.
This Uro is going to die.
To gain life. Oh, and there's another Uro.
Cycling Uros.
Yeah.
We're going to cycle Uros.
Yeah.
Is that? Do you think that's just legitimate? Like, it's just you're never getting this Leyline of the Void off, or?
I mean, he could have, right? But
Yeah.
like, I think Jeff just pressured him so much that he just
can't.
forced him to not have the, Leyline's the least of his worries,
Yeah, that's right.
right?
Wait, no. Fable.
Fable got plowed.
I got plowed. So yeah, it is exiled. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that he can't attack,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
This is the worst.
Okay, 3. Do your thing. Get another one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
This.
let's see what Jeff drew. Anything
I
good?
think there's an Ancient Tomb. Yeah.
Ouch.
And I don't know what the other one is. Pass. Yeah, he can't attack into this yet.
Yeah.
You know, if he gets his turn next turn, he's going to start making, on the end step,
I think
right?
it was me. I start milling myself, right? Oh no! Here we go.
Okay, this is maybe late, but it's still a redraw.
Yeah.
Another
And
bean.
drawing another bean.
Just play
there
it.
we go.
Yep. Keeping his options open with his mana here as well.
Yep.
And to a plow.
And
That's
another-
a
and another
good.
arrow. Yeah.
Wow, what a draw.
Yeah. Wrong card. But
Wrong
that's
card,
fine.
but yep. He did that last time too. It's all good, all good.
Yeah.
He understands what he needs to do here.
Jeff, you need to mill yourself.
Or is he
Oh,
milling?
opponent. All right.
1, 2, yeah. Wah, wah, wah.
I don't know if milling 2 is the
point?
actual millstone.
Yeah. I don't know
if
if
actual
that's
millstone is what you want, but
it. You're playing fair Magic now.
yeah. So okay, I mean, I guess right now Jeff needs a top deck painter, right?
Yeah, Painter. Painter
a lot
goes.
Of a lot of it did get destroyed, not exiled. So if he can use the shuffle effect
Yep.
to put it back into his library, and then get the surveil land.
See.
Yeah, see what's happening.
Yeah, they're discussing something here. Maybe just like life totals.
I have no idea.
What?
Oh, probably something got plowed, right?
Yeah. Something got plowed. Yeah. That's it. I think that's what they're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Someone definitely noticed that
they
piece.
They plowed a Fable.
Yeah, Plot of Fable. Okay, gonna surveil. Great card. New additions, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's running at least one. Likes it.
Okay.
Likes it enough.
Okay.
Passes. And we'll see. I bet he
Oh.
grindstones them again.
Okay. Here we go. Earl.
Cycling or Earl?
Pray to draw a good card. Oh, 2 lands.
Another
Okay.
land. We're talking
Okay,
about
here we
drawing
go.
lands today.
Here we go. It's his turn. This is Jeff's chance, right? That card he kept on top better be good.
Yeah, he's milling them.
Well, that's good. I mean, like
Getting rid of Solitude is
One less
good.
solitude. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, it's better than nothing.
It's still
Oh,
not.
Life from Alone. Okay, another dead card. That's fine.
Wow.
Okay,
There
Jeff,
are.
getting lucky.
Just do.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good. Here we go.
Okay, let's make those Urza Soccer tokens. Oh, what is this? Painter?
Painter
Alright, he
and you're
wins.
dead.
Yeah, he wins.
He's
My
gonna slow
goodness.
roll it.
No.
There's no way.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow, Painter
Wow.
painted us a picture of that game.
Well, we did say that it has to start with like that start where it's, the mana's kind of off, and then he has to search for a lot of he has to spend time to search for the removal spells and just
Yeah.
grind it out, right?
Yeah, grind.
Like if at any time Jeff started drawing lands and then his opponent just went like runner,
Yep.
right? It just happened that Jeff also did, he also drew runner, and the opponent
Yeah.
was answering every single one of his things. So
One for one.
Yeah, yeah,
'Cause- And there's
exactly.
no beans as well to like help propel that,
Yeah.
right? With all those Leyline of the Voids, right? So it's not even there. And
yeah,
then,
exactly. And the last 2 draws with the Earls, both lands.
yeah,
It is.
it is what it is, sometimes.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, what a great game, I have to say. Yeah,
Yeah.
and someone was even saying, right, with the grindstone there, they milled over the plains, so in case Magus did come out, that wouldn't have been a thing. The
Yeah.
top deck plains.
Yeah.
So game 2.
Game 2, yeah.
Wild.
That was
The only out, really.
pretty much.
Yeah, he did bring in the surgical.
I mean, I think that's okay because if the
you
welder
put in-
if welder or engineer ever gets active, you just want another answer to get rid of Dragon Engine.
Yeah, Dragon Engine. Maybe Painter gets thrown in there, right, for some reason, and you can get rid of that
Yeah, exactly.
if need be. So,
Exactly.
no, that was good. I think a really good game by both players there, play to their outs,
Yeah, for
and great to have on stream. I think the diversity that we've had on stream has been really good. I think we've only had really Grixis twice, I want to
Yeah,
say,
we had
right?
Sia twice.
Yeah, Sia
right?
twice.
Yeah.
And then we've had a good diversity of decks and other things within it here. Hey, Goblin Lackey, thanks for rating us with 34 people. If you're just joining us
thank
right
you, Goblin
now,
Lackey.
follow you on Twitter as well. And I play exclusively Goblins and Legacy in Modern as well, but it's not good right now. Anyhow, we have here our Legacy of the North Invitational. So players in our area of Southern Ontario, Canada, have been grinding out for points at local tournaments throughout the month, or months, I should say, since May, and then local events each week. And here we had these players come out, right? And we're in the top 8 right now as well. So a lot of diversity, which is great. We only saw a couple of Scaminators. I think we have one Scaminator, I want to say, in the top 8, which is great to see.
Yeah. And I believe he made it top 4. I think our next match is Jamie versus Claudio. So it should be Scaminator versus Naughty.
Nadu. Ooh, Bant Nadu.
I'm assuming it's Scaminator, but it might be on. Like I've seen him also play like other blue-black, like Death Shadow type decks.
Yeah.
So it might be one. It might not be Scaminator, but we'll see.
That's great, yeah. And only one blue-black Scaminator made it in the top 8, I believe. Last time at our 3K that we had here, we actually had Edgar, who's been on the Pro Tour as well. He played Scaminator. We had an interview with him. He said it was his first time playing the deck. He made top 8. He played against Dominic Harvey as well in, I want to say the semifinals.
Oh yeah,
right?
the Bant Breakfast deck.
Yeah, the Bant Breakfast deck, similar to what this one is. His version isn't as combo heavy as the Bant that we're seeing right now, as this version I think has the fastest Oracle. I don't know if his did. I think it was more value.
Well, this one is the value one.
Oh, it is value.
This is the one that's like the modern deck.
Oh,
that you
yes.
love so much.
Oh, yes, I love Modern right now. Please give me more Nadu in Modern.
Yeah, so Claudio's deck is going to be a treat.
Yeah.
It's going to be a treat because when it goes off, wow, it's going to go off. And then it's got Bristly Bill.
Yep.
I love this card. Again, 2-mana 2/2, legendary guy. Whenever land comes into play, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, right? And then it's got a secondary ability, 3 colorless, 2 green, double all +1/+1 counters on creatures you control.
And keeps triggering our favorite flying bird.
Yes.
And keeps going. It's
Yes.
it's a good time.
You're going wide and then you're going tall.
Yeah.
Right. So he actually has like the Spring Heart and Tuco in the deck as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's literally like kind of the modern deck ported over to here, except there's also Force of Wills in the deck. So it's just all protect. It's great.
Protecting his bird. And it'll be interesting to see within this, right? Watching it last time, the Nadu player just kind of sometimes keeps like a half decent opening hand if they're on the play.
Oh yeah.
On the draw, I want to say, because everyone knows everyone's favorite thing, getting griefed in this format, right? And having your 2 best cards potentially being ripped out of your hands. Keeping a mediocre 7 is sometimes just good enough.
Yeah, exactly. And you can't expect them to have like the grief reanimate
every time
all the time because. I mean, if you run the stats, apparently it's only supposed to happen 10% of the time.
I think on stream it happens all the time.
Well, you might see grief, but not reanimate.
Yeah, that's fair.
But grief reanimate, it's only supposed to be 10% of the time, right? Mm-hmm. So if you keep a hand with just like you can cast your spells as you draw them, and then sure they take maybe 1 or 2 cards. If you don't draw lands, you could still be in the game.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
because your opponent will be down on cards, right? Mm-hmm. They have to play a land, grief, reanimate. That's 3 cards, right there, right? So if they mulligan, that means they're only on 3 cards, right? So
it'll be interesting to see. It seems like both of the players are just finalizing their mulligans here, and then we'll be getting into it right away. We're just taking a look at the list, seeing if there's anything kind of spicy, and we're getting it.
Oh yeah, apparently Claudio is running the 63 card special.
Wow, not the Goblin Lackey 61 card special that he runs in Legacy, the 63 card special.
Yeah, we were chatting beforehand. He's like, oh, I wasn't sure what to cut, and then so he's like, Scavenging Ooze sounds great. It's like, put it in, and then
my goodness,
all these other things sound great, and so he's like, oh, I all of a sudden I have 63. He's like, why not?
Why not? Oh my goodness. There's always the argument, the percentage chance of XYZ, right, of lands, and 61, and you keep going. It's like very small incremental, but there's always going to be the purists. I think it's Jim Davis is always like, never go over 60, right? Like he even within like the Goblins kind of piece, right? He's never saying that, but the 63, okay, we'll see how he goes. He has better mill matchup.
For sure.
Don't see much of that, but this should be a good game ahead of us. We have 2 good, great Magic players in the Legacy scene within here as well. Claudio as well. I've seen him always around playing Legacy. A bunch of different brews that he has. But we'll kind of see.
Yeah, this is kind of a mediocre, quote unquote mediocre start from Rescaminator. Turn 1 into a surveil land. You always want to see that. Yeah, because wow. I mean. This is not like saying they're showing weakness because they could all of a sudden go Entomb Reanimate, and then turn Entomb and then do some crazy things. But this is like, if you're not getting reanimated on turn 1, turn 2, and not getting discarded turn 1, turn 2, like, I think you're pretty happy.
Yeah, and almost kind of like showing that he has a Bowmasters there potentially, right? Like, I don't know how many he's running in his list, but, also has the Troll too. So where is this? Blue, this is actually in Newmarket, Ontario. It's called Enter the Battlefield in Newmarket. It's Davis and Yonge is the major intersection. And yeah, so this is just one of the spots where people play Legacy. It all happens throughout Southern Ontario. Face to Face is another big spot that people play in Toronto.
And there's at this store particularly, there's a weekly on Wednesday nights and Sunday afternoons.
Yeah, so there's 2 times a week that people play Legacy. I think the Wednesdays usually get a little bit more people than the Sundays.
Yeah, I thought it would be the other way around, but apparently people like coming on Wednesday nights for some reason.
Yeah, like for me being in last in points, I came on Sunday, and that's like how I qualify being in last place in this season right now. So, it looks like just getting a Brainstorm here, just trying to sculpt the hand more. They're both playing it pretty slow.
Yeah.
It looks like a Daze,
okay, there's a grief.
2 Dazes, a Grief, Force of Will.
Yeah, I can't tell what the other black card is.
Murktide? No way he's playing. No. Is he playing the Murktide?
No. It might be an Archon.
Maybe Archon?
Yeah.
So we'll kind of see what the next step is here for it of who's going to push the envelope first, right? So,
yeah. Well, I mean, Claudio's probably the control deck in this matchup.
Yep.
Right? Because the longer it goes for Reanimator, the worse it goes for them.
Yes, yes, yeah. And especially, is he running any Wastelands within it? 4 Wastelands,
Yes,
So
4
Claudio that's our band player running Wastelands. And
no, the Wastelands here is a Scamator.
Oh, that's a Scamator.
Claudio's not running in
No Wastelands, okay, for our band player. So that is something that, he's not going to have to worry about his lands getting attacked here. Oh, Psychic Frog, our new favorite friend.
Yeah.
And we've seen a lot of today.
Yes.
I say almost an all-star, to be quite frank.
No, it's not even almost.
It is?
It is all-star.
It is the all-star. We need a little party hat for it almost, I feel like it at this point.
Yeah.
Once Grief maybe gets banned in 16 days, the new discussion and the crosshairs for bans will probably be at this little guy here.
Yes.
And Steve, why is this card so good?
It's just so splashable. It's 1 blue, 1 black. And then bug control will start playing it. Yeah, so right now, just control decks are quote unquote. I don't think they're at a good place right now. They're not good, but they're not bad either, right?
Yeah.
But as soon as Grief is gone, I think control decks will surge up.
Yep.
All the ones will be splashing black for this guy, right? So yeah.
It'll be interesting to see. 3 lands from this Brainstorm. Ottawa.
Well,
Basic.
I mean, at least there's the fetch land. So
He knows it's a Brainstorm, right? Not a Ponder.
no, it's a Brainstorm.
Okay, yeah. He just didn't put any of the cards like towards his hand there too. So
probably because it's all bad.
yeah, that's fair. I was like, he knows that, right? But
yeah,
seeing 3 lands of your Brainstorm probably not the best thing that you want to see there.
Yeah.
So gonna shuffle that away. The greatness of Legacy of being able to Brainstorm or Ponder, and then just shuffle all those cards away, right? That you don't want. And
Oh, okay, Surveil. Nice.
Surveil. What's this one called? This
Meticulous Archive?
Meticulous Archive. Probably a one of... Does he have one of each?
Yes, I see the blue-green one, the Hedge Maze, and I don't believe they run the white one? The white-green one?
Yeah, probably
not because it doesn't...
Two seems like a lot, right?
Because that also doesn't make blue.
Yeah. Claudio, slowly looking at this. Does he want it? Will he put it in the bin? I think he has Force of Will in his hand. Oh, doesn't want the Nadu.
Wow. Okay, so I guess that shows that he has a Nadu in hand.
Yeah, it definitely shows he has a Nadu. He has a Core in his hand and a Nadu.
Yeah.
Core, land. Maybe Force of Will as well. So, okay, he drew that.
He's just going slow, which is perfectly fine.
Oh, that's a Teferi.
Oh yeah.
You keep that. Yeah. You keep that.
Yeah, exactly. You make him force it, right? You make him force it.
He's gonna play the Core here.
Yeah.
And that's like a telltale of, okay, I have the Nadu in hand here.
Yes.
Right? Yes. What are you going to do about it?
Okay, and here's the Reanimate, and if it's a Troll, who cares? If he reanimates Troll, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, who cares about Triple Menace? I think he does have a Grief in hand, but does he have another black card?
Yeah, he drew a Reanimate, and it's too hard to tell.
It's too hard to tell.
Yeah, but...
I guess he could discard it with Psychic. Why would you do that? Discard a Psychic Frog, reanimate it.
You could just cast. You can just cast it. You know what? You could just reanimate the opponent's Nadu.
Yeah, you could. You could become the Nadu player.
It is 3 power.
Yeah. Yeah, that
not
is
gonna
true.
say, right? Like it's not. I don't think it's that bad. And
Yeah.
then if Claudio has to deal with it somehow, you get to trigger it.
Yeah, that is
Right.
fair.
So it's not irrelevant.
It reminds me so much of Leovold, right?
Yes.
Like that's a thing, right? Like
Yeah.
just target my stuff,
except
target
better?
me. Yeah, except better ways. Let me get a land as well here,
Yeah.
right? So
No, because Leovold has to be opponents targeting it or you. But Nadu is you can target. Like imagine
Yeah.
if Leovold was whenever it gets targeted, then you draw a card.
oh my
It'd be
god,
like, oh.
Caracas.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a thing too. So we'll kind of see how he wants to play this here. We're Scaminator.
That's
okay.
okay. That's fine.
Discards.
No.
Do you think he
What did
reanimates
he-
this here? He's discarding it to
discarding
Frog.
it. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, so he is gonna.
I mean, there is a force of will in the hand, right? Yeah, I see a force in Claudio's hand. You probably have to force this, and then it gets forced back.
Yeah.
The fact that Claudio surveilled the. Oh, there's 2 Nadus. Okay,
Okay.
never mind.
Yeah.
It doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
Well, you still take force.
Yeah,
Right.
you
And
still
then so
take
you
it.
fight over the first one, but then now the problem is that, Claudio has a Teferi on top, which we know about, but Jamie doesn't.
Yeah.
So if the Teferi comes down, Jamie must force.
Yeah.
Right? Jamie must force it, or he could let it resolve and then try to attack.
And try to kill it.
Yeah, try to attack the
Teferi.
attack. Yeah, because he can give the frog flying and then
Oh.
you can't block.
He did. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And then that is 5 power. Right? So having the Teferi is not necessarily like the right answer.
Yeah, and he's getting wastelanded here too, right? So it's looking pretty tough here. Like he does have the land right, still can play the Teferi.
Teferi might not be the right play. If it's
Yeah.
like this, you might just go for Nadu.
Yeah.
Because you just force your opponent to have a force and you can force back.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, force back and then you
Because he took Nadu, which was kind of weird.
Yeah.
Because if you have force of will yourself, then
I think it's
why
force of
wouldn't
will
you take
days.
force?
Yeah, I think he has force of will days too, so it might be
Okay.
interesting. Now the thing is, does he have another blue card to pair with that force of will?
Yeah.
We'll see, right? So because then he'll win this exchange fully.
Yes.
But we'll see. So what do you guys think in the chat here? Will our Nadu player or are we Scaminator? And do we
Okay,
even
there we
like
go.
both of these? That's the thing.
Teferi.
Teferi
Yeah,
coming out.
I don't. Okay.
Dazing.
Oh, there's a Brazen Borrow. Okay, so it's Brazen Borrow and 2 forces. Oh, okay, yeah. This
think,
one.
this looks
one's,
tough.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say fairly locked up.
Yeah.
But it's
Every time I've said locked up, I feel like the other player has come back, right? And like round 3, I feel like that happened, right? Like we even with our control player at one point, right? Like I thought he had her locked up, and just nope. Our Delver player, right? Boston.
Yeah.
Then there's just a helm on top,
Yes.
and it just gets absolutely helmed out.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you think he will push the issue more? Start discarding these lands to Frog?
No, but I do like him wastelanding the hedge maze or the tropical island.
That's good.
Just make sure that he has less and less lands, and then so makes your days even more alive, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's good. It's
There we go.
yeah. There we go. Yeah. There's the wasteland piece for it.
Yeah.
So I think
I actually don't mind like ditching a land because you're only going to be able to play 1 land per turn.
Yeah.
And then so those and then the reanimator deck only needs like 2 or 3 lands to function anyways, right? And the opponent's not running wasteland, so
Someone asked a question: will Grief or not be banned August 26th? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it will be banned.
yeah,
You know,
pretty sure it will be.
we can't ever
there
definitively.
we go,
Yeah,
fine.
scooping it up
Yeah,
here.
scoop it.
I think he understands that. With this force will, the game's kind of over, right?
Yeah.
I think the understanding is that Grief will probably be banned August 26th. Some people have come in the chat and even said like Psychic Frog as well. Steve was saying. I think he made a really good point. Maybe we'll talk to it as well. We're not there yet. Maybe with Psychic Frog.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see. So Grief taking it game 1.
Yes. Well, I think the turning point probably was Claudio milling over to Nadu. He probably thought 2 was enough.
Yeah.
But I guess if I had 2 Nadus in my hand, I probably have 2 enough too. But then, I think you have to expect that if you don't have the Delighted Halfling, that Nadus will be countered because you have no acceleration. You can't play around days. I think you have to expect like force and days, right? At least the minimum, right?
Yeah.
They have force and days, so you probably want the third one just in case. I mean, even if he had the third one, it probably wouldn't have mattered anyways because he had 2 forces plus like whatever.
Yeah.
So and the grief, so he probably would have nullified all the Nadus to begin with. But I don't think it helped.
No.
That he
No.
milled the third one, right?
Yeah.
So,
Like hindsight's 20/20, always on the piece.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
It's
yeah.
like oh. How
But I think it would have been like. I don't think it would have hurt to have another Nadu. Like start with 3 Nadus and just work your way because you have to respect that the days, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, so let's go look at
Sideboarding here.
Yeah.
Looking at
I
advanced
like
players.
carpet. I like carpet flowers.
Carpet flower seems good, especially
Yeah.
within this.
Carpet flowers, force and negation, ground seals. I like all those.
What's ground seal?
Ground seals a 2-color. It's 2 mana enchantment, and then it comes in play, draw a card, and then it's both players. Cards in each player's graveyard cannot be targeted.
That's
by
good.
anyone.
That's really good, especially for a
Yeah.
reanimator, right? Not being able to target those pieces.
Yes.
So I'm kind of wondering, like, what are you bringing out? I remember talking to Dominic Harvey about it. He's almost bringing out the combo itself,
Yes.
like taking out the fastest oracles,
Yeah,
right?
I would-
Taking out this.
Yeah, I would take out the oracles for sure. I'd probably take out the bristly bills because
Yep.
you don't need to grow your guys tall because you just have more guys than your
Yeah, you
opponents.
just indefinitely block
Yeah,
almost,
more
right?
guys, yeah. And then probably take out the Uro because the game's not really about the Uro.
Yeah, take out the arrow,
Yeah, it's not a control matchup. Maybe the Teferi's as well because if you don't have the halflings, Teferi's just not very good, especially like when you can't like in that situation where there's the grief and a frog.
Yeah.
And it was attacking for 5, right? You couldn't block it. So what's the point of Teferi when it's like sure it's gonna it's sure his counter spells gets turned off, but then he just attacks and then
It kills, yeah. And if I bounce grief, right, I'm losing a card, right?
Yeah.
Like in the retrospective things, like it's definitely a hard decision. Looking at it too, he only has 2 Teferis as well, right? So
Yes.
I'm wondering,
and that's okay because it's you just bring in the ground seals and a force of negation, so it's 4 cards.
Yeah.
So you take out the Oracle, take out the Uro, and maybe you take out like 2 Teferis.
Yeah,
Or 1 Teferi and 1 Bristly Bill.
does he have? I don't think he has this specific bird Teferi, right?
No, no.
Because it definitely fits. Our chatter, Spazzy Wagjob said it as well. Teferi joining the bird theme in the bird deck, basically, right?
Yeah.
I
I don't even know where to find that card. I don't think I've ever seen that in real life.
No, this was the new set. I think it was Bloomborough, probably, right?
It's in the Bloomborough, but I've never actually seen these cards.
Yeah, not in real life. I've seen
Yeah.
them all online, and some of the full arts, they're so much money. I saw one on like one of the Facebook groups. It's like $200 for one. I was like, "Are you crazy?
Oh.
I ain't paying that. I'll save up for a little bit more for a duel." And looking at our Scaminator list here too,
Yeah, and here
pretty standard.
I mean, here we go again. You have the maybe conflict's not the right word, but then do I board out the fatties?
Yeah.
Do I bring in the small guys? Do I bring more removal for my fatties? Right? For sure, you want like fatal pushes go for the throats. Again, the exact numbers I'm not quite sure of. Harbinger of the Seas seems kind of okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially against a 3-color deck.
3-color deck seems no wastelands, right, within piece too. So
Yeah. So, but I don't know if you want to board in that much, and then it'll be interesting to see how Jamie board because I feel that this like the Scaminator, the hardest part is sideboarding.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like, what do I take out? Do I take out my fatties? Do I not take out the fatties? And if you don't take out the fatties, then it's like, oh, then what do you take out?
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
Like,
all my other cards are great.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not taking out the good ones.
Yeah, exactly. So it's it's tough.
Yeah, tough. And it looks like our game has started, right? It looks like Trop into Green Suns for Dryad Arbor. Pretty good start, I'd have to say.
Oh, yeah.
For our band player, you always like doing that.
Jam turn 2 Nadu.
Yeah.
Force him to have it.
Yeah, he also has Scavenging Ooze in his hand too
Yes.
here, right? So that could be a nice little piece to have.
I think that's probably the right play.
Scavenging Ooze,
and play
keep up
around
the green.
days.
Yeah,
Play
play around days,
yeah.
keep up the green, right?
Yep.
It seems like he does have a Brazen Borrower in hand too. I'm not going to be that guy or commentator being like, I'm cheering for this one deck over the other. But I think the Legacy community as a whole is okay if a Grief deck or a Scaminator deck doesn't win, right? Everyone's always cheering for the other side a little bit more.
Yeah.
And I will be vocal about a bit of my implicit biases, I have to say, right? I'm going to be a little bit biased towards this.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think people are just sick and tired of seeing this Scaminator deck, and then so anything that beats it, people just cheer.
Yeah.
You know, it's yeah.
Maybe the people in chat. Do you guys like watching the
I mean,
Scaminator?
It's the same thing when you like people play Delver, right? You just want to see Delver lose,
Yeah.
right? Like,
So much true, yeah.
It's just one of those things. It's like,
That's why I play Goblins. Everyone's usually rooting for it, somewhat, right? You know, it doesn't usually get there, but when a Goblin Lackey hits, which it usually never does anymore in this day and age, and you can put in a Muxus, it feels great.
yes.
But it doesn't happen too often.
Yeah.
And Sticker Goblin's gone now, so I cry a bit, but that was kind of wild. I have to say, a wild
They
time.
need to give Lackey unblockable somehow, right?
2-1, and you destroy one of your goblins, you sacrifice it, and it gives it flying or something
Yeah.
like that. I don't know, like something ridiculous. And he's like wearing another goblin as a parachute, right? Like I think there's one goblin that flies. Something
Blue
wild.
Brigade.
Yeah. Okay, Psychic Frog. What a great card. Goodness me. Exile. Get rid of this.
Yep. Okay. So right now, I mean, obviously the frog is going to become better than the Scavenger Ooze
Yep.
soon.
We'll see kind of long
I'm
term.
not too sure what else is in Claudio's hand other than Force of Will.
Yeah.
The glare is kind of rough.
Yeah, the glare's kind of rough there. Yeah, he's reading the essay that Psychic Frog is.
Yeah, and I believe you can't. As soon as the card discarded, you can also respond to it. As long as there's 3 cards in the graveyard, you can just respond to like giving a fly. So there's no time for a Scavenger Ooze to eat stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately. So that's probably what the reading is all about.
Yeah.
Probably a judge call there.
Yeah, it's probably in regards to exactly what you're saying too, right? See, right? Okay, if I exile something, right, he discards, right? So
Yeah, because the discard will go through no matter what because it's a cost.
yeah,
And then all that other stuff is on the stack, so you can pay for cost. So like you can give a fly to exile the 3, and then the fly will go on the stack, and then if there's more things to exile, you can discard more things and then exile more things with the make it fly again.
Yeah.
So
yeah, kind of indefinitely, kind of give it fly, right? So it looks like Claudia's.
yeah, there's just no way for a Scavenger Ooze to eat things until it's like unless there's less than 3 cards in the graveyard.
Wow. So Frog's showing its power of how it can control its own graveyard.
Yeah.
Which is kind of wild.
Yes.
And we saw too from our Scaminator's deck that they had, I think it was Reanimate itself, and why am I forgetting its name right now here? What's it called? Anyhow, Animate Dead. That's it. Thank you very much. I'm like, yes. So he has those 2 in hand. So his reanimation spells aren't going to be doing much right now.
Yeah, I mean. The reanimation spells these days, they're all sorcery speed, right? Mm-hmm. So it's not going to compete.
Thank goodness.
It's not gonna do anything much against the Scavenger Ooze here. Yeah, I mean you still wasteland and get rid of the so you have less green.
Yeah, and he has 2 more frogs in hand.
I'm not sure the frogs too many frogs are that good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he could just start discarding them too, his own frog, right?
Yeah. Well, I probably wouldn't discard the frogs. Probably would discard like the lands or something like that. But
He's going to block.
I wouldn't mind double blocking.
Yeah, because it forces the action of
yeah.
discarding more.
Yes.
This is interesting.
Yeah, because the reanimates and animate deads, they're dead cards at the moment.
Yeah,
right?
especially with Scavenging Ooze.
If the Scavenging Ooze is still alive, like they're just dead cards. So pitching those, I think I'm kind of okay. And if what you're saying is true, that he still has frogs in his hand, then just pitch 1 and then just cast a frog again.
Yeah, I wonder what Claudia is thinking here in trying to.
Yeah, that's why I would rather try to double block.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
So it looks like getting this piece here, and Scavenging Ooze just
died.
dies.
Okay. I don't know if that was a misplay, but yeah, that looked kind of weird.
He must have a reasoning for this.
Yeah, but if you're right that he has more frogs in hand, I would just slam the frogs down.
Yeah.
Because obviously he can't deal with the first one.
How's he gonna deal with the next?
Yeah. So if he has 2, he
has
does have
2 more frogs.
One.
And 2.
Oh, okay. Oh, I guess there's Entomb and Reanimate. All right.
Yeah, Retomb, Reanimate. Hopefully, our band player maybe has something to.
Well, I see the force. I see
Okay,
force.
he
blue
does
card.
have force blue card.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to let the Entomb resolve, because this makes the rest of his reanimation cells live.
Yes.
Right. If he countered the Entomb, then he would, and Entomb did not resolve, then he would still have to like find a way to put a fatty in the graveyard, and then it would be 2 steps instead of 1.
He does have an endurance. That's it. Okay. That makes a bit more
Okay.
sense here. And float the 1, right? Or have the 1 available in
yeah.
case there's a daze. But usually, okay, that's good.
Yeah, but then even
Still
though,
the same idea.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, but even the block is just I don't know. Letting a Scavenging Ooze die like that, it just feels.
It feels bad. I guess maybe not block and then throw in the endurance. But I
Yeah.
guess then you can eat whatever they put in and you still have your scavenging use. But maybe you don't have double green by then, I guess, right?
Yeah.
So I guess, that is maybe, the play. He's gotten to top 8, right? And this far within it. So
Yeah.
he knows his deck pretty well. I wonder what else he's got in his hand there. Okay, yeah, Wasteland. Well, he's hoping for
I mean,
another one.
I would probably still go for the frog plan.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's just like you force them to deal with your board, right? And then instead of trying to like fill the graveyard where people are ready for your graveyard hate.
Yeah, we've seen lots of sideboards already today, right? And even main decks, right? Like ready for that.
Is that a ground seal?
I think that is a ground seal. Oh, and he plays a ground seal though too.
Okay.
There we go. I was like, why do you put that there? We want to see it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter because he has another one. So I think, you're right, Steve. He's going to be going for this prog plan probably, definitely now.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, his graveyard's turned off right
Yeah.
now, right? So it's now every single reentry spell is just like frog fodder.
Yeah.
Right? It's kind of nice that Endurance has reach.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. So this could be a reason to not play additional frogs, because 1 more card in play means 1 less card in hand, right? So if you're attacking with both, like trying to grow the frogs to 4/5 is not irrelevant, right? You have to discard 3 cards, and there's only so many cards you could possibly have, right?
Yeah, he's saying, okay,
Yeah,
discard.
discard 2 more, right?
Yep, go for it.
Yeah.
I want to see what you have to discard here and go from there. I wonder if he was even thinking that he'd block.
Oh
Right.
no, this has got to be a snap block, because you have to force the opponent to do something, right?
Okay, discarding borrower?
I mean, I don't
And
think you want to bounce the. Well, I guess you can bounce a ground seal, but then just comes back, especially when you don't have.
Bowmasters, target.
I mean, just
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I was about to say, is he going to target his life total? That's not a good idea.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, in this case, I'd probably just pitch. Oh, he did pitch the frog. Okay.
Yeah, the other frog that he
because
had.
he has no. He has no more fuel for the frog. Right.
Yeah, this is looking in Scaminator's hands right now. Like, he does have the Otawara. It can.
No, Ottawa is great.
Yeah.
Because you just bounce frog, and then now he has no threat, right?
Yeah.
Like
So
all
that
his threats
Bowmasters-
are like 1 powered, so it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, he's still not out of the woods just yet. So not fully scammed to death.
Well, I mean, even like it's still. Sorry, after Otawara, and then he replaced the frog. It's still going to be a 3 power clock, like
Yes.
3 powers, 3 attack per turn, right? So it's not irrelevant.
Yeah. And Frog's not dead too. That's the thing, right?
Yes.
So what? Okay. Otawara.
So I kind of get it, right? He
Yeah.
forced him to pitch 3 cards, and then he got bounced.
Yeah.
And then the frog never drew a card.
Yeah, Frog never drew a card. We know one other card in his hand, right, is Frog.
Yeah.
I'm not going to reveal that information. Just replay the one he knows about.
Yeah.
Take 2. And we keep going. What? Is it Bristly Bill? What is that card? There's a green.
Where?
This one that he's about to place him. He has, I think, Force of Will in hand.
Oh, it's the Springheart Nituko.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the guy that you can bestow onto another creature, and then whenever you play a land, you get a 1/1 if it's not bestowed, and then if it is bestowed, you can pay a green and a colorless, and it makes a copy of whatever you bestowed.
Perfect. But not doing too much here.
No.
It can make 1/1s maybe if he gets some
Yeah, it
lands.
can chump block. Yeah, but no, this is a free attack.
Yeah.
right? Like, there's no way he's gonna. There's no this is a free attack with Bowmaster as well, because there's no way he's gonna block the.
No.
There's no way.
way.
There's no way he's gonna trade with Bowmaster.
Yeah,
Right,
and get to
and I-
grief.
Yeah, and I think if it does trade, I think you're happy,
Yeah.
right?
You can cast grief here and try to clear the way more, or maybe just another frog. I think he's thinking about another
Yeah,
frog.
just another frog because
All-star
draw
card?
more cards, right? Just draw more cards.
Yeah, he's saying get out of here now.
Yeah.
He could force back.
Claudio has no cards. I think this is. If Claudio has no cards, I think that was a time to force back,
Yeah.
right? Because then you'd be drawing 2 cards a turn. All of his removal are like single target.
Yeah.
There's no board. There's no board wipe.
That-
Right? Am I incorrect?
There's no. I don't believe so.
I don't think there's
not
board
in his
wipes.
version. I do remember there was a version running a Supreme Verdict. I want to say. But
Yeah, there's no board wipes. So going wide right now, like when he has no.
no other options.
Okay. I mean, same thing, right? If you forced the frog, like
yeah.
I mean, what end result would have been the same.
Yep.
But okay.
Here we go. Okay, top decks for Claudio here. It really depends on what he's going to get here. I played my frog after this attack.
Just
go full.
No, he should be going in with like everything.
Yeah. Gonna
Pitching grief.
Pitching grief.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, if he's okay,
You got to reanimate, I think it was.
yeah, and well, there's a ground seal, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go. He's ready to,
There we go.
I think Claudio knows what he drew.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a pitch to frog.
Yeah.
Right. Claudio literally has to draw runner, like plow, like.
Okay, he can block and return.
No, it should make him fly.
Oh yeah. At least he can block the orc for one turn.
I mean that's fine, right?
Yeah.
That's fine. I mean that's why the orc should have been getting the bowmaster should have been getting in, right?
Yeah, an extra damage.
And-
There'd be
and-
2
and
extra
then-
hit points, right?
Yeah, and then now it can't. Now it can't get in because it can get trumped by the token,
Yeah.
right? So
And now can't get in. He's going to make this frog fly here.
Yep.
Might just attack with the frog.
No,
I don't know.
and-
Attack with the orc too, right?
yeah, well, yeah, and then you reanimate. You ditch to reanimate, so you just pump more damage.
Yeah.
And
Not gonna-
and drew a daze? Okay, yeah, you can probably pitch daze too, because anything he draws, like I don't think there's anything that's dazeable, right? Yeah.
Yeah, nothing. And he's not probably drawing 2 cards a turn here, right? That's the thing. So.
Yeah.
And what's it called? Not it was a put as well, right? It's not a daze. Yep, discard.
Yeah.
He's just taking it all.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Okay.
I think you have to.
Not blocking the army. And now has a
Ouch.
brazen boar.
Ouch.
Okay.
Okay.
This
Yeah,
is
this is very rough for Claudio right now. On core. I mean, it could
it's still not it. It's not what he needs at this time.
because everything's a 1/1. So
Yeah.
even if you redistribute damage, it's not gonna matter.
Yeah,
And then frog can fly still. So it might be time to pitch your hand to the frog because he has no
Could he
cards in
kill
hand,
him?
right? He has no cards in hand.
yeah, he
there
could just
we
kill
go.
him. Just I say
He has no
I'm
cards
going
in
to
hand.
discard my entire
Yeah.
hand and kill him.
Yeah, and that's what happened.
Wow, Rescaminator is going to the finals. Is
Yeah.
it?
Yes.
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 Rescaminator. Woof.
Yeah,
Wow.
I think that game 2 draw from Claudio was kind of unfortunate.
Yeah.
That there were some skeptical plays maybe with the scavenging ooze block, and then the endurance block was also like I don't. I think if it was good, it would have been good if he had like a removal spell afterwards, right? Like if he had a plow to back it up or something, but then just offing your own. Like,
For what?
just-
That's the
just
thing,
getting a
right? It
kill,
just
like it became frog became a 4/5, and then now it's like even more unbeatable.
yeah. It's like I had the auto war, I bounce it, and then it's like okay, but I'm going to
now you
replay
need
it.
runner, right? You need like
Yeah.
yeah. So
And
it's
wow.
it was very it felt very well. The draws were not kind to Claudio.
No,
But-
they
but-
weren't.
yeah, but there was also very like this. Yeah, the initial blocks with the scavenging ooze was just kind of
suspect.
Yes.
Great game nonetheless. It's always good to have some great Magic and Legacy being played. For those that are just tuning in, it seems like we have 36 people watching. Wow, that's great. I think we peaked at around 43. Thanks for all those who are joining. Right, this is our Legacy of the North Invitational here in Newmarket, Ontario, Canada. Players that are participating in here have been playing since around May, right?
yes.
Around May, they've been grinding for points. They've been, invited to this tournament, and now they're playing for the big title.
Yes. And a trophy.
And a trophy. We can show that. We showed it earlier. I chatted with Jim Monolith. Got this made as well. I'll try to show it to the camera.
Hopefully it's not too fuzzy.
Yeah, hopefully it's not too fuzzy. Maybe
The
maybe
details
not.
are pretty nice.
Yeah, and they 3D printed it. I want to say there's 2 out right now. Someone has won 2 of them. How many
Yes.
seasons? We've had what? This is
Well,
season 3.
We've had well, this is year 2, season 3.
Yes.
Or no, year 2, season 2.
Year 2, season 2.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I
Because
get lost.
season 3 starts in September, ends in December.
Yes, that's right. So players will be battling again for points. I know, Steve, you even made it, and you were supposed to kind of play too, right? Like you made it with points.
Yeah, but I never really commentated the entire day before, so just wanted to give it a shot, see how it was like.
How you feeling? 9 hours in, basically.
Yeah, throat's kind of sore, but other than that, it's
Yeah.
been a really fun time.
Yeah, it's
really fun time.
It definitely.
I love
is
watching
strange.
Magic. You know, that's the thing. Like, I watch Magic on YouTube a lot. You know, watching the usual guys, Bosch and Roll,
Yes.
Crucible of Words.
Goblin Lackey, thanks
Yeah.
again for
Hello,
dropping the host as well.
Yeah. So I watch those streams a lot. Watch those videos a lot. You know, try to learn as much as I can. Mm-hmm. And yeah, so I want.
Be a part of it as well within the thing.
exactly.
So everybody, we are going to take a little bit of a 2-minute break here. So don't go anywhere. I know a lot of times it's like, 2-minute break. Okay, I'm going to go wash the car at 8 at night, right? And never return. No, stay tuned. We're going to have a little interview with Jamie, and then we'll be getting right back to all the fun action. So stick around. We'll see you all shortly. Okay. And thanks for joining us, everybody. Thanks for sticking around for those who have. Those who are coming back in just a moment, we welcome you to our Legacy of the North. We are going into the final shortly. I have Jamie here with me today. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, I'm playing a very powerful deck, which always feels good.
You are?
I think so.
What are you playing, Jamie?
I'm playing Dimir, Reanimator, Scaminator. So it's a deck with the Entomb package. So there's some more recent decks trying to play Grizzlebrand, but I'm mostly playing Archon and Atraxa, just trying to turbo those into play. And then when that fails, I can fall back on powerful creatures like Psychic Frog and Grief and Troll of Khazad-dûm to just get over the finish line.
Yeah, I have to ask, right? We've talked about it, Steve and I here on the commentary, right? We've talked about it, not even when we've seen it. An all-star of the day and card we think is Psychic Frog. How has Psychic Frog been for you as a card throughout today? We know Grief is a great card.
Yeah.
Come 16 days, might be gone. But how do you find Frog is as a card in general?
So as a card in general, it's obviously very powerful. It will definitely, if it doesn't get banned, it will definitely warp the removal that it is viable to play. I think Dismembers are pretty bad right now. Like even -5/-5 is just not enough to kill this thing. Lightning Bolt is really hard to play.
It's like obsolete almost, it feels like it, right?
Yeah, like even if you double bolt, like that sometimes, like they'll just have 4 cards in hand and you just can't kill it. And then even if you can get the double bolt, it's not even that good because they just flip over another frog.
Yeah.
Like you're playing 4 frogs, so that part of it's really problematic. I think I'm interested to see how the more fair decks play with it.
Yeah.
But yeah, in Scaminator, it's just so busted. The thing that it makes it so good is you get these games where you're under a ley line, your opponent keeps like a mediocre 6 with like 4 lands, a ley line, and 1 card. This is my Eldrazi first round top 8.
Okay.
This exact situation where they kept 4 lands, an It That Heralds the End, and a ley line. Put the ley line in play, land pass.
So like not a lot happening.
Yeah, not a lot happening. And I'm like, okay, I'll just throw the Grief into the void. And then I take their only card, and then I just play Frog, and it just completely runs away with the game.
Yeah, runner.
Like, I just don't even have to worry about Leyline because I'm just throwing all my cards into the Frog. Like,
Yeah.
you draw Entombs, it just doesn't matter. Like, it's a +1 counter. It's just like a way to convert your cards that are being hated out into useful materials.
And even in the last game that we saw too, right? Like
Yeah.
when you had Frog, they had Scavenging Ooze, and it was like, well, Scavenging Ooze may not even ever get bigger again, right? And I think he did a judge call on it, and Steve was explaining it to me, right? Of, well, you're just going to exile the 3 cards that he's going to target.
Yeah,
right?
you can never really get a Scavenging Ooze trigger off, because even if I just have 1 creature in my graveyard, I can discard 2 and then exile 3 in response. So
Worked out.
yeah,
It worked out.
I mean, that game in particular, when I attacked with the Frog with the Scavenging Ooze in play, I had the Wasteland in hand and Entomb and Reanimate. I wasn't. Endurance was not a card that occurred to me that would have been a reason to Wasteland main phase, so that he wouldn't have double green up to Endurance second main. But I also was not entirely expecting him to block with the Scavenging Ooze.
We weren't either, I have to say, right? Like Steve was kind of going over like the analytical pieces, and me as like a Goblins player, like attack with Goblin, like I'm like this doesn't seem like a good block. Like to me, right?
Yeah,
like
I think
there's a lot of depth, and I had a chance to talk with him, and he was questioning his own block about it too.
Yeah, I think he was on the fence about it. He explained it that we actually talked about it a little bit too. He sort of explained as like, well, hopefully it tricks you into doing something weird, which it did. I mean, I saw the Scavenging Ooze gone, and I was like, okay, I'll just roll with it.
Yeah,
and
I'll
cast
start
my
dumping
Entomb.
cards, right?
Yeah, cast my Entomb Animate, and it got Endurance. So maybe I should have just like held up Petty Theft, Wasteland their second green, and pass. It's probably the more disciplined play, but the flip side is like, if Scavenging Ooze doesn't block, I'm drawing another card. Taking another 2, if I have bad cards to discard, and I have Petty Theft in my hand, like I can just Petty Theft end step. It's a bad spot.
Yeah, exactly, right?
It's a really bad spot.
Yeah, it's pretty tough, you know. So, and thinking about, you know, your deck and how it's done today, were there any matchups or decks that were tougher than others that you played against?
I have found,
or you were very happy to dodge?
Yeah, I've happy to dodge Painter so far.
Yep.
I don't think the matchup is terrible. I think Scaminator beats basically every deck.
Yeah, it feels really good.
Like, especially with Frog, like, lands used to be more problematic, but with Frog and Harbinger of the Season, the sideboard, that matchup has gotten a lot easier. Yeah, so...
Even Helm, right? Like, even against Helm, we saw at the 3K here, we had Edgar Helm, the Helm player.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he had Dothy Voidwalker, he ended up reanimating it, and then somehow got rid of their Helm, and then he's like, I'll actually just kill you.
Yeah.
And it's just like, what can be your deck?
Yeah, sometimes the mono black deck can kind of get you with a gotcha, like Dark Ritual Oppo, get your Entomb kind of thing, but if you play Discipline, like, I think most of those situations can be avoided. Just keeping your dazes up, not fetching end step when you don't need to. That happened to me at F&M.
Oh, yeah?
So
that's what, you're making sure you get all that out at the F&M, and when you come to this bigger tournament, right, you're like, okay, that's all done. I don't need to worry about that here.
Yeah,
right?
to be honest with you, I've not been playing this deck that much. I was playing it more pre-MH3.
Yep.
MH3 came out, it became so stupid. I was like, sort of trying to sell
It's true.
I was trying to get rid of my Griefs. I was in the middle of a trade with my Atraxa to pick up a Tameo, and the trade fell through, and then I had the Chimera 1K last week. I had this coming up. I was like, okay, I'll get some reps.
Yeah, get some reps in before.
Yeah, I'll play the stupid deck at the high stakes tournament, and it's kind of working out.
It's worked out for you, right? You're going into the finals, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what the 2 decks are that you may be playing against?
I believe the matchup was Scaminator Painter.
Scaminator Painter, so it might be a mirror match. We've had one mirror match on stream before. It seems like there's a lot of intricacies. Have you played a lot of that matchup before? The mirror?
I played it a lot more pre-MH3.
Okay.
When Dothy was a big ticket item.
Huge.
I think that card has fallen out a lot because it doesn't block Frog.
That's
like,
true.
Like, if you put a Dothy in play, you just cast Psychic Frog, you say, sure, you have 2 Fatal Pushes in your deck, I'm just going to put you to the test and, like, discard my hand of Frog and kill you with it. Like, it just doesn't do what it used to. I'm not playing Dothies in my 75.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think
Yeah.
we see that in your list at all, right?
No.
So it's not.
I'm not sold. I mean, that might make me a little weaker in the mirror specifically. Like, it's not that Dothi is bad. Like, when you don't have Frog, Dothi is a pretty good prison piece and
Yeah.
like applies a clock. But I'm just not sold on it.
That's fair. Hey, and each pilot of their deck is gonna, have opinions and however much we play of it too, right?
And the one more thing about the mirror is very play draw dependent. So the Dothi on the draw is really bad. Like it just does
sounds
not.
bad.
It just doesn't do what you need it to do at all. So my graveyard hate in my sideboard is based around like mitigating the best draws. And,
possible.
Like letting me interact as much as I can against the most broken openers.
I hear you in that. Now, we have this update right here. We're going into the finals.
Yeah.
Let's say, things go your way. You battle it out. Goes game 3, right? You win it. Then you kind of play for the king or queen of Legacy of the North.
Yeah.
Against Boston.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, I'm not too sure. Does that happen today? Do you know?
No.
It's another day.
Yeah, it's a different day just because, like, I played, this would be my 8th round of Magic.
Okay.
So it would, and like, if Boston decided to just not play today, like, drop round 1, then, like,
that's so unfair. You've been grinding like 7-8 hours
it's
today.
a little bit of mental
fatigue.
Yeah.
I don't know about you right now, right? So
I'm cruising, I've been drinking my water.
That's
I've
good.
been doing okay, but yeah, I'm getting kind of hungry.
yeah, that's fair. Did you have some of the pizza? Jim
did.
Monolith
I
brought
did.
some pizza.
I went to time while the pizza was happening, like 10 minutes over time, so I only got 2 slices, but it's for the best.
Yeah. It's tricky, right? So it's I think we were commentating a game too, and I go over there and I'll eat whatever at some points, right? And it was just like, okay, we'll get this. So it's good. King of the North is against Dom. Dominic Harvey? I don't know.
Dom was the king last season.
Yeah, last season, right? So
Boston beat Dom in the last one.
in the previous one, right?
As far as I know.
Yeah, I think ID every game. It's we're thinking maybe the one before, so I think it is against Boston, right?
Yeah.
But that will happen at a later date of whoever wins kind of the next piece, and we'll have that coming up just next. So I think we'll be putting a pause in what we have here right now.
Yeah.
And we'll be going
take a
for there.
look
Yeah,
at
you gotta watch maybe kind of what's happening and see who you're gonna play against, because they're gonna know what you're playing. So I appreciate Jamie taking the time, right?
Yeah.
Good luck in your next
Yeah,
round,
thank you.
and we'll see what happens. Okay.
Thank you very much.
And everybody, stick around. We'll have the finals coming up. Game of Legacy of the North, and we're changing over to the cans and the players right now. We have kind of what Steve and I were talking about as well. We have Scaminator versus what would you call this?
Probably just like a Demir Frog deck, blue black frog.
Blue Black Frog, and even what you were saying too is kind of what the deck could look like after Grief in 16 days. If you times 16 by 24, that tells you how many hours are left before the potential ban of Grief. Someone in chat, do the math, please, of how much time is left before Grief may be gone.
Yeah, but this is the matchup between pretty much the two boogeymen in the format, right? It's probably the best deck right now and the future best deck.
Yeah, and just looking at the list here, right? We're looking at Steven's deck, so that's the player on the left here, right? He has Nether Goyfs. We were talking about this, I think, at the beginning of our broadcast, right? And Steven, do you want to tell us a little bit about this card?
Yeah, it's 1 mana for a star, 1+ star, and then the star equals to number of card types in your graveyard, and so toughness is 1 plus that. And then there's also an escape of 2 and a black, and you exile any number of cards from your graveyard with 4 or more card types from among them.
Yeah.
And then it comes, and so escapes.
So it's going to be able to come back after a little bit too, which is kind of sweet. The crazy thing is, I've seen this, watching some streams online, even just some YouTube VODs, right? Like this thing gets big pretty quick, right? He's running the 3 Mistress Baubles, right? Ponders. It looks like like a whole suite. There's even a Dismember main board.
Yeah.
This is like kind of crazy. It will be interesting to see how these two decks fight against each other, right? The kind of Grief Scaminator package versus this really strong creature suite. 4 Psychic Frogs, 3 Orcish Bowmasters, 4 Nether Goyfs. That's going to be tough to deal with, I feel like, for our Scaminator player.
I think game 1 is in Scaminator's favor because there's not a lot of graveyard hate. So if he gets a fast, fast hand reanimate Atraxa, other than go for the throat, I don't think there's anything much he can do about that.
Yeah.
He's obviously being the control matchup, like being the control player right now.
Yeah.
Right. He has to slow down the game long enough so he actually gets to do stuff.
It'll be interesting to see. We're here, right, under the battlefield, our Legacy of the North tournament. Please let us know in the chat, who are you rooting for? Are you rooting for the Scaminator, or are you rooting for the new Boogeyman coming up right behind him, right? 17 days after, right? 17 days from now, right? The new Boogeyman, we could say, right? But who are you rooting for here? It's going to be a great match, right? These players, I can't imagine how they're feeling. I don't know about you, Steve, but I feel a bit tired. We've been here for a little bit, right? Our production manager as well has been here. It's been a great time, even the staff here. But these guys must be feeling it right now.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's been a long day. At least it's an invitational, so it's only 5 rounds of Swiss, right?
Yep.
So imagine if it was a bigger tournament. It could have been worse.
Yeah,
that's all I was trying to say.
Yeah, I remember the 3K that we had. I think it was 7 rounds, and then we went. I think they split the top 4, and then there was another 2 after that, right? So almost 9 rounds. So
here comes the Stifle.
Oh, yep, stifling the fetch. Hey, nice land you tried looking for.
Yeah.
Maybe not respecting it or not knowing. I don't know if they have seen each other's lists, right?
I don't think it's open deck list. So I mean, there's 2 Stifles in the deck. I don't think it's fair to expect that. But it is nice to have because it's sometimes you just get them and you have lands.
Get them good, right?
Yeah.
Jamie, definitely going to feel that a bit. I feel like he does have an Underground Sea in hand, right? He's still going to be able to start playing this game, right? But Tamiyo, yes, it doesn't deal damage, but being able to flip into that Planeswalker, right, is going to be a big piece. Okay, it does have a Polluted Delta as well.
Oh, I mean, and he has 2 lands right now, so at the end of turn, he can always crack the clue for additional card.
Yeah.
So right now, it is definitely very, obviously life total is not changing, but it is putting on the pressure.
Yeah. Make a clue. And I wonder if he's going to do anything else, really. I don't think he's going to...
Probably play the Surveil land, or maybe if he's trying to brainstorm into a fetch land and then put the Surveil land, fetch it into play.
Yeah.
That could be the thing.
You might want, I feel like in this, right, you're talking about having more of a control kind of piece, maybe another threat, or you just want more piece of interaction, because right now it's just Wasteland, Brainstorm, Surveil land.
Yeah,
right? There's not a ton, but there's still a lot.
I probably want to see what's on top of the opponent's deck before I do anything.
Yeah.
But in this situation, I would just hold the Brainstorm as late as I can, right? Until the opponent does something that forces me to want to Brainstorm.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Checks his top card.
Okay, yeah, I guess it's okay. I mean, he would have been, if he played a Surveil land, he would have checked his own card as well. So, I mean, I'm not too sure about that, but...
Yeah, maybe try to get extra information within the way of, okay, if I'm going to cast this Brainstorm, am I going to be able to do anything with this card on top, right? Yeah. To begin with, and I'll draw into something else too, right? Mm-hmm. So, fetching no Stifle this time, not going to be get got there. Yeah. Still doesn't know about the...
Okay, here we go.
Okay, Entomb, and we definitely know he has reanimation spells in his hand. I think he has Animate Dead in there.
Yes.
And we do know he has the other land. Okay, Brainstorm in response. Mm-hmm. Okay, going to flip Tamiyo as well. Tamiyo flips after the Brainstorm happens, is that correct?
Yes.
Wow, instant speed Planeswalker.
Yeah, but notably, because this is end step, so he doesn't get to plus Tamiyo, right?
So you're telling me that he can't activate Planeswalker abilities at instant speed? There is a Planeswalker that does that, right? You can activate it once on opponent's turns or whatever.
Oh yes, the Teferi, right?
Yeah, no legacy play though.
Yeah.
Because that card is garbage. It's great. I mean, some people love it. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. Okay, place this, and then we'll see kind of what he gets here. He looked at the top 3 and then
put 2 back.
Put 2 back. Not
really
a lot,
fast, which is nice.
Okay, getting Archon here.
Yep. Because does Archon kill?
Planeswalkers, yes. It's sacrifice creature or planeswalker. They discard a card, 3 damage. It doesn't. It's another essay.
Yes.
It's another essay.
Yeah, of course it kills planeswalkers. Everything kills planeswalkers.
Yeah, Frog also triggers.
Yes, from
off of
players or planeswalkers. Yeah.
For those asking in the chat, this is not top 9 or top 8. This is the finals. The final magic of do.
Okay.
And
so
Animate Dead?
Animate Dead should be coming down shortly. Yep. And
is that a Necrogoyf and Ponder?
And Ponder, yep.
Okay.
I'm surprised he kept those.
Yeah,
Because he knows he's going to have to discard like one or the other, right?
I guess you discard Necrogoyf here and pray you Ponder into. What does he have main board to kill this?
I believe just Brazen Moral.
I think he has one go for the throat.
And go for a throat, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think I said before, like main deck, not a lot of interaction if the fatty manages to come out. Mm-hmm. Also not a lot of interaction to prevent fatties from coming out. So yeah, post board this will be a lot better for him, but right now main deck it's it's gonna be tough.
Yeah. He's reading the card, he's saying, oh, wow,
I also have to
that
discard,
does a lot.
Huh? It's like, oh, I also have to discard. Yay.
And lose 3 life. Yeah. And they gain 3 life and draw a card.
Yeah.
And this happens again when he attacks?
Yeah. And it's not legendary?
Yeah, and it's not legendary? Oh my. Orvar, that's what he needs. The modern staple for this counter, right?
Orvar, yeah.
I honestly thought he was extending his hand for good game, right? Yeah. I was like, wow, Jamie with the disrespect here.
No, the aspiring spike special.
Yeah. Yeah, that is true. Okay, I think.
Land, and is that?
I think another land.
And Bowmaster or something, but that's not going to be good enough.
No.
I think
it's go for the throat.
It's
or
go
bust.
for the throat or Brazen Borrow or bust, literally. And then even if you kill it with go for the throat, there's probably another reanimation spell that's ready, right?
Coming out here. Jeez, let's.
Yeah. Game 1 is probably not going to be pretty.
Yeah. He got a wasteland. He can wasteland his own land.
There you go.
Yeah. Just.
Yeah. I mean
that's tough.
The bobble. I think when he bobbled himself and then he milled this and he surveilled the forest. That was probably the break point.
Yeah.
Right. Because if he had a brainstorm, he was able to brainstorm into a forest and a blue card.
Yeah. Exactly.
Probably wouldn't have made a difference, but I don't know. Like in that situation, would you have kept a forest? It's hard to tell, right?
Yeah, it's hard to say, right? Because nothing's being pushed there, right? You're not 100% sure they haven't done much, right? I stifled them. Hopefully that's enough.
Yeah.
But it wasn't. So looking at the sideboard here, right, for Steven, he's down 1 game, right? It's a best of 7. I'm just kidding. It's just a best of 3. We're looking at his sideboard here. What are the first cards that jump to your mind here, Steven?
Surgical, Spellbomb, Grafdigger's Cage, Go for the Throat. Maybe even a 1 counterbalance. Mm-hmm. Yeah, all those should come in. Dismember's coming out probably because it doesn't kill Frog immediately.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
And I was talking with Jamie too, right? Dismember just doesn't seem like a great spot, right? They could discard enough cards, right?
Yeah, and I'm also not a big fan of the petty theft because just bouncing things they just replay it afterwards.
Yeah,
it's just not I want something that's permanent. That's something brought out. Cameos in this matchup have felt kind of mid.
Yeah, I'm laughing at how Jamie's arranging his sideboard cards and we can see specifically what he's putting in. It's very helpful, I have to say. But I feel like you board out Orcus Bowmaster, right? We were talking about this too, Steven. Is what do you take out, right? To me, Orcus Bowmaster, okay, yeah, it's great a little bit, but maybe it's just not good enough in this matchup, right? You have a lot of good sideboard cards.
If Jamie is boarding out his big stuff, right? Then he might have to rely on brainstorms to get him there or ponders, and then the Bowmasters could be good there. But I can see if you need to cut something, maybe you could definitely cut to maybe just have 1 Bowmaster or something.
Yeah,
like that, right?
Yeah, still have it. Yes, and to Wave Boy 1, 2, 3.
And I could see
4.
cutting Stifle, just 2 Stifle.
Yeah, you got him, but you still lost the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, didn't do enough. Yeah. This is the finals here. We are going into game 2. Rescaminator is up 1-0 against.
And regarding Jamie's, he if he boards like last game, where he just boarded out like one fatty and a couple of reanimation spells, but he left in like I think left in the Traxa.
I think he did leave in an Atraxa. I actually think he left in both Atraxa and Archon.
Oh, okay.
Because, I'm thinking of round 2 where we saw that random Dark
Sword.
Lord
Yeah, Sword on
nonsense
Dark Lord. Yeah.
meme card. I love that guy for keeping it in there, right? I think that was amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we'll
But
kinda
I
see.
think it's minimal sideboarding. Like it's probably just the go for the throats and the fatal pushes because you want
Yeah.
to deal with your opponent's threats.
Yeah,
right?
other than that, I don't see
Yeah.
a whole lot.
Maybe you board in your own bowmasters because you know the opponent's gonna need to look for cards.
Yeah. Do you put it in a surgical? Just
No,
for fun?
No.
No.
I don't want to
doesn't seem
dilute my
this
deck.
now.
Like Legacy these days, it's like coming from when playing Legacy since like 2007.
Yeah.
Right. Like it feels like every card needs to overperform.
That's right.
Right. Like if you, like unless you're playing a synergistic deck, and even then it feels like synergistic decks aren't good enough because the power level of individual cards is so high that you can't afford to miss like A. Like if you have A but you're missing B, you might die.
Yeah.
It's like the card power level is so high that like even if you have a 2-card combo, you might not assemble it fast enough.
Yeah,
Right?
I think that it points to the fact of if you're not playing a Modern Horizons 1, 2, or 3 card, it's probably not good enough.
Yeah. Yeah. And so that's why like you just can't have a lot of dead cards. You can't have a lot of situational cards, right? Like
Yeah.
if it's good in this situation but bad in others, like you probably don't want it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so we start off with the Surveil, which again,
Not the strongest start,
Yeah,
but-
I feel it's a sign of weakness, but it could explode.
Keeps it on top too, and it looks like he's keeping a pretty safe hand here, right? Force of will, and something else in there
Yeah,
too,
and
right?
Scamander has a quote-unquote slow start as well.
Yeah.
Starting off with the Ponder.
Underground Sea.
We might see a follow-up with Grief. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
We are playing some fair magic here.
Oh
Steve.
yeah. I mean, I feel like the Scamander thing is kind of overblown because people are just like, oh my god, I'm so sick and tired of getting it done to them once. But then when they see it, like the Scamander decks like play over and over again, you'll find that the Grief Reanimate just doesn't happen like every game, right?
Yes, that is true. But when it does, it feels bad.
Yes, but then majority of the time it doesn't happen. It's like this.
Yeah.
Right? And then so obviously like the Grief ban is just people. I feel like it's going to be made because people don't want to feel bad.
Yeah, the feel bad's kind of idea
Yeah.
of solving the issue, but there still could be another issue
Yes.
lying about, and kind of what Steve, you're saying of this other deck here, right? The kind of new version of what it may be after 16 days of when it becomes Ponders again, keeps
Okay.
everything still there.
Okay.
And draws, it looks like a Daze, Reanimate,
Probably
Psychic
Wasteland?
Frog, Wasteland.
I think I might be okay with wastelanding the.
Yeah,
there we
Sunken
go.
Sewers.
Yeah, because there's no other 1-mana play they could do other than like another Ponder,
No.
and they've already pondered once.
Oh, he does have a Stifle here, though.
Oh, kept the Stifle. Okay,
He
that's
kept the Stifles into the deck. We were talking about
what exactly he took out.
what it might be cutting, and it's not the Stifle. Yeah, I think that's.
Okay.
Okay. I think he probably lets us just happen, right?
You have to. Yeah.
You,
There's
you,
no-
you won last game when it happened.
yeah.
It's not the same, right? It's not fetching, piece, but somewhat similar.
Yeah. There's no need to fight over this. Just let it go.
Yeah. Jamie's been playing pretty disciplined
yeah.
all day.
And obviously it feels bad when that happens, but
Yes.
just
He's pretty
let it-
confident. He's like, Wasteland, get rid of this card.
Yeah.
And, oh, never mind. Stifle. Says no. Okay, plays Underground Sea and passes.
Yeah, and again, when there's no pressure like this, like this is
GRV. No, I'm just kidding.
yeah. This kind of feels. I think if I'm Reanimator, I feel kind of good right now.
Yeah.
Because you're not losing any life. The Tameo's like.
Yeah, getting in there, maybe cracking this clue, right? We're not 100% sure. We would presume that this will be cracked here.
Yeah.
To draw a card. Going to fetch in response. Maybe playing around another Stifle potentially. Who knows?
Well, I mean, he still has a blue.
He still has a blue. Who knows what he's doing here?
Yeah.
Maybe just trying to optimize something here. Doing when he's doesn't have 3 mana available, maybe.
Yeah.
Still threatening.
But the Harbinger of the Seas would be kind of good right now. Lock.
Yeah, if those even came in, like it'd be pretty good. Oh, Bowmaster. That's good.
I mean, Jamie has those in the sideboard, but I guess those don't come in. But and they both have them in the sideboard.
Yeah. Okay, Bowmaster's coming in. He's going to.
Okay.
He doesn't take a damage though because it's his first card, right? Or is it other? How does Bowmasters read?
Bowmasters is it deals damage. So it comes to play, deals 1 damage to any target, and then if that ability resolves, then you get 1 orc token. You get amass 1.
And if they draw a card other than
the first draw of your turn, then it also activates.
Okay. Yeah, because it is his turn. He will get a trigger on that as well.
Oh yeah, because the clue.
Yeah, the clue. Yeah, piece.
Okay, so he got pinged twice.
Yeah.
So Tammy's still alive because it's an X3.
Yes. I may be thinking, okay, do I not attack with Tamio here? Probably not.
I mean, well, sure, you can block with the you just want the clue.
Yeah, you want the clue, the potential of getting in there later, right? Maybe even flipping it this turn. Who knows, right? Of what's going on.
Well, flipping it would be real. You probably can't because the
Bowmaster would be kind of wild flipping into. Necrogoyf is a what? A 1/2.
1/2.
1/2.
And I believe it's just mainly instants in his deck. So it's very hard for this Goyf to be actually like a 4/5.
Yeah, he has what? 3 baubles?
Because 3 baubles and 4 sorceries. 4 ponders as sorceries.
Yeah,
it
is pretty tough.
Yeah.
Maybe relying on some of his sideboard cards maybe to help with that, but most of them are.
I guess it's just going to be a 3/4 Goyf. I think might be decent enough.
Yeah, it might be big enough for this here.
Yeah.
Attacking. Yeah, I think you're taking this here. He does have a go for the throat, but I'm wondering if he's not yet.
I mean, if anything, you hit the orc.
Yeah.
You hit the actual bowmasters, and then you start brainstorming, and then flipping.
Brainstorming. Yeah, and flipping clues. Okay,
here we go.
Here we go. Are you gonna 2 for 1, or just let him do his thing?
I think you let him do. Well, you probably kill the.
Oh, I think he has 2 go for the throats.
Yeah. You probably want to. Yeah, this is the time you want to kill something.
Yeah. And he does have the reanimated hand here too. So, he does have the days.
Oh, okay. Pretty good.
Jeez.
I mean, you're gonna get grief. So if you're gonna force pitch something, like you got to be ready for whatever is left to be really good, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So is that consigned to memory? Oh, it's all counter spells. Okay. Oh.
Okay. Days.
Days consigned to memory, and then force.
Yeah.
So not the greatest. Goyf is still only a 1/2. It can't because there's only instants.
Yeah, only instants here. Do you think you're just taking a Force of Will here?
What's in his hand? Reanimate, and then.
It looks like 2 lands reanimate, and then I want to say another reanimation spell. It looks like maybe another Animate Dead.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay with taking the Force of Will. Just force him to actually use the Force of Will.
Yeah.
Like if he wants to counter something for real, just make him 2 for 1 himself.
Yeah, exactly. Cast the reanimate on the grief again, maybe, right? But he may just let you take another card, honestly, right? So, and you take the other Force of Will, and what has he got? Consigned to memory and days. So.
And the board is actually not very good for him.
No.
Because he can just run over. Like he can attack with the orc and orc token and the grief. Right, those are free attacks. So no, I would definitely take a force and force him to cast reanimate and force him to force.
Yeah, I think that's a good piece of it. This feels
consigned to memory. Okay,
interesting.
I wonder what the trigger to. Oh, okay, huh? But he's tapped out. So
why? Okay. Well, we'll see what he does here because he does have the days. I guess.
Is there Animate Dead still in his hand?
I want to say yes because it's a white bordered card, but it could be another land, right?
Okay. I see. Like the only way you do this is because you have a land in hand, and so you can play around days.
Okay.
And then the Animate Dead is actually a triggered ability, right? Yeah. So consigned to memory can actually counter Animate Dead.
Oh yeah, because it's a triggered, right? When it comes in.
When it comes to play, it's a triggered ability. Yeah. Oh. So that's the only.
There's a bauble.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can see that why he would take consigned to memory over like the force or. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to
It's a 2/3.
crack
Yay.
this bottle. He's getting there,
It's a
slowly but
2-3.
surely. Gonna show him psych. Oh,
Fun.
All-Star, I have to say.
Yeah.
I'm bought currently 1925 for Necrogoyf on Enter the Battlefields, I think, website. Is that
Yeah.
where you're on? Yeah.
No, Necrogoyf is a good card, but I think maybe you need to build around it a bit better.
Yeah.
I don't think 4 sorceries is enough.
Yeah, it seems low for the count of like trying to get it to be a big boy, right? A big chunky
and,
boy.
and especially like in the Grixis version of the deck where you have like Dragon Rage Channelers, helps you try to surveil things.
Yeah, we saw Sia.
Yeah,
my man Sia.
Yeah, put things in the graveyard. That also like accelerates the process. But when you don't have that, it feels like it's very difficult to make it bigger.
Yeah.
Especially in this particular version.
Yeah.
Right. So
This feels rough. Take another damage,
yeah,
right?
gets bigger, and then now the Tamiyo can't block it profitably.
Gets another reanimation spell.
Yep. So I think it's a free grief right now.
Yeah.
Free grief.
Free grief. Playing around days.
Yeah.
That's all he has in his hand. He has consigned memory, right?
Yes.
So I guess-
No. Consigned memories in the graveyard.
Oh,
he
it's
took
in the
that. He
memory.
took that from the graveyard because I believe he had enemy dead. So that's where I would. Oh, he's drawing a card. Okay. Hopefully he's Force of Will.
Wow, he's gonna
Force of Will.
trigger
And it's an
Bowmaster.
artifact.
I want to say Spell Bomb.
Oh yeah. It's an artifact. Yeah, not a spell bomb. Okay. 1 turn too late. Unfortunate.
Yeah, this is looking pretty tough. Showing the strength.
Sure. And then time to pay.
Is he going to pay?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, definitely going to pay.
Boop.
I believe he's just doing that so like he can replay the land and
Yeah.
and get another surveil trigger.
Yeah, that's a good call. Try to get as much as he can here.
Yeah. And then reveal our hand, and then
I-
you just take the spell bomb and we move on. Move on with life.
Yeah, move on with life. I will. And this is tough.
Yep.
This orc is massive.
Oh yeah. I guess I kind of the Nethergoyf not being able to grow past like a 2/3 really hurt.
Yeah.
It really hurt. Like there's no other creatures in the yard, just all instants. This is very unfortunate.
Coming for 5, looking for lethal potentially even next turn.
Yeah.
If no blocks.
Yep. And then
And we know there's a brainstorm on top too, right? For our
Oh, that-
Rescaminator player.
yes. And then he's got to crack the clue, so that would trigger Bowmasters again, and to make the token bigger.
They say Bowmaster's back. I was even saying why not take it out? Here we are.
I mean, this is what happens when there's Tamiyo, right? And then Tamiyo's unable to flip,
yes.
right? So
Frog.
okay, frog, yep. I mean, 1 card in hand, so biggest is 2. Oh, yeah, can't crack the clue yet.
No.
So I mean, I guess it's there so you can block grief, right? Because you need some double blocks to go on.
Tamiyo into Orc maybe, and
Yeah,
then
but I mean, look at Jamie has like 3 cards in hand, so
yeah. If he gets any type of removal, really, this game could be just over right now.
yeah.
Brainstorm,
So the
brainstorm.
I can't
Ponder. It looks like maybe he got a troll as well.
Yeah, well, we know there's a frog, right?
Yeah.
There's a frog.
Yeah, I think it was a troll. Yeah.
I mean, I would just shove in with the orc and the grief.
Yeah. And just see what they do.
Yeah,
Go from
Exactly. Because I don't think there's any good blocks.
there. No.
I don't think there's any good blocks. And even if they trade with the grief, it's like even if you double block grief, like he only has 1 card in hand, so you just blow up the frog.
Yeah, you don't care in the end,
Just
right?
kill the frog and play your own frog, like.
And go from there. He's looking at, I think he saw 1 extra card here with the Ponder, right? And it's the Grief right now. I think he's just deciding how he wants to stack this, right? So I think it's the Troll, Grief, and then there was the one other piece that I'm already forgetting what it was. But, Jamie, he's been playing all day, right? I think he's really just trying to think of how can I close this game out in a manner that I'm not going to get tricked, right?
Yeah, especially with what the opponent has one card in hand, you don't know what it is, so it could be a fatal push. You know, if you attack, you might get blown out. But I think you just have to push, right? It is a 4/4 and a 3/2. Like, you just have to push.
Yeah, exactly what you're saying here, right? Going in with the Orc Army and going in with Grief. I didn't even block this.
Yeah, I mean, if it's got to be like Tamio under the Orc, and then you double block the Grief. You double block with the Goyf and the Frog.
And you hope it's enough.
And then you pitch an extra card to the, because how is it? He can only kill. Oh, okay.
You can only kill one, right? Okay.
Okay. If it's like that, then, well, I mean, if it's like that, you kill the Goyf.
Yeah.
I would just kill the Goyf.
Yeah, let Tamio live.
Because how does Goyf come back? It has to be Delirium, right? Exile any number of cards from your graveyard with 4 or more card types. So he doesn't even have 4 card types.
In his whole deck, right?
Well, right now, because Goyf is 2/3, so there's only 2 card types.
Yeah, 2 card types, and even for a 4th, he'd need...
He need a creature.
Yeah.
He need creature and sorcery. So right now, another Goyf can't even be escaped. Because
No.
he needs escape. He needs 4 cards
Yeah, this is...
and 4 card types.
This is looking pretty tough. Okay, wait, what? A land in there now is... Oh. Okay.
What just happened?
He fetched a land.
Oh, he never had a land. He never had this entire game. Never had fetch land. Okay.
Okay. Well, that's bewildering to me, but here we go. It looks like...
Okay.
Maybe Jamie missed that too. I feel like I
yeah.
missed a volley, right? He might have missed a volley there too, right?
Yeah.
We'll see.
Okay, but I mean, it's still like it's
So much damage.
Like the Goyf is not going to be more than 3/4, right? So the Orc is lethal, so he has to chump block with
The Goyf, or Tamio, or Frog.
Yeah, and the Frog just gives flying.
Yeah.
Well, I guess his Frog gets flying too, but then like it just makes his Goyf worse. I guess he has tons of instants, so the Goyf's not going to
matter in that.
Subtract, but
or one of the lands, 2 of the instants here, right?
Yeah.
He can exile.
Yeah.
But he has to play this tight.
Yeah, he can't really draw any more extra cards from the clue because the Orc and the ping will be too much.
I think he only has 1 card in hand, right?
Yeah, they both do.
Scamander, so
they both
it's
do.
only ever going to get 1 bigger.
Yeah. And I mean, this is the advantage, right? Because on Scaminator's turn, he'll have 2 cards, so his Frog's going to be better than his opponent's.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah, so he can the frog will be the frog if he gives Frog flying and then pitches 2 cards, it's gonna count as lethal, and then the Orc is also counting as lethal.
So yeah,
Right?
it'll be interesting to see kind of how this plays out right in the next piece. So we'll kind of see what some of these outs may be here, right? So. We'll try for something here.
Oh well, he's already drawn cards.
Yeah, I think he drew for his turn.
Okay, yeah. So I would just give Frog flying right now, and then attack with the Orc and. Oh, am I talking too loud?
You're good. You're good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I would just give it flying, attack with both.
But yeah. So I think that'll be something that he's going to look to do right for this piece. The attacks here are going to be harder to line up in this.
No,
I guess
he's forced to jump block.
Yeah, just forced to attack here, right? And then just kind of go from it.
Because
And
there's 2 lethal attackers, right?
yeah, 2 lethal. Kind of doing the flying piece that you were kind of mentioning before, right? And then we'll see how it goes. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, so we'll see how this next piece is. I think he still has instant, artifact, land. So it's still 3/4 here.
Yeah, so it's still going to be 3/4 no matter what. But yeah, like the problem is that Steven only has 1 card in hand.
Yeah.
So no matter what, like he has to chump block.
Yeah, chump block a bit.
And then so he'll pitch 2, he pitches 1, trade, and then
Did he already give the Frog flying here?
yes, they both gave Frog.
They both gave it flying here, right? The next piece that he may do within it, chump there.
Yeah, chump there, and that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, Tamio, he's got him almost like swing in with this too. So and we'll kind of go from there of what is being played within it. Okay, you're going to discard.
Oh, creature. Okay, 4/5.
Yeah.
That's good.
Okay, he got it bigger. This could be a big TSN turning point here.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll Thank you for being a chatter. There's someone that's saying thank you for the coverage. Thank you for being here with us through the whole day. Hopefully you've been here for the full day. You better have been. Brainstorm.
Oh, okay.
I think he's looking for an answer here.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Reanimate,
Oh,
Brace and Borrow.
there we go.
That could be very good. You keep Brace and Borrow here, right?
Probably, and then you just protect your orc.
Yeah. Or do you just discard both cards, kill the Cameo, and then next turn bounce the Goy? I have no idea. We're just making some crazy plays right now.
Yeah.
Probably not. Like even if he draws an extra card with Psychic Frog, he just shoots it at him and he goes to 2.
Yes.
Right? Like it's not
Yeah.
looking pretty for it. Our player here, so we'll see how this pans out. Okay, it looks like you're just going to damage here now.
Yeah. This is kind of this is super interesting.
What are you looking for?
Maybe. Yeah. I was really not expecting him to have the creature all of a sudden, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So.
We'll see how he plays it out here.
I think you just want to save your orc.
Yeah, save the Orc if you
Yeah,
can.
because Steven has 0 cards again.
Yeah.
0 cards in hand. So if you bounce the orc, he still can't. What is that? He still can't attack profitably, right?
No.
Tameo's a 0/3. So if you kill the Tameo, right? If you kill the Tameo, then the frog is forced to
Chump block next turn,
chump
right?
block next turn, right?
And then you could, Orc's dead, and then you can just bounce Nether Goyf right before blocks. Potentially, you get in one more with Orc, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
They go to 2, hypothetically speaking.
Yeah. Oh, there's counter on it. Oh, because he discarded. Okay,
Oh,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this
Thank you.
Thank
you,
You see what I
Judge.
mean? The frog on frog combat.
Yeah.
It gets tricky real fast, right?
Okay, so he is saving his Orc. The other thing, I guess, too, in this type of play that they're making, Brazen Boar could be played the turn after,
Yes.
right? And then just
another
you
flyer.
have another flyer here, and it's going to be a bit trickier to try to navigate this. A hard thought here. Yep, that's going to happen.
Yeah, I think you have to save it because the 4/4 is too valuable, and then if he ever draws extra cards, then it just becomes 5/5, and then the Goy is just not going to become a 5 1, 2.
Oh, is he griefing? No, sorry, he's reanimating Karif? Target? Draw? You get pinged? Oh my. This seems
Wow.
wild.
Is that even good? Because you take the Goyf and then he can escape it now? But then the escape is bad? Because he'll have to... Yeah, the escape is probably bad, right?
Yeah, because you need
Because-
to exile all 4 types.
Yeah, and
Right?
then so he'll be down to 2 types again? Oh, so he's discarding both to the frog, which makes sense. Mm-hmm. Yeah, which is fine, because he's that...
Okay,
he's
my
that
frog's
4
big.
The frog is 4 power, which is okay.
He's looking dead, though, I have to say.
The another Goyf has to come back to chump block the 5/5.
Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, I forgot about the Orc army. Oh my.
Yeah.
This has been a wild one, I have to say.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's tense. I can imagine just how quiet it is back there right now. These guys just thinking, hoping for certain cards, right?
Yeah. And the menace doesn't help either, right?
No.
The menace. Yeah.
Yeah, there are so many threats right now. Even the fact that, Jamie can draw a card and make this frog fly and then attack, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like menace, a 5/5. There's 3 lethal attacks.
Yes.
Oh my! Exactly what you said, Steve.
Yeah. And then if he drew a brainstorm or a ponder, that's instant
He's death.
That's literally instant death.
How many
almost.
cards are death to him? I don't know how many brainstorms or anything like that he's played, but a ton. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
He could. Maybe he's sideboarded in Toxic Deluge and he's going to pay 2
Oh,
life.
there we go. So the Goyf's coming back, and then
We'll see what he exiles here.
I mean, it's got to be land, creature, artifact, and then instant.
Yeah.
So
So yeah.
it should be a 3.
throw it on the board.
Yeah.
This Brazen Boar getting its adventure.
Yep. Oh yeah, and Brazen Boar is coming in turn afterwards.
Yeah,
so-
another threat in the air.
Yeah. Everything's lethal.
Yeah, everything is.
Oh, it's a 2/3. Yeah.
What? Another grief? I'm sorry. This is.
I mean, I think you still cast it because there's only so many things you can double block,
Yeah.
right?
This.
And then
Do we just swing with everything? Or is that? Am I like too aggressive here? I feel like.
well, if you swing with everything, so let's think about this, right? So grief has to be double blocked. So
Okay, there's 2 blockers.
Yeah.
Out of 3.
so 2 blockers out of the way, and then this has to be blocked by one of these, and then this is 2 damage. Yeah, provided that he didn't top deck like a remove spell.
Yeah.
If you top deck remove spell, you're dead.
Yeah.
Right, you're decked on a crackback.
Yeah, you're dead on the crackback. So the safe way is maybe not to do that then.
Yeah. But then if you just swing with one, you might be okay with just swinging with grief and a 5/5.
Yeah. Or you play the grief that he just drew, right?
Yes.
And then if he has the fatal push, he fatal pushes whatever, and then you're swinging with everything again, right?
Yeah.
So. Yeah, this is not easy for either player. Wow, what a great day it's been here at the Legacy of the North Invitational, right? We have had 31 players compete. We started at 1 o'clock Eastern Central Time, right? Eastern Standard Time. Blah, blah, blah. And, we've been going. I think, what time is it right now even? It's probably 8:36.
Yeah. We're
Wow.
doing this for 7.5 hours.
It feels longer than that, I have to say. These guys have been playing for so long. I can't imagine the mental strain.
Here we
Cast
go.
grief.
Here we go, casting grief.
Would you like me to take your card in your hand? Or would you like to cast
He
it?
could just discard a frog.
Yeah, discard the frog.
Yeah.
So he's dead now. Yep. Let's
Yes,
see.
no removal spell, right? Yeah.
Okay. Let's see how he assigns the blocks.
I don't think there's a good way.
Block there.
Yeah, there's no good way because you menace.
Yeah. This is tough. Good
Yeah.
game. Amazing. I have to say, amazing game from the players here, I have to
Yes.
say.
So at the end of the day, the super baddie won.
The super
Yeah.
baddie one, I think
There's a reason why the deck's tier 1.
the S tier plus,
Yeah.
putting the scam in your Scaminator, scamming all the players through the entire season.
Except there was not a lot of scamming going on.
No, there actually wasn't. Not
Yeah.
a ton of it in retrospective, the whole piece of it. I think it was a great match nonetheless. I think I thought it may have been more even. It felt like pretty one-sided, but I don't know if that was just like the cards that were drawn, maybe not seeing all the pieces he wanted to there. I don't know what you think, Steve?
Probably not seeing enough hate cards. You know. Yeah, and then I think a lot of it was just the Goif was not able to get big enough.
Yeah, especially in the
right?
build.
Yeah, like having it be 2/3s all the time. It's just, and then when you need to pressure the opponent, it's just, yeah.
Doesn't feel good.
Yeah, exactly. So I feel like maybe something might need to be done with the build, right? Like maybe we need to have more sorceries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
More sorceries, or let's put in some crazy things. Let's put in some tribal instants.
Yeah, for sure, right? Yeah.
Let's make this thing as big as we can.
Yeah.
Amazing job from all the players here, right? Thanks for joining us in chat. We may be doing a little piece with him, with our winner, Jamie, putting the J in Jamie, right? In just a moment. So if you want to stick around for that, by all means. If you are here just for the legacy content of the games, right, we will be wrapping that up, right? It has been wrapped up. It's been a great time here at Legacy of the North. Another great season, I have to say, right, Steve?
Yes. Yeah, it's been really fun.
It's been a long one, and I think September is when the next season starts.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yep. September starts September, ends in December.
Ends in December, so that'll be the next season. So if you're in the area, right, or not in the area, but you still want to compete, by all means, come out to the local events. All in, really, it's like Southern Ontario, even some of the states, right? The tournaments, local events. That's how you can accrue points. Then you can be invited to one of these invitational tournaments as well. So it's it's not just one event, right? It's a whole season, and that's what makes it great.
Yeah. And then this one's especially fun because it's everybody here is very good.
Yes, some great magic.
Yeah. So starting from round 1, everybody's a killer.
Yeah, and I think we kind of saw that within the top 8, right? The decks that were being played, the players that were in there too, right? Guys that have been grinding it out, and then bring the deck that they believe they can win with, right? And they toughed it out through the enduring 7 hours of Legacy. I think one thing too, right? We had the store owner Chris come through, and he was even saying how quickly it was run. I want to give a shout out to our head judge, kind of keeping things rolling, right? It was a nice, good pace throughout the 5 rounds, right, of Swiss that we had, and then the top 8 that we inevitably went through, too, right? So top 8 was pretty quick, I have to say.
Yeah.
Relative to things.
We're gonna move this way.
We're going to fully get up and go to the green screen in just a moment, so we'll be back. Welcome, everybody. The tournament is now over for Legacy of the North Invitational. 3 minutes we have. Jamie, how do you feel?
Hungry.
Hungry. I was going to say, we chatted not too long ago, right? We're going to keep it short and sweet. The tournament went your way. We chatted. You were thinking it'd go your way, and it did.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of what I wanted to say about the deck I said in that interview, so if you want to hear my thoughts on Scaminator in general, you can watch that. I thought my opponent's deck, the Dimir Tempo deck, is very strong. Definitely what I'm going to be playing Bospan.
Yeah, we talked a lot about that. It's going to be kind of the boogeyman under the carpet right now. And that will be kind of the thing that we played after Grief may be banned in 16 days. We're not 100% sure about that, but it probably will be, right?
Yeah, I would bet a lot of money that it will.
Yeah.
I would be they've outright said that it will.
Yeah.
But, I think it'll be interesting to see post-ban, especially with Scaminator gone, if that version will be better or worse than Grixis Delver. It's hard to say. I mean, they do different things. But definitely, like, Fatal Push being so strong, really, against the Frog, really gives something to that deck, and, like, losing Bolt is not as bad as it was.
Yeah, I just felt like the Nethergorth it was hard, like, it was really hard for Nethergorth to be above 2-3 with his build.
Yeah.
And then so I felt that, like, it was not as good as a pressure tool as it was intended to be.
Definitely that draw in particular, game 2, was super awkward. I, like... The land in play when I was tanking, like, oh, can he make this a 3/4? I know his card in hand, like, and then he just fetches and makes it 3/4.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well,
that's the 7 hours play. We didn't even notice too.
Well,
we were like,
because everybody assumes that there's got to be a fetch land played, like, in all those turns, right? It just turns out that there hasn't been, so it's weird.
We got to get used to the Goyf again.
Yeah.
it's a good one.
For people who remember it from Modern in 2016.
This one's pretty good, I have to say.
Yeah,
this one's pretty good.
It's very strong. I mean, by the end of the game, it was like a 3/4, 4/5, and that was like that was slow.
Oh yeah,
like,
and
I don't think that's typical for that deck.
Yeah.
No.
And it keeps coming back, right? Which is like.
Yeah, the escape was pretty relevant.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing, congratulations, Scaminator getting there, winning this season. I think that's a huge achievement, especially within the Legacy of the North piece. You'll be fighting up against Boston, who's actually sitting behind the camera here right now. Please don't show your face right now to us. You'll be on camera later. You're already on camera earlier today.
We'll see how that goes.
And we'll see.
Boogeyman.
Yeah, the real boogeyman of the scene, and we look forward to seeing that, and we hope to see you more within the Legacy scene here, and I bet you'll be sticking around. So thanks very much. Anything else you want to say or shout out?
Grief's dumb. Entomb's dumb. That's it.
Ban it, please. And thanks everybody who's watched throughout the day. And we will see you next time from all of us here at the production and here at Legacy of the North and Enter the Battlefield. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Thank you.